So keep her child as if consider that God gave her from the eternity. Okay, God already programmed us to come to this world when the time comes. So we all are came here by our time. So a single child is not something that is unknown by God. It's really known from the beginning, from from the beginning of the earth, from the beginning of the sky, from the beginning of the human. Nasa pinay yung impact kay writing na kailangan na tuwing ang sila. May mga nagtutal ng hindi kayo kung parikas. Ay, ang balik na rin ba kaya dito sa tuloy sa kami.
This thing is stupid. Oh. Hey, Walker, sell me one of them bitches.
Well, no, I don't know.
So what? What's that? What gin is that? What is a gin? I don't know, man.
Whatever you say is your own idea, and I respect all ideas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask you, Doctor, how do you know that there's a God?
Okay, the first thing is the Bible already tells us that. The second thing, we all human beings are sense that there is power upper than us.
I don't sense that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, you never sense that. It's not a matter of sensation, but reality. Okay, the reality is there is God who created all this world. Let you see the stars, planets. Let you see all creature in this world. Can it come without any power, without any plan? I don't think so. So the believing motive is not mandatory for all human beings, but we have a free choice to believe Jesus or not, to believe God or not. We are created by His image. From the beginning, we were in human fetus. So we come to born, then we grow, we were child, we were adults, so that we're going to die. So the process itself gave us the insight that there is a creator. Okay, denying is not something that makes you free. Okay, ignorance doesn't make you free from the judgment of God. Okay, but it's good to know the Bible, to know the reality, to know the truth. Then you can judge yourself. You can compare the good part and the bad part. So don't ignore all things by saying no God, no things. No. See our compare and contrast. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Heritage or Mr. Keep It Simple, are you guys there? And Sarika, good to have you. Haley, Chenadu, good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Are you there, Heritage? Heritage, are you, just curious, are you pro-life?
Yeah, I would say so.
Would you say, I mean, it's not really, it should be a non-controversial statement. but human life begins at conception. You grant that, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And then you would be against abortion in all cases, or in all cases except medical, or all cases? Do you have any exceptions?
Life of the mother.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, it seemed like you
And maybe,
definitely-
yeah, the age kind of goes with that.
yeah. Please join the house. Heritage, good to have you.
I just wanted to throw in the God thing. Is I do agree with Jonathan, the doctor, earlier. I think just like a little 2 cents like deeper is that I think the whole point of the pro-choice and like abortion and all these kind of things, like people, I think this is kind of my own ideas, my own mind. I think they know better. Like I don't think they know what they're really doing, like what abortion really is, and I think how I never have a interest too much in abortion as a conversation usually, but how I see it is they try to. How I tie it into religion, it seems more to me that it's like flipping everything, the hierarchy of things that are important on its head, like making infants, babies, something that we would take the most care of, something that we would consider very treasured and important to us, and considering them to be useless or a detriment or harmful even, or these kind of things, and that we should discard this and treat them badly. And the same, I think it's just like a really shallow part of that. I could go deeper, but that's how I kind of rationalize people that are supportive of pro-choice broadly. I think they just want to flip everything that we have important, like upside down. Like they consider the bad parts, like criminal. Like they really usually support like criminals or addicts or like the worst of society. They'll put them on top. Like they'll say like these are the people that we should be giving like a lot more rights and freedoms and more consideration for than even our own babies.
Heritage. Have you heard of Emil Durkheim?
No.
He's a sociologist, and he has this theory called the sacred and profane. You should check that out because I think it's extremely relevant. Where the sacred and profane had an inversion, and so the things that were sacred are now profane.
Yeah, I think it's like a rebellion. It's like a rebellion against God.
Yeah. It's actually a long time. It's been happening for quite a while, for centuries actually. But I also don't think though, like in terms of what people who do support choice, right? They see choice as a virtue in and of itself, and then they see that just like democracy, right? Democracy equals choice. So therefore, like we support democracy, we support people not deciding the future for others, right? So by that token, right, they legitimately I should know because I actually used to hold that position, for all we can tell, right, the baby, the fetus is just a clump of cells, at least up to a certain point before it starts, having hands and feet and a brain or something, right? As far as we can tell, it's just, kind of like a clump of cells. We don't really know more than that. So, they're just going to go by that standard and not look into it further, and then just, be proud that they're supporting choice, and they feel very confident about this. I don't think there is an obvious attempt to invert the switch, but that inverting of that switch that's a much deeper discussion, right? Like how when people become 18, all of a sudden everyone has a license to become like completely like maximally degenerate. Like anything called like adult is like considered. It's the only purpose of anything adult is like degeneracy. But yeah, I don't think in general they feel that way, that they feel justified.
I just bring up the whole thing because if we were trying to make like a God argument, that's the kind of mindset that I have. Like I'm thinking in my mind, I'm arguing with somebody, and some people might have good intentions and goodwill, and they think they're doing the right thing. But usually those people, like, if you have any more pushback than that, I think it is this type of rebellion against God, and I just think it's that's why I kind of stay away from the whole debate. It's kind of pointless to me to talk about.
Well, they see religious people as kind of like this 30 to 50% backwards group of people that just don't get it, right? Like they haven't
Deserve to die. They even just say like they deserve to die.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but like they definitely feel very. Yeah, I mean, I think there's enough. You know, there's enough there for them to feel completely justified in that. And that's why the discussion is so difficult. Because
God
it's
supports choice.
literally two worldviews. Yeah.
Like God supports choice. That's why He allowed us to even have like the option to like do good or bad. That's the way I do it.
God does support free will.
Well, I mean, that's funny you say that, Clyde, because even pro-lifers are still going to say that people who want to go and do that, sure, you can go and get somebody to perform the operation or the surgery if they will, or this procedure if they will. Okay, cool. But that doesn't mean you're not going to believe the consequences. So I mean, you can have choice. Choice isn't going to be
The
stopped.
choice here, I mean, like what you want to do is make it illegal, and that's like a separate issue. Like we can say you can choose it, but one of the choices is wrong. But I would say like here's the thing. If some of the people will argue like when you make it illegal, you're going to make it like, because some people are still going to seek it out, and like the kind of way that they're going to go about it is going to put like way more people in harm. So making it legal might just save more people because they're going to like do it in a healthy way. Because the mother might sacrifice her own life trying to kill the baby or whatever. You know, I'm not saying that there's a right way, but clearly there can be good things by making things illegal just by safety.
Okay. Sorry, I might have missed part of what you said there.
Making things
John,
legal
did you
can
want
make
to-
it more safe.
Oh yeah, well yes, but yeah, that's true. But there's an argument to be had there, right? Should we make drugs illegal because it'll drive down the black market, and it will increase quality, and people can have access safely to these things in controlled environments or whatever. I mean, yeah, I hear those arguments, I get it, but I think it also puts a stamp of approval on it that I think is questionable, and it's kind of like, that can open up doors for a whole lot of things. I know a lot of particularly certain states that have, one in particular, that pretty much promoted, or decriminalized drugs, even hard drugs, and that they were hoping that would do a lot of good things. But one of the bad things that came from it is that people just overwhelmingly, there was an increase, there was an uptick in usage, and people were dying, and all kinds of stuff was happening. So it kind of backfired, and so they kind of rolled back the whole idea. I think that when you make something legal, there is something. To some degree, I agree you can't legislate morality, but I also think that you can't just. There is a problem not having something on the books against something to make it like a stamp of approval. It's like, hey, you can do this, or this is going to be permissible for you to do. I think that is problematic. But I understand what you're saying, Bob.
Especially, the difficulty, especially if you're a Christian, is like when you apply that same kind of thought with like the slavery stuff in the Old Testament, is like I think people are gonna think that they made it was legal, and they made basically it's safe, quote unquote, like safer than like the methods that were employed at the time, and so that was why they did it. They made it safer. least for like the slaves at the time. Like clearly, do you think that like is similar? Like, do you think?
Well, I think inherently it's not evil to own another person, but I think it is inherent, depending on what we mean there. But I think it is inherently evil to kill your baby.
Well, you were talking about drugs,
like-
but yeah, I mean, like the baby one, yeah, maybe. I mean, I think if we're talking like in terms of the way that you're understanding it, I would say yeah, that is evil too, because I think you're viewing it as like this is a person who hasn't done anything wrong.
Right.
Like I would say like we shouldn't kill people like that either. But the dispute, at least between me and you, might just be like what counts as a person.
Yeah, and I should say, just to be clear, when I say inherent, I don't want to mean, I'm not saying that it's always evil in every case, but I'm just saying that there is, unless you have a justification, you shouldn't be
Yeah, killing people.
killing
Yeah, you don't think they like
Yeah.
they haven't really done anything wrong. So it can't be
Right.
like a moral reason. And obviously, I think most people, even on the pro-life side, still think that there can be cases for ending the pregnancy if it's going to like kill the mother, or, things like that. Very few people think that like no matter what, that baby's sitting in you. So yeah, like we are going to agree that there can be reasons, even if the baby hasn't done anything wrong, to still have life of the baby.
So
Go ahead, Jade.
yeah. So Andrew, I think you're really saying too much when you say that for something to be legal is approved. I want you to. I did not do that. Because think about all the things that are legal, right? It's not the government saying you should do those things, and no one thinks about that. No one thinks about it that way because it's not the society saying you should do those things. Everything that is not illegal is legal. Being legal is the default. That which is not forbidden is allowed. So now, at the moment where you take something and say, okay, it's not illegal anymore, that is really saying to everyone, maybe it does sound like approval or whatever, but the generations that follow are not going to see it that way simply because it was never illegal in their lifetime. And in the same way that everything around you that is not illegal, you don't feel like all the things you do every day, you don't feel like the government is approving that you can wear the shoes that you wear just because they're not forbidden. So I think this argument, it's one that Christians often use, and it's very bad. It is a very bad idea about public policy, and the Christians should all, I don't know, have another holy war and kill the ones who believe that. Okay, if you could start that for me, thank you. Because it's a bad idea about public policy. It's just retarded. Because most things that are legal, no one believes anyone is approving them or encouraging them or anything else. They just don't notice.
What about segregation?
Again, that is not a matter of something being legal when it was instituted, was it? It was in fact forbidding integration. That's how the law works. The law doesn't permit things. The law forbids things.
No, sorry. What about the law that states that you have to integrate because segregation is illegal? Wouldn't that be and I agree with you mostly with what you're saying, but I mean, wouldn't that be a case of the state making something legal because they're approving of something? They want to change public policy and they're showing that they approve of integration and disapprove of segregation, and that's why they had to send the National Guard down, because the local governor did not want to allow this to happen. He wanted to have segregation.
But that's not them making something legal. They had to make something illegal.
They had to put into law. They put segregation's law into place. So they did make something.
No. They made segregation illegal. So that's why then they could punish people, because that's what the law is. The law says this or that thing is forbidden, and if you do it, there is a punishment, and here's what we're going to do. The law doesn't say this is legal because so many things are legal. The law does not say You can have 10 socks, or you can have 11, or you can have 12. Things that are legal are not in the law. That's kind of the whole point. If they were, it'd be very long, right? As big as we think it is today, it'd be much worse if they actually enumerated all the legal things.
But Jason, wouldn't you agree that the whole point of having the law just declare that which is illegal, basically mean that the whole point of having just the law enumerate the things that are illegal is not to do all the things that you could possibly do that are not specified by the law, but to work within what's trying to be conveyed within that framework. Like, in other words, just because something is not explicitly stated doesn't mean I should try to do it if it's gonna like somehow hurt or like ultimately like worsen my neighbor or a business person, or like like it will cause some kind of like eventual harm or like disturbance or nuisance or like I'm free to like turn up my music from a certain time to a certain time, but if I do it every day, it's really going to bother a lot of people, right? And so like, but just because it's legal doesn't mean I should be doing it, right? And so, right,
I agree.
And so I think
But, yeah,
the founder.
but that's not approval. Then is kind of the point, David. Like, just because it's legal to turn up your music doesn't mean society approves of it. It just means, like, if they were gonna harass you and put you in jail for it and so on, it just is a little too much, right? But that doesn't mean it's approved of. It just means it's not punishable by the state.
Do you think society approves of cigarette use?
Broadly speaking, society disapproves of cigarette use. It is still legal, but broadly speaking, society disapproves of it.
And you're basing that on what?
Well, smoking has become less and less popular and is less and less socially accepted. And if you look at, there are other societies where it clearly is more socially accepted. So, you go to, in America, it's much less socially accepted. And this is the trend all over the world. You see less and less smoking overall.
Do you think that's because of people, or do you think that's because the people, do you think that's the actual sentiment of the population, or do you think that the people in control and the ones who make the laws are actually dictating what you're calling society's acceptance or non-acceptance?
Oh, okay.
Well, because you can't. Okay, here's another answer. How many people have you
using? Are you going to start using the hard J here, the hard Z, divine? Are you going to start using the hard Z?
Well, you're saying society. You're making very broad terms about what all of society wants.
Divine.
And you're like, well, it's generally less popular.
Divine. Look, well, yeah, that's just statistics. You can see it's less popular. People used to smoke. More people used to smoke. Fewer smoke now. But yes, the people controlling society have made it less popular through media, music, the news, reporting about smoking. All of those things have made it less popular from the people controlling society, but it's still actually illegal.
So where is the line?
Well, hold on though. Is like, where is it legal? Is it legal to do inside a building anymore?
No.
That's the kind of thing we're talking about. Legislation has made it reduced.
The legislation.
Well, he would say that the legislation just prevents you from smoking. It doesn't approve you of smoking.
The majority prevents you. Yeah, that's the point. The law literally prevents
So
you.
then can't your excuse be that unless the law says, hey, you can do this, that all laws are just like they're just non-prevent.
That's my whole point, Divine. My whole point is that's what the law is. That's what the law is.
Right,
the law is not approval, and you're laughing at that.
I'm laughing because then your reasoning can be that.
It's
Okay, what does the law approve of?
That's my whole point. The law does not approve of things. You don't make a law for things that are okay. You make a law for things that are a problem that you need to stop. If it's just okay, then you don't make a law about it in general. So
there's no positive laws. There's only negative laws that are working.
There are the only case where The only case we have a law that is like saying you can do something is when you have a law like, I don't know, fishing is forbidden, and then you have a sub law which is, but it is not punishable between, February and September or something. It's like a cutout. When you cut out from a law that forbids something and you like forbid less things with the cutout, that's the only case where the law permits something. Because if no law forbidden it, you wouldn't need to permit it.
I think
Okay,
you should make
if
it.
it's
Well, that's like saying
not-
we have rights. It's like saying we don't need a Bill of Rights or we don't need a Constitution because we just have those things naturally.
I would want to make sure that there's a distinguishment between permissibility and promotion.
Yeah, let Jonathan say something too, because he was trying to.
Okay, so I wanted to add to it, especially with the segregation topic right at the beginning of this. I've been kind of waiting since then, actually. Maybe I'm too respectful, I don't know. But anyway, it seems to me that Jason's right, but to add to it, I think a key point's been pointed out. There are positive laws as well that require things. Jason's correct, there's nothing that, there's no law that allows it or makes it permissible, right? It just is permissible unless disallowed, but there are laws that require things. For example, you're required to wear your seatbelt, or we may require you to integrate, right? So that would be an example of a positive law, right? There's nothing that says it's okay if you do, but it's okay if you don't. That would be like giving the permission that he's talking about. No law gives you permission. It's expected you could or couldn't do it, your choice for everything that's neutral. The law delineates between what's not acceptable at all to ever do or what is always required.
Yeah, I mean that's the key point, which is what Jason's been bringing out, which is that the law is not about what is right; it's just only about what is wrong. So then, when people start doing things like the Nestle Corporation, right? They bought like tons of waterways and a lot of people were really upset about it, and but they were all within their legal rights to do it, and so as things get more and more hammered out, and that's sort of the problem, right? With the way the society is set up, so that if everything that's not permitted, if everything is permitted within the confines of the law, then you can just try any number of combinations to do really abusive things that eventually people will hate. But that's not really a great way to, in my opinion, for things to run.
But don't laws protect people's freedoms?
Yes.
Yeah, but
They
So
protect
is
them
the idea
by-
is the idea that they would
Hold on,
they would
please
naturally
hold
be
on.
taken.
Please hold on. They protect them by saying, if you do this, which interferes, we will punish you. If you do that, which interferes, we will punish you. It is always, that's the way the laws protect freedoms in practice. That's what they actually look like when they protect the freedoms. It's by forbidding other behaviors.
Okay, so if they provide freedoms, or if they're just requirements, like you're required by law to do something, you still consider none of them what we're calling positive laws, because you consider any type of punishment a form of making it really just negative, that they're just kind of like threatening you with punishment, and then that makes it.
Well, I'm saying allowing something is not promotion of it, because so many things are allowed and no one takes notice of them where they feel promoted. No one is saying, oh, the government allows me to have 11 pairs of socks, so the government wants me to have 11 pairs of socks. Just allowing something is not endorsing it. The law allows so many things, okay? Even things that you couldn't do at the same time. The law allows me to drive a Toyota. The law allows me to drive a Honda Civic. I can't drive them at the same time. Which one is the law encouraging me to do? Neither. My point is, just because it's allowed doesn't mean the government is approving it.
Well, like the
Doesn't mean
Voting
it's
like the
approved.
Voting Rights Act. Would you think that the Voting Rights Act is the government promoting people's right to vote, or
There are ways that the government encourages things, okay, but it's certain behaviors.
but I mean,
Where
the
the
Voting
government
Rights
wants
Act
you
is
to
a
do.
law.
The government is not there encouraging people to vote or forcing them to vote or anything, right? You can vote or not vote. It's up to you.
You don't think the government encourages people to vote?
Not with just punishing people for preventing you from doing it, because that's what that act actually does, right? The substance of the act is this or that strategy to interfere with voting gets punished. And they have a bunch of provisions in there to try to catch numerous strategies.
So
But
any
in
rules or
terms of-
regulations, what if a rule or regulation does not have a punishment attached to it, in your view?
Then it is not a law, okay? And that goes back to, you can find that in, you can find that in Blackstone. You can find that in, there's a compendium of legal maxims where more or less the substance of this is there is no law without a penalty, right? And no right without a remedy. Because the law is not just saying this or that is good. Law is saying we want this, and if it doesn't happen, then here's a process, and at the end of the process, some kind of remedy or justice will be rendered. So either you get punished, or you gotta pay somebody if you did wrong according to the law, right? You gotta make it up to them. If the law doesn't have a remedy or a punishment, then it's not substantive, right? What would happen for a law without a punishment if you broke it? Nothing would happen, right? So then
We're
would
more
there be
talking about like what society is accepting of. You're saying that if the law doesn't punish you, that you don't consider that to be like society or the government approving of something or trying to make you do something. I thought the whole point of government is to like try to control your movements and your emotions and to get, extract tax dollars from you. Do you think the government is not trying to control people?
That's not the whole point of government.
Yep.
What is the point of, well, what else other than to control people do other people make government to govern themselves for?
Well, I mean, government might also just be a structure in which, like, that certain movements are easier to happen. Like, I don't know, like getting in funds for building roads or something.
Okay, I get the control. I would still consider that to be control. Instead of controlling people, you're controlling what the people are using to build and control, so that are utilized for their own society. I'll broadly say it's to control all of society instead of people, if that makes it better. It's still people coming together, building an imaginary structure, government, in order to either control themselves better, or in often cases to control people who are not in government. There's more people being controlled by government than there are people in government, in the actual government themselves.
That's a really, really, really broad way of putting it. If you make it that broad, then yeah, like, I mean, even corporations probably going to fit underneath that.
Okay. Is there a problem or anything logically incorrect with it, or is it just broad?
It's just really broad. It's going to capture, like, most people aren't going to want to make it so broad because they want to make some distinguishment between the government and, like, a corporation.
Well, the government is a corporation, and the government, corporations donate to our government and influence our government. The people who make, coincidentally, what are we talking about?
But this whole thing, you just remember where you came from. Like, this whole thing stemmed from whether or not, like, laws were meant to prevent, and then if they weren't meant to prevent, did it mean that it implied, the permissibility? And I thought we should just say, like, making something permissible isn't the same thing as saying, I think you should do it.
Well, I think if like when they legalize like drug use in San Francisco or whatever it is, where they start to like actually distribute needles, you could say that doesn't promote drug use, but I mean most people would say, hey, if you go down to Skid Row and instead of just letting them do what they do, then you go and you provide materials for them to do the drugs, and that the law is saying that this is going to benefit San Francisco in some way. For you to also say that also San Francisco is not encouraging them to do the drugs, I think that is somewhat of a stretch.
Well, look,
Right,
there
so
might
that's
be
what-
sometimes like when
Right.
laws come out of favor or go into favor, like the case was like smoking, or even like what was it, prohibition, like the enacting or allowing of things will like push people to do it. Like in some sense, there is like a movement towards or away based on what the government does. But that being like an accidental fact isn't like the purpose of why they're doing it. If that makes sense. It's not like when they're enacting the law, in the case of like, let's say decriminalizing drugs or something, it's not in their intention that my decriminalizing is to make people do more drugs. It's like, that's not the intention of the goal, even if it accidentally occurs.
Right, that's all I was trying to argue. Maybe Jason and you could comment on this, but my point would just be that, look, in an environment that has restrictions, legal restrictions against, whether it be drug use or whatever the case may be, if that gets overturned, let's just say it's made legal or it's decriminalized, there is like this, there's like an implicit, or at least it's received this way. I'm not saying it means it's the intention of the government by any means. I mean, it shouldn't be. But there's like this tacit understanding, or it's like it's carried with that for a lot of people that are in that environment, that if they have a desire to engage in that activity, that now it is somewhat there's a condoning of it. It's like built in that this is now no longer.
But
Yeah,
only
that's
for-
But that's like the same
but-
intuition that
but
drives
only-
like the ancient slavery stuff.
But only temporarily, Andrew, because there were people born every day, and many of those people will come to adulthood in a time when it was never against the law. So it will be just like everything else that's not against the law. It won't feel like something that's condoned. It will just feel like an ordinary thing, like whether I have toe socks or I have those, the other kind of socks, or I have a Toyota or a Honda. They're all allowed, okay, and it makes no difference.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's a fair point. But just to be clear though, I mean, like can still be catastrophic. The consequences of making something permissible.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean.
yes, you're right. And then, so this is where you get into the way that you make stuff legal practically. We're like, well, okay, drugs are going to be legal. Well, what you don't do is like, okay, tomorrow all drugs are legal all the time, everywhere. Even in school, you can do drugs and work, right? Well, you don't do that. What you do is you say like, okay, we're going to release the grip a little bit, right? Now marijuana is legal. Okay, if you get a little card, and then you release the grip a little more. You say, okay, now you can do cocaine, but only, at the amusement park or something like that. And you gradually
Only on the weekend.
release, and only on the weekend. That's right. And that's what you do, right? And because you're right that if you just like let the thing, let it go, then it's crazy. Oftentimes, not always. It's oftentimes, right? So, like in America, we don't have the Autobahn, but there are just large stretches of the road where everybody knows they can drive as fast as they want, right? But when they come into a major city, then they all slow down, and people pay attention to the speed limit, and the cops actually start busting you, right? So we don't exactly get the Autobahn, but there's some flexibility there.
But San Francisco must have figured out that it benefits them to allow these people to do this drug that they're going to do anyway, or multiple street drugs, and that it benefits them to give them safer means to do this because it causes less medical problems for them to have to clean up. So do you think that is just them making like a cost-benefit analysis, and then they don't really want people to do more drugs? Or why do you think that they would, as as opposed to doing nothing, think that giving these people clean needles was a good idea for their city.
Yeah,
Well, okay, I'll go real quick. I'll just say, I wasn't saying earlier that the government never encourages anything. I'm just saying that making things legal is not. So many things are legal. That isn't approval. If the government is giving you money to do stuff or is giving you a free thing, then it's encouraging you then, right?
When you say it's not approval, what do you mean? You mean like government officials saying like we approve of this action, like it's a good action that you should do?
They're not promoting.
Yeah, if the government comes to you and says we're going to give you money for doing this action, that's totally different than
Yeah, like a
it's just
subsidy.
legal to do it. Yeah, like the government doesn't just say, if the government, okay, it's legal for me to buy any car I want, but if I buy an electric car, the government gives me money. Okay, now the government is encouraging me, it's giving me a gift. It didn't just allow me to do something. It's definitely approving of me having an electric car.
Right, so it's the same thing with the needles. Instead of me as a drug addict, instead of me having to go and find some dirty needles myself, all I have to do is go down to the government clinic and they give me free materials to continue my illegal drug use.
Yeah, and they encourage that for a variety of reasons, prolonging the crisis and chaos in their downtown is a way for them to, traumatize the business community and sow chaos, and then they use chaos as part of their narrative for motivating the destruction of the United States, which is.
But encouragement is not promotion.
Encouragement is promotion. Yes, encouragement is promotion.
So then, by having those free needles down there, they are encouraging me to do more drugs.
Yes, they are. They're giving them stuff, giving them free stuff.
And then by legalizing marijuana, they are promoting and encouraging me.
Well, I would say by legalizing marijuana, I'll tell you very frankly, it would not have changed. It did not change anything about the rate of marijuana use in San Francisco. I'll be really honest with you about that. Everybody was using marijuana before, and they continued using marijuana. And, and in states where it's illegal now, everybody still smokes marijuana. So I think this is an example where we got another policy that's just a really dumb idea. And we've got to rethink what we're doing here.
But why are they doing though? What's the motivation?
They love marijuana. I don't know. Oh, why is the state doing it?
Yeah.
Because, once in a while, governments are persuaded to engage in good policy. They just can't help themselves. And illegalizing something you can't prevent is a good idea. So that's probably a big part of why they legalize marijuana. Also, all the people running the government probably smoke marijuana every day. And are, so
It's fun at the same
Probably
time.
like-
It's the prohibition stuff, right? It's like,
Yeah.
They tried that. Look where that went. And they might be thinking similarly, like just to hell with it then.
Right, because they get to collect taxes if it's legal sales.
You agree?
By the way, Jason, are you in
Back to the
Japan?
plan, if we could though, anybody have an argument for why we should do no abortion earlier than 20 weeks?
Yeah, I'm in
All the way up
Japan.
until the end, either direction?
I didn't think
I'm
it was morning there. I heard you say Ohio gozaimasu. And
No, I said arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu.
okay, I got
Yeah,
you.
because I got my pumpkin soup with ice cream. So I needed
nice.
to pick the stuff.
Sorry. Do you want an argument for sooner than 20 weeks? I mean, what I say is like very similar to, like the death penalty is like, yeah, that's sort of like where you can kind of be like, yeah, it's around there. I always would rather be more safe than sorry, and put it at like, if I go really sooner, but I would at least meet someone at like 10 weeks. I don't know.
How
if I could,
How many weeks are you?
right now,
how many weeks are you-
I feel like 4 weeks. I don't feel comfortable after that.
Wait, I see.
I think the
That's a
Muslims
bit-
got that right.
That's a little. Can you guys explain to me if
you find a disease with the fetus, deformed limbs.
What's
Or
the
developmental
consistency of the
disease.
room, Albedo?
Sorry, is it audible?
What do people generally hold in this room?
Hello?
So far, I think more people right now are like pro-choice, like the 20 weeks roughly.
Yeah, I see.
What's your view?
If they're pro-choice,
I have like an extreme view. Probably, I go like beyond 20.
just 9 months, all 9 months.
I'm even.
He's like
I'm
5
even
years
full
old.
like.
Post-birth.
No. I'm like, there are like cases that I would be okay with, like post-birth abortion, like Down syndrome and other cases.
Cyclopsian? Yeah, I'm okay with that. Those babies should be killed.
Like the movie 300, if it's deformed, gone off the cliff.
Yikes.
All
Yeah, probably
Cyclops
like a more
babies should be killed.
merciful way than throwing them off a cliff, but
Cloud, you're being sarcastic, right?
no, I'm not.
Yeah, I'll give you the granted, I wasn't trying to say you were okay with throwing them off a cliff, but I was just making the comparison to what happened in that movie that they were doing it post-birth. That's all I was trying to say.
No, I know. I just think like, not just like in cases where there's like a high likelihood that the child would like suffer immensely through life. That would be for like post-birth.
Yeah, at what point would the child?
Conjoined twins, they're alive, right? Post-birth, conjoined twins, and they still kill one off, cutting in half.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm just gonna put on my headphones.
This might be a better debate than earlier. The later one.
Cloud, I think I understand that you're being sarcastic, but my
No, he's
argument
not.
is that
No, he's not.
I'm not being sarcastic. Like, how many times
I'm
did I say
speaking
that?
to you, Cloud. I don't know why this Mr. guy is getting in. I'm speaking to you, Cloud.
What am I being sarcastic about?
No.
You said about cripples or no, like I think it was Jonathan who mentioned the movie 300, but you are in a similar statement saying that if a newborn child has Down syndrome, we could probably
Oh, I never said
kill
that.
it.
I said if it
I
was
am the.
I said if it
I
was
said it.
cyclopsia,
I
we
said
should kill it.
I said that. I said.
Okay,
that.
sorry.
And I wasn't being sarcastic. Now, can you guys hear me now? I put on my headphones. They should be.
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be some level of where you're not forced to have a child, or where a child should be forced to be brought into this world based on that they're going to have a certain amount of either mental or physical retardation? Or is the idea, well, as long as she can give birth to them and they're alive, then that's better than them not being alive.
I disagree with the latter, but if you could like foresee it while they're in the womb, it'd be better off aborting than doing some form of euthanasia after they're born.
Just a quick question. Are there any children who weren't forced to be in this world?
No.
They're all forced.
Okay, that's what I was confused about, because that was Divine's second point. That was it.
What do you mean by
You don't have
forced
a
to be
choice.
in? What do you mean by forced to be in this world? Like I didn't choose.
That just
to be born?
means.
I don't think that
Yeah,
any
just
child chose to be born.
That's a
Just mean there's like no pre-birth.
born or dying.
Yeah, there's like no pre-birth consent killing surgeries.
Right. I mean, that's kind of like the idea is that if I was a baby and I was in there and I didn't have legs, and I'm like, hey, I don't want to have to live a life with no legs. There's no advocacy for that kid. There's advocacy for people who are saying no rape and incest, but that more has to do with the mental state of the mother. Rape and incest can produce a perfectly healthy child. I'm talking more about sort of like protection where it's like if you're a baby and they know that you're, you know, not gonna have you're gonna have half a heart, you're gonna have to be attached to a machine your whole life, then maybe it's better for you to not have to have that existence instead of the default. Well, all life is precious, and as long as you know the person can just give birth to this child, no matter what fucking life the child is gonna live, that's better than aborting it. Like that doesn't make
I agree with you. Dilemma. Who's the person
Who gets to choose that?
that in mind?
'Cause
Well,
it's
that's
like,
what- there's-
imagine, what if a bunch of like uber white liberals who were like the buff were like, guys, systemic racism is so bad against black people that I honestly think that the suffering they have to endure, it would be better if we just kind of kill them all in the womb, because I honestly think it's so unjust. And I don't know, I just think we should just kind of kill them. Because honestly, with my white privilege, I feel like I live a better life and they just suffer so much.
You're saying that black is the same as being physically or mentally retarded?
Well, I don't think they're the same, but in terms of suffering at the end of the day, right? And I think
No,
that's
it's
too
not.
much suffering.
I mean, if you
it's
were in the
not-
right chat room, everyone would be like, yeah, bro. Yeah,
Well,
good point, bro.
No, I mean it's not. Oh my God.
I'm trying to understand. I mean, do you know what black people go through on a daily basis?
I mean, if you're doubling down,
And
but
you're
you either have to
wanting to do
remove the sarcasm from your voice and make us think
I'm
that
not
you're
being
serious, or
sarcastic.
then you're being then you probably don't have any black friends.
I just said I'm a white liberal. So, I mean, all my black friends tell me about what they go through on a day. Growing up in the hood, you know, where they hear guns. I didn't grow up with I go to Jamba Juice, you know, so I just think that that's worth it. I think it's way better. If somebody had my type of life, I think that's okay, but I think that's way too much for them. I mean, Tupac said, what did Tupac say? He said, I wake up in the morning and I ask myself, is life worth living? Should I blast myself, right? And that's Tupac.
Yeah, well, those black people, they want to have their abortions. Can't take that away from them.
So this is the thing. I'm beyond that.
That's why black people started
Not just
Planned
black,
Parenthood.
But here's the thing. We're letting them do. I'm saying we're the privileged ones. We know what life is really good like. So we know what's too much. So why not just kill these black people so they don't have to suffer?
Well, I appreciate where the argument's coming from. I think the answer
Or
is
women.
it would be better off if we made life good for people rather than ended the life of people who life wasn't good to.
That's too easy. That makes too much sense.
But what if the way to do that good is to get rid of all the white racists, and the most white people are going to be racist because they start all the wars? Maybe we kill all the white people to do it in the womb because they cause the suffering.
Or just make white people illegal.
You didn't expect that, did you? You didn't expect that, did you? You didn't expect that one, did you, Jonathan? No.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny to me to hear when people say things are too much. I think those are kind of lies that are being propagated, that people have started to believe that, oh, it's going to be too much for you to carry a child to full term. It's going to be too much for you. It's going to be extreme pain for you to deliver a baby. I mean, there's so many lies, I think, and women are not really getting proper education to deal with these things.
How many kids do you have?
I love that you brought up that point, by the way.
How many kids do you have?
I will have children. I've not
So-
had
And
children.
the answer is zero. The answer is zero. But
Right,
I feel like we're
So you brought zero kids to term, and then you're also saying that people shouldn't complain about the pain of bringing kids to term?
Well, I've done extensive research.
Oh yeah, no, I've listened to guys talk about getting, fucked in the ass. I've never got fucked in the ass, but I can totally talk about it and say that other people shouldn't complain about it, even though I've never experienced it. That makes sense.
I
I'm
feel
not
like we had
talking about complaining at all. I think
What?
I think there are lies being propagated.
So do you think it's, okay, what is the lie?
Why
That it
was
is
that
too
the
painful?
example that you went with? My bad. Go.
Wait, what's the thing that's? Oh my goodness.
To make my point, just a second. She is bringing the race card into abortion is kind of silly. Doesn't make sense. I think I understand
Well,
your sarcasm.
I-
Where it is coming from.
Hello?
Wait, go ahead. I was saying that it comes down to suffering. I mean, my black friends,
I
they
understood,
just
I
suffer so
understood.
much.
kind of coming from.
Is it like is it like a jungle in here? You need to like show it to get to where the I don't know. It's like jungle.
No.
I just had two things. The first one is like I feel like we had like a serious topic at first with like euthanasia and abortion, and then like somebody like trolled it away with like the black thing. But the second thing I wanted to say was like it's too much, it's too painful. Well, what's supposed to be too painful? Just like the process of giving birth, or like mental pain, or like the kind of pain that comes from like the rape victim having to give like birth. I didn't quite get the context there.
So really quick, I don't know if humor for satirical edge or irony or trying to draw a point out through ridiculousness is lost on you. I know sometimes in neurodivergent circles that can be lost because there's a hyper-literalist interpretation going on, but that was the point, to try to make, like a Sorites paradox in terms of, at what line are we able to draw that this is, okay, at this point this is too much, right? Does that make sense in terms of why I would say that? And it's not that, of course, any sort of analogy is going to break down at some point.
It makes sense
going to be
it makes sense that it was just disingenuous. It was disingenuous and not helpful to the conversation. Of course, it makes sense. It logically makes sense.
Well, really. So, because it's going to get down in principle to judging what level of suffering is excessive, that's why it's still apropos, relevant. There's still going to be a subjective element in terms of, hey, I think this is too much. No, I think this is too much. No, I think this is too much. Which is why I went to something that sounds so utterly ridiculous as that.
Right. How is that helpful? If I'm asking you about 2 and 4, and I'm like, hey, do you want 2 things, or do you want? Wait. No, it's no. It doesn't challenge, and it's like when I'm talking. I want to finish talking.
Oh, okay.
It's like when I'm talking to my son, and I say, okay, well, you can't have, in 5 minutes you're going to have to stop this, and he's like, fine, I'll just throw this away, and I'll never have this. So you're not actually. You think that you're adding to the conversation, but you are adding to the conversation, but as he's pointing out, and as I'm pointing out, you're derailing it. Now you're further derailing it to re-explain what we already know what you meant. You're just going to okay, I do understand what you meant. You're saying that it's an extreme.
You just misrepresented me.
No, I'm not even finished.
In terms of what my point was, yes.
Okay, your point was to what? To maintain that when I was saying what should the line be, as far as that if we know that a child is going to be physically or mentally retarded, that maybe there should be a line where we don't force that child into the world. So instead of continue on with a nuanced thing, you said, haha, I have my black friends, and then I'm asking you as you're saying, and then I'm asking you as you're saying it, are you being serious? And then you're saying no. Now you want to come back and say, oh wait, I was joking because back then I didn't ask you. I didn't.
Andrew, can we just drop the meta, because my criticism was precisely the ridiculous.
By the way, I've got a green bean. So just let me just finish this up in like a minute and a half, right, buddy? So and then you guys got it. But I'm not gonna be misrepresented, okay? So first thing was, you asked me if I was serious or something like that. And what I had said was, yes, and I continued in character. I didn't say no. That's the first thing. Other thing you said was about 2 and 4. My whole point in bringing about the ridiculousness is to show, hey, maybe there's a problem with using this as a justification, because it's to bring out the quality of life, perhaps, versus sanctity of life distinction in terms of what justifies that. Because my point of using a Sorites paradox like that, right, in terms of, hey, how, or like you want to say a fallacy of the beard, something like that, like, it's very, 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 very problematic, and perhaps that's not a good justification or even, method to use because of all the slippery slopes that are involved in it. And that's why I use the ridiculousness to say, hey, and that, well, before I guess somebody misunderstood, and by the way, this was brought up because homie said I was trolling. Really, I wasn't trying to troll. I use humor sometimes to make points, which was that my point was going to be perhaps sanctity of life, which you don't have these type of gradation issues, would be something that's more, I guess, universalizable, something that's more consistent, something that's not as susceptible to some of these. Because of what I just said, you can say, hey, what if somebody doesn't have legs? Do they deserve to live? I don't think that person has less value. I think a lot of people that do have, suffering sometimes do prefer to have, live life, and I just think it's a really, really, really dangerous place when you start making other people the arbiters of that, because there's going to be a lot of there's problematic assumptions. So anyway.
For a short question, if we are to have a healthy argument, we have to be able to see things in a similar light, at least certain parameters, so that we can go forward. Do you agree that fetus and a baby is different?
You're talking to me, or are you talking to somebody else in general? Seems like you're going backwards.
You, I'm talking to you.
You believe that a fetus and a baby are different? Well, how are you using those terms? How are you defining them?
13 weeks, the ability to survive without being in an uterus.
I think that they are at different stages of development. So it's like asking me, is a teenager different than a child? Yes.
No, don't bring those, irrelevant
I'm
examples.
telling you how I see it.
Okay.
Because you asked me that. Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. I'm still confused if you are looking at a born baby and an unborn fetus the same way.
How did I not just answer that? I said I would look at them differently in that I think it's the same. I think it's the same baby through the process, but they're at different stages of development.
Yeah, I think everybody's recently has been agreeing.
Yeah, I don't understand what the problem. Like, how I didn't answer the question.
No one's opposed to anyone so far.
Yeah, you're already objecting to the view that a fetus is a baby. Yeah,
I think the Indian guy is confused, and I think we're making progress on the other conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to go. I would rather go to the other one because I don't see the point.
I agree it's a slippery slope, but with that, would you be willing to tell people that they're not allowed to separate conjoined twins to give one a better life? Where do you stand on that? That's a really hard question.
Oh, would I say that I can tell somebody that they can't separate conjoined twins for a better life?
Like in a case where one would have to die, right? Like there's one that has the most control of the body, and the other one just kind of lives off the other one, like kind of like a leech, if you will. Like it has its own brain, but it does not have its own version of a heart. It doesn't have, you know what I mean? And if they're both going to have a very terrible parents decide to do that, would you think that would be the wrong thing to do?
Let me ask. Can I? And I'll answer, but just so I can have this. When you say a terrible life, you mean like a life that involves some physical suffering, right? Like they could have parents that love them, that they feel loved, and like they feel like they're taken care of, and that they could. Do you think it's possible for them to enjoy life?
Do I?
Yeah, or like in this
hypothetical, the parents are the ones that decided these kids would not have a good life, possibly advised by a doctor. I'm not really sure. In the hypothetical, I'm not the one choosing that.
Yeah. And so you're asking me if I would be like comfortable. I don't think I'd want to be the one to deliver that news because that sounds like a really crappy conversation. And that sounds like an emotionally difficult thing to do. So by no means do I say that these things are easy. Now, if I'm going to be consistent, I would think that they have just as much dignity as someone who's not conjoined and they deserve to live. And so, and maybe it's, look, it could be the cultural baggage of people deciding, that you don't deserve to live when you haven't done stuff wrong, and me having that as a background lens. I don't think I would feel comfortable sanctioning that. And that might sound weird, but it's an emotionally tough question for sure. But
if I have cancer, should I be able to? If I have cancer, should I legally be able to kill myself?
It depends. So I've done, because I don't think it's just like if you just have cancer, then no. But if it's one of those things where I'm trying to remember, because with the euthanasia, are we moving from abortion to euthanasia?
Well, it's just an idea of what kind of like bodily autonomy and what I have the right to do because what I think my future will be.
Yeah, and I think how I see it is if it's when I took religion, ethics, and medicine classes in college. I remember we talked about it, and it was it was like if it's terminal, there's no, and it's by withholding if withholding unnatural means would bring about death, then I think yes. I think the active means though is potentially more problematic. But this is
What
what
do
I'll
you
say.
mean? Like if they were forced to take like if they were taken off the
Yeah,
respirator, they would die, kind of thing?
yeah, that type of stuff. Now, I will say, and if I'm being realistic, sometimes, and this is where I'm inconsistent, I can be honest, I've been sympathetic to people who, like, you know, somebody burning on fire. Like, let's say there's like, and they're like, just shoot me, take me out of my misery. And I feel like sometimes the merciful thing to do, and this is where I can, like, I decided to be real, I don't really care about winning an argument. But, like, I don't, like, if somebody, like, were to mercy kill that person there, you know what I mean? I'll just say my emotions, I don't feel as bothered by that. My feelings aren't a gauge of whether something's right or wrong. So let me be clear. That could be immoral. But it would be, I probably would be less bothered by that than, let's say, you know, something else. So,
But generally, you don't think I have the right, barring some sort of terminal cancer, you generally kind of want to force me to live no matter what kind of experience I'm having.
Yeah, it's life and we all trapped in it together. We gotta love it.
Well, we're all trapped in it together, but clearly there is the ability to take yourself out. You're just saying I should not legally have that ability no matter what.
I mean, well, if you succeeded, how could I punish you for it?
Well, okay, so
you understand? Like, it's like the right. It's like.
Well, no, getting back to your black thing. Like, what do you think about like the stories? Obviously, I wasn't there, but the stories of, let's say, African slaves who then will become African Americans, and they're on the slave ships coming over, and them seeing what's going to happen, them seeing, you know, their slave master, they see the situation that they're in, and they think, I would rather jump overboard than to have my children have to go through this. Would you be? Well, in theory, if let's say the mother's pregnant, let's say here's a great example. Here's a great example. There's a pregnant African woman slave, and she thinks, I don't want my child to have to go through what I see that I'm going through. You, I'm assuming, then would not be in support of her jumping overboard and sacrificing herself and then taking her child.
How is she sacrificing herself? Well, just her killing herself.
Well, that's why I don't think that Jesus was sacrificed, and that's a whole other.
Well, I mean, but you're saying that she's. Yeah, well, I mean.
That's what she thinks. That's what she thinks that she's doing. She
thinks she is, but I'm like, if she jumps off and then kills her baby, and then she's like,
I kept them from slavery. I'm in slavery. I don't want my child to be in slavery. My child is not born yet. Well, I'm kind of trying to almost give a real response to your why shouldn't black people die?
Well, I think it's interesting is that, like, for one, a lot of them was dying, or like 2 million or more died in that thing anyway.
Right.
They clearly, the options were either death or slavery, and a lot of them were taking both. And it seems like, by the way, and I don't want to detract from the room, like, I'm not one of those people that has to be the center of attention. So, like, I like the conversation that they were having before. If y'all think it's productive, we can go for it. But, you know, my point was just about how I thought the problem was of the gradations. But
understood. Yeah, I'll back off in case other people.
No, I'm not.
But thank you, man.
It's been a real pleasure. Hope to see y'all again.
Yeah.
You too, man. Have
have
a
a
good night.
Yeah, Sean.
Yeah.
What's the topic now?
Well, Haley asked about pain during a birth.
Oh yeah, good.
There we go. Maybe she's not there.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, was there a question?
What were you saying?
What
Talking about women's experiences with birth.
Yeah, so I don't really have like an argument to kind of try to convince someone that it's bad. I think that would kind of be up to their own heart. But in terms of things that I know about pregnancy and the whole healthcare industry, I just think there's a lot of lies, and a lot of lies that are that women hear about their bodies and how they should kind of give birth. And I think a lot of the kind of natural birthing practices have been systematically kind of stripped away from women, like home birth. And pool births actually have shown to to help with pain and things like this. And
Oh, what kind of birth?
like giving birth in a pool.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm sorry, are you
And-
saying that the lie, what do you mean, what would be the truth then? I think we're trying to
I mean,
clarify what you
there's
think the
just
truth
so
is.
many things. There's just so many things. I mean, you'll have to kind of research on your own. But for example, a lot of women who end up going to the hospital and getting an epidural, they will kind of give them, I don't know, Tylenol or something, and it might come back positive. It might come back positive for like some drug or something. And so they'll kind of report the parents to the CPS, Child Protective Services, and they'll basically kind of confiscate the children from the parents at
Wait,
birth.
what?
Like, there's just so many, like,
I like her. Go on.
That is the
We
dumbest
gotta
thing.
talk about this.
No, come on, let her go on. I want to hear more.
Yeah.
No, this can't. Come on, dude.
Mike,
Okay, no, look. Okay. Tylenol doesn't even. Okay. The big five won't even come close to testing for Tylenol, but Tylenol doesn't even show up on a test like
well,
for those.
there are
for
other
drug tests.
incidences where fentanyl and things have been kind of like pushed on a woman or things like this. Like, not in all
Jesus
cases, but
In what? In
Not
cases that are related to birth, like being
In-
pregnant.
not in all cases. These are like
Are you
some
talking about
cases
like
where
rare cases?
not rare cases, but some cases where something has happened, something has, I don't know, come back that was concerning or whatever, and they've not checked the chart properly, that, okay, the woman was given an epidural, and they've just called, like, Child Protective Services on the parents. So
That sounds like an
many-
accident.
What happened to the fentanyl?
You're completely insane if you think that.
Yeah, but what happened to the fentanyl? I want to hear more about that.
It is
I mean,
true, you can read
it sounds
it.
like you're describing an accident. Like they looked at the chart.
Yeah,
wrong.
these are definitely accidents. That's what I'm saying.
But
And
What's
what's your
happened to
concern? What's your relation to this? Like what we were talking about earlier in the room, I guess.
Well, I'm just kind of throwing out data, right? So
Okay.
you guys can go and research
What
on
data
it.
have you shown?
But data and service.
What I'm
Because
saying
you're
is-
trying to say that women
Hold
were
on,
lied
hold on.
to.
I'm speaking. Data and service of what point?
That in general, the healthcare industry is propagating lies, and there's just a war going
Okay,
on.
thank you. Do you think that if you admit that what happened was a mistake, do you think that's a good point to bring up if the thing you want to communicate is that they're lying? You understand? A mistake
Yes,
isn't telling a lie,
because
right?
if they don't have,
Do you understand the point I just made?
intentionally, where
Right.
yes, whatever came back on the chart might have been a mistake, but they know the woman just gave birth. But why are they not looking at her chart? They're directly just like
But these
calling
are
her
such
important.
these are such random. Why are they? Do you think these like obstetricians and midwives, they don't look at the chart? This is such. I don't know. This is just so.
Wait. Haley, do you know what an anecdote
There are
is?
several cases where that has happened. I'm not making it up.
We're
Yeah,
not
so
saying
you know what-
that it's made up.
Sorry.
It's just like not
Sorry.
helpful because it's
What
an
is it?
accident.
Why are you bringing this up in this conversation? If what happened is there were some cases where doctors or midwives or some caregivers.
Yes,
made
that's
mistakes.
just one thing I'm bringing up, and
Yes. No, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, why are you bringing that up if the point is to talk about the lies? Because those just seem like mistakes that happen all the time in healthcare.
it's kind of an intentional mistake, though. But
That's
there are other things.
Intentional.
how do you
Come on, let her go.
that?
You understand that's like a contradiction in terms. Intentional.
Okay, you can do
It
your.
was intentional. It's like it's a semantical point that if it was intentional, it by definition isn't a mistake.
You could say that they were
just kind of these things are getting out of control though. Like,
Can we go
like
back?
women are not
so-
even being educated about like things like delayed cord clamping that can have long-term health effects on a child.
Thank you. Can we go back to like the more serious conversation, or did that one die out?
Wow. I just think the medicine is improving. I don't know like how much of it is done on purpose against women. I don't think a lot of it is. Maybe some things that I'm not aware of.
Well, somebody was against like positive euthanasia earlier. I don't know if that person left, but that sounded more interesting than there's like lies and intentional mistakes and. But I don't know. That's just me though. I'd rather have the other topic.
You love it, don't you, Andrew? Come on.
Venus always says some great stuff. That was pretty funny. I thought you were going to go after the intentional lie and say it was redundant.
I did say it was redundant. Well, I said it's like an
So
oxymoron.
contradiction in terms for intentional mistake would be an oxymoron. Intentional lie would be redundant in some sense. But that's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like.
Hey, Andrew, you wouldn't kill your son for his freedom, but you would kill yourself, right?
My son for
Like if you had a son, or even just his freedom, it doesn't necessarily have to be in slavery. And let's say that the idea that you and your son have both been taken captive, and they either say, you can go free, but you have to kill your son, or we'll let your son go free, but you have to kill yourself. Which one would you do, or are neither allowed in your world?
I'd probably do neither, but maybe myself if I was to do one of them. But I wouldn't kill my son.
Well, why would that be okay? Wouldn't that be a sin? Wouldn't that be not acceptable?
What do you mean to kill myself?
Yeah. Under any circumstances, really, I would think.
Well, that's a sacrifice. Depending on how you're playing that out, that's a sacrifice. Because is the idea, so to go free, you're just going to remain captive. So that's it, right? That's the alternative. You just remain captive. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'd probably just remain captive then. But ought I kill myself? I don't know that I ought to.
So it's better to live in bondage than to sacrifice yourself, so that it's better for you and your son to live in bondage than to sacrifice yourself to go free.
Yeah, it may not be good for him for me to off myself. Even if we were both living in bondage, depending on what that looked like and for how long, and if it was in perpetuity, and if it was crazy conditions. I mean, there's a lot to consider. And what would we have, or what would he have if I was to off myself, or what kind of life would he presumably have? And what do you mean by off yourself? They give you a gun and say, okay, you have to blow your own head off, or whatever. I mean, what's being said there exactly? I think a lot of those details might matter.
Right.
But yeah, I definitely wouldn't off him, and I possibly would not off myself. And I'm saying more like the ought, what I ought to do. Or if there's no ought, it may just be the case of what would I do. And yeah, I might off myself, but yeah, never him. I don't think I ought to do that. I think I ought not off him, and I wouldn't off him. And then I'm not sure if it's an ought as far as offing myself, but I might off myself. Yeah, I think that's depending on the circumstances.
So so you think that that it would make sense that you would do something so big as to take your own life to possibly help out your son. But you think that in all circumstances of abortion, no matter what, it's wrong, because no matter how good or bad a life that child is going to have in the future, since we don't know, you're just automatically assuming that all abortions are wrong.
Well, no, I mean, I think you have to have a justification. And I think generally you're not going to have a good one. If God tells me to abort my child, for example, then I should do it. But yeah, I don't think that there's going to be few justifications that I can see your child.
Gotcha.
There's somebody asleep. Could somebody mute them?
Yeah, who is that? Let me see. Is that David? Might be David. Okay, good deal. Yeah, so Heritage, are you there, Heritage?
Yes, I'm here.
I think you came into our room. I want to say, I think I placed you. You came into our room probably 2 months ago, 3 months ago, something like that, and maybe a little more than that. And you were making the case for like the white folks, basically. You were saying that the white race is supreme and that kind of thing. Wasn't that you? And
I talked about white identity.
Yeah, but I mean, you were saying there was and then you got into. I remember the discussion was like white people have contributed to technology and they've helped advancements and all of these things.
Oh, that's you.
For sure. Yeah, I was here before. I remember you.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back, buddy.
Are you trying to make a reason for? Andrew, are you trying to make a reason for abortion?
What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? A reason for abortion? I'm just where you're connecting that.
Well, if there was one more abortion, there would be one less white supremacist.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Yeah. No. So here's the thing. Heritage is a very unusual person because he's well spoken. He's chill. He doesn't like get super fired up, but he says stuff that's extremely polarizing. And so I'm glad to have him. Yeah, no, that's good. So you're against abortion? Yeah, life starts at conception, Heritage, and no medical exception would be it, or what? On your view?
Well, yeah, I think it's just this is about that. I think you asked me this just like an hour ago, but just that, yeah, just if the mother's life is in danger.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if that was you that said that, but yeah. Well, I think we're on the same page, right?
You, Andrew, you don't hold. Wait, Andrew, do you hold to that?
Yeah.
That if the life is the life thing, then abortion is fine.
Well, I mean, some people want to argue it's not abortion. I don't try to get into that dispute, but yeah, I mean, I do think that if it comes down to saving one's life over another, then I think that's a very relevant. I mean, that's a real decision that can be made, and I think that's reasonable to go either way.
What about life of the child? What if they say that after the child is born that they're going to have a certain amount of time before they definitely die? Are you going to force that mother to carry it to term just because it's going to live through the pregnancy, even though the doctors are telling you literally it will only live a week or a month or a year? And then where's the line for that? Oh, well, if the child can live for 2 years, but then it's definitely going to die, then we're going to make her go to term. But if it's going to die after a week after pregnancy, then we'll allow her to abort it. Because then you just get
Divine, what if it lives 75 years after it's born?
Exactly. But that the whole point is that the doctor is telling you that it's not going to live 75 years.
Yeah.
They can tell you it has a terminal disease in the same way that you're saying, well, I give exceptions if I know that the mother is going to die because of this pregnancy. Then it's okay. Because as soon as you start making it okay because of something, then you're just opening the door, especially if it's medical. I can come up with 2 or 3 more medical things that if you're going to let the first medical thing go by, then why aren't you going to let the other 3 medical things go by? Unless you're passing judgment. Unless you're just saying, well, she should be able to give an abortion, and then you're making moral things. If it's just medical, then it should be about the life of the child as well, not just the life of the mother.
I'm hesitant to say that we can kill the baby at any point in that case.
So you're going to force her to take it to term, even though the child is not going to live a week after it's born.
Well, you're saying that definitively. You can't say that definitively.
But doctors can. There are definitely circumstances where doctors know that after the child is born, they can tell you, okay, within 2 months or something, that of give or take or something like that. This child is not going to live a beautiful life. It's probably going to suffer in pregnancy. If you're worried about that it has a heartbeat and has feelings, it's suffering in utero. It's going to suffer as soon as it's born, and then it's going to die. And not to mention the mental state of the mother and the physical state of the mother, and that you're forcing her to do something that she might not want to do. All because why? All for what? For that child to have a tiny little bit of life? Because life is so not the experience of life, but just the fact that life is so the sanctity of life will force you to make another human being have a terrible experience. And then the life that you're talking about will be tiny in the scope of things. So they'll have a flash of a life, suffering, and die. But that's not enough for you. You still would make her go through that experience.
Well, I'll give you my answer, and maybe Heritage can answer. I think you anesthetize, and it's also going to be that doctors can be wrong, and I believe in God. So, I mean, that's just pretty much going to be, if I was to say, hey, no, I don't think that we should be permitting somebody to be able to kill their child if they think there's some kind of, condition in which they'll only live seven days and then die, and they'll be in excruciating pain up until then. I don't think that that's something, that's a tough question. I'm not going to say that it's not, but I think that I'd probably go with, anesthetize, and then also that the doctors can be wrong, and I believe in God. So I think that's probably the kind of response I would have. I'd be kind of concerned about actively killing the baby.
What about the mental state of the woman? If the idea is that I have exceptions for the mother's life, why are you not concerned with the mother's mental state?
Yeah, because I think mental states can be, there's some healing, or there's time for that to be fixed or repaired or reversed, and it's really hard to say what's going to affect that, because it can happen either way. You could end the child's life, and bad things could happen mentally for the woman, or you could not, and bad things could happen for the woman.
So she's 3 months. She's 3 months in. She's depressed and suicidal, and she's talking about how she knows her child is not going to live, and she's that way She's that way 3 months in. You're going to force her to endure that for another 6 months, where she knows that the child is not going to live, and then also then have to deal with then losing the child. So not just the mental anguish of going through that experience for 9 months, which you're going to force her to do because you're not going to allow her to terminate this child that God is going to terminate immediately after it's born. All because why?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying my answer would still be the same. I mean,
So why are you going to make her do that?
Oh, because I don't think you should be killing humans without justification.
Right. Without justification.
Yeah.
So the child deserves to have that life.
Well, I didn't say that, did I?
No, you are. Yes, you're saying that they deserve to have a life. They don't deserve to be killed. They deserve to have that life.
No, that doesn't have to be what I'm saying. I could just say, look, whatever else is occurring, that's not the issue. The issue is that you can't end this life without a justification. I'm not saying that
Justification just means that you have a reason to do it. I mean, I don't know why you keep on saying you can't do something without a reason.
No. A justification that would actually justify it, that would make it permissible.
The child is going to die within a week or a month of being born. The mother is at 3 months and she's suicidal because she knows that. Why?
They're saying that's not good enough of a reason. That's what it's not sufficient justification.
Right, but then medically, if she's going to die, then that's okay. Then you have no moral problem with that.
So look, if it is the case,
so then you're valuing her. Aren't you valuing her life over the life of the child?
No, because you're saying no. Because look, if it's the case that the idea of removing some kind of pregnancy or the fetus in service of keeping the mother alive,
right?
That's something that by changing the environment, it is certainly probably going to kill the child. That's true, but that's not the intention. You're trying to preserve the life of the mother. It's different than saying something.
No. The intention is to end the life of the child because that's what's causing the threat to the mother. So don't muddy the waters. It's one thing.
No,
we need to end. Yet you just said I believe in pregnancy unless it's in the case of the mother's, that it's going to be terminal to the mother. she wouldn't be she wouldn't have a terminal pregnancy if she wasn't pregnant. What are you talking about?
I disagree with you, though. It's not the intention is not to end the life of the child. The mother may want the child. The doctors would like to keep it. There could be all this. That's not. That doesn't follow. That just because you have to terminate a pregnancy to save the life of the mother, that therefore the intention is to end the life of the child.
If I have to remove cancer in order for me to live, isn't the intention to remove the cancer?
Yeah, remove it, but that doesn't mean you're trying to kill it.
Oh, come on, Andrew. You're not trying to kill the cancer. You're trying to remove the cancer and relocate it. You're going to put it into the cancer relocation program.
Okay,
Obviously, the intention is to remove the fetus. Obviously, the intention is to end the...
It's not kill it is my point.
But
You're prioritizing the life of the mother over the child, correct?
I'm saying if the mother chooses to do that, she can.
No. I'm talking about your exception for medical. Your exception for the life of the mother.
I'm saying that would be put in her court. That'd be something.
No. I'm talking about you and your opinion and your idea about why it's acceptable to allow an abortion in the case of the life of the mother. The reason is because you're prioritizing the life of the mother over the child. If you weren't, you can only prioritize one, right? Right. So you are either prioritizing the life of the mother or the child. If you are allowing the mother to abort the child, you are prioritizing the life of the mother. This is not really, there's no wiggle room.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not making that choice. I'm saying
No one is saying that you're making the choice, Andrew.
Yeah, but I'm saying they get to make either choice. They can either permit it or they can let themselves die or both die or do whatever they want to do. That's what I'm saying.
But you are supportive of abortion when the life of the mother is at stake. Therefore, you are prioritizing the mother over the life of the child.
I'm supportive of their decision.
Yes, which means that you are supportive of them doing it.
If they choose to do it.
Yes.
Obviously, Andrew, you are saying if they choose to do it, as if it's some objection to what Divine is saying. Of course, that's already applied.
Yeah, but I don't understand what his. I don't get what his. I mean, I hear
what he's saying. He's trying to say something like you think it's a sufficient justification if it's death of the mother, but you don't find it in the case of which is like suicidal and the child's going to die 2 weeks later. And given that the child is guaranteed to die, you would be valuing the life of the mother over the child because the death of the mother is sufficient for the moral justification of the abortion. But that's not the case for the death of the child. I think that's the vibe.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a tough deal because for myself, if I was in that kind of situation, that'd be kind of a different deal. Like I think that I might be more risky on something like that. But for somebody else, if it's something where you just say, look, it is the case that the baby's going to be born and have all these whatever conditions or problems, and it is the case that historically 100% of the time the baby has died, then, it is the case that the mother should be able to terminate that baby. Well, I mean, I just don't, that's not something that I'm in favor of, again, because I do think that people can be wrong, and it is the case that I believe in God, and, I mean, I would anesthetize and do what I can to prevent the pain, but that's it. That's the best I can do. Now, for the mother, and for the sake of the mother, I agree that that's an exception that you say, well, why draw it there? Well, it just is. It is. If it's reasonable that the mother is losing her life or in danger of immediate danger of losing her life, and that's a very reasonable thing to believe, that she should be able to terminate the baby if it is the case that would save her life. I do think that's a fair exception.
Yeah, but what if in the case of the baby 2 weeks later, it was like guaranteed they're gonna die? Like God Himself told me the child's gonna die 2 weeks later.
Well, then, yeah, that's interesting. I think when you do the God Himself thing, I have issues kind of with that, Venus, because I don't know how you would know. I mean, God presumably know how to convince you that He told you that, but I don't know how you would know with some kind of.
No, but this is just like a thought experiment where I can stipulate anything. The point is, I'm just trying to isolate whether you think that it would have been a good enough of a reason to abort if the child died, but given realities of doubt, the doubt makes it such that it's not justified. But it's the presence of the doubt that makes it unjustifiable. So I'm just asking, had the doubt not been there, would in that case the abortion been justified? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I think even if you don't have doubt, you could still be wrong, right? So.
No, by doubt had, I mean it's guaranteed to happen.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that I believe that kind of. I don't know. Do you think that's even possible?
Well, you
I
said
understand
people
you
can
No,
be
but-
wrong. You said
but it's
people can
not-
be wrong, and I believe in God. Was the point. You said people can be wrong. and
Yeah,
I believe in
that's
God.
correct.
So now he's coming in and he's removing both of those things. He's basically saying,
No,
well,
I understand.
He's utilizing that.
Right. I was just.
So now you know that the child is going to die. It's not
Yeah,
a question
I
of,
understand.
well, maybe he'll live 75
Yeah, but I
years.
think God has set this. I think that we're in a world that this is the actual world. So I don't think that we can. The problem I have, Venus, and this is kind of a separate.
Yeah, but we're talking about a possible world. We're not talking about the
I
actual.
understand. But I think that if you changed that up, I think that it would be as such that potentially the whole moral framework of everything could be changed. It could be the case that what we're actually dealing with is different, and it would be just different. I might have different commitments, and the moral law may be different. There could be a whole lot of stuff different. I just don't think that that's possible in this world, as far as I can tell. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe you could convince me of that. I have not been able to understand how it is that somebody could have infallible knowledge, in such a way that they can know that they have infallible knowledge. That it is the case that they couldn't be wrong about what they're saying. I don't know how to do that. I understand people want to secure that with God or something like that, but I don't even see with God, given I believe in God, I still don't think that's possible. So, do you see what I'm saying?
I just
It's
saying,
kind of hard.
are you saying it's impossible, as in there is no possible world in which you could ever be certain of that? Are you just saying that you don't like to answer questions about possible worlds, you just like to stick to what's in the actual
No.
world?
I love
Like a big-
hypothetical possible. I love all that. But what I'm saying is like, it's like. Let me give an example. And I can't remember what I was talking to Sully about, but Sully gave this example where it was like, well, let's just say that this wasn't the case. And I'm like, well, no. I mean, I can do that, but you're asking me to put myself in a hypothetical where literally all these fundamental things about reality that would be relevant. You're basically saying those things aren't there. Okay, well then, sure. I mean, I can answer, but I don't see how it imports back into the real world. Like, what bearing you can say.
Because I'm just trying to figure out whether you ultimately value equally the life of the child and the mother, and so.
I see.
That's why I'm like isolating the doubt factor.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. If you just want to know, I mean, I can just tell you. I mean, as far as I can, my own assessment of what my commitments are, I do think that they're both equal of value. And I mean, maybe not to different people at different times. That could be relative to a person, but I'm just saying, as far as value-wise, yeah, I don't make the distinction.
But there seems to be another thing where you do make a distinction, because you're saying the presence of doubt in the child dying 2 weeks later is sufficient. Well, that's what you point to say that it's not justified to abort the child there, but the mother dying from having the child, that's not 100% either.
I agree.
I agree. There's a possibility, right? But even with the presence of doubt, then you're fine with the abortion.
I agree. I no, and that's fair, and that's why I conceded earlier. I think that's a fair. That's something I'm just conceding. I think that's the most reasonable, because it may not be immediate that she's like dying, literally in the act of dying, and then so you're like, I have to do something to prevent that. It could be that she's going to die shortly, or it's going to be very, very deleterious to her. And I still would say that should be able to be a choice of the mother. And yeah, I grant that you could just say, well, why stop it there? I mean, it's just it is where I've stopped it. I might be able to cinch that up more, but I think that as of now, that's like the only exception that I would really be in favor of. And it might be hard to say why exactly it's right there, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable with it when you start opening up this idea, well, the baby is determined to die in a week or 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever, so therefore, should we terminate it to prevent it from having
Do
these
you think those babies have a good life?
No, probably not. No.
Because there are plenty of babies that do fall into this criteria that die immediately after birth. What do you think the point of their lives are?
Well, that's a different question. I mean, that's hard to know. That's kind of like something I don't even know. I mean, I would
So
just
there
say,
might not even be like a point of that life of that little child being alive for 2
well, I
weeks?
mean, I don't think. I mean, considering my theistic worldview, I don't think God is not using these things and isn't aware of it. I mean, He's aware of it, and there's some utility that's going to be brought out of that, even though it is the case, but it's tragic from a certain standpoint. Yeah, I just believe that God is using that, being able to demonstrate what the good is. I wouldn't be able to do that necessarily. I don't have any special information on that.
But if you had a really good friend whose girlfriend went and got an abortion behind his back, and he's over at your house and he's crying, you would tell him, I'm sure, hey, I don't know why, blah, 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 but ultimately, God has a plan. I'm sure that he had a reason for this happening, and, that he's going to use, like, that's what you would say to that guy, right? At that moment, you would, that's how you would use your faith.
I don't know if that would be my console. I don't know if I would console in that way.
If he's saying to you why, would she do this? Why is this happening? Why would God allow this? Why did God allow her to do this to me? What did you say?
Well, why did God? Oh, I just say I don't know. I don't know.
You said you don't know why. And then okay, do you think God wanted this to happen? Why would God take my child from me? Why would He allow this woman to do this?
I don't think He wanted it that, and I'd say He permitted it that. I think He wanted it that.
Okay, so why would He permit this woman to do this? Why would He permit? I didn't even know about it. She didn't tell me. Why would He allow this? He loves me.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be insensitive to the fact. Obviously, she did something by her own free will and whatnot. I mean, I wouldn't be insensitive to the fact that he's hurting right now, and I'm not going to start getting. That seems a little too. That seems a little bit too cold, and it's not like I'm going to start busting out a theodicy.
Right, but in your worldview, since God allowed it, He must have a reason for it. It must serve Him in some way. He's allowing it to happen.
Yeah, He will use it. It's not like He wanted them to do that. It's not like it's a good thing that they did it. They violated somebody could have been violated a moral law to do whatever, but God can use that.
Okay.
I do want to give the Grand Inquisitor rest. I do want to give Heritage Harold a chance to come back in. Are you there, Heritage? Are you there, buddy? Heritage. Okay. Yeah. So, what's your view on euthanasia, Mr. Venus?
Oh, I'm pro positive euthanasia.
Have you seen that Death Machine? That
the one in the Netherlands. The one in the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
The Suicide Pod, or whatever.
Yeah, I've seen that one. That was pretty good. But
Yeah,
I mean, morally, I think that it's not merely like conditions or diseases like what was it called, FOP, where damaged muscles regrow as like bones. It's not only for like conditions like that, but I'm also for like severe depression, provided that the patient has had like sufficient time to ponder and think about it. Like it's not like a mere phrase that they receive positive euthanasia. But as like a legal strategy, I would probably just argue for the extreme pain cases to get that legalized initially, and then maybe in the future expand it to like suicide. So expand it to like severe cases of depression or existential angst.
What do you think, Venus? What do you think about somebody giving up their autonomy? I wanted to ask you this. Just remind me of that. Giving up their autonomy out of because of some BDSM, whatever the case may be, fetish they have, they want to give up their autonomy irrevocably for a night.
For like a mere night or like for life? For a second.
Well, I think we start adding on to it, right? But start with a night.
Like an entire night?
Yeah, an entire night.
And is it like an open possibility what might happen, or is it like a rule?
Well, I mean, you can't. There's certain laws, obviously, right? Like you can't break the law. You can't like kill them or anything like that. But they have to listen to you. They have to obey you within limits and do things. Whatever, eat and sleep and do whatever it is that you tell them to do. Pineapple.
Yeah, that was safe word.
For like
yeah, exactly. But no safe words. There's nothing that'll get you out of it, right?
For like a day, I mean, I don't.
You think
I don't see why.
You think that's morally acceptable?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Like what?
What if somebody said like a year?
I mean, I think it is moral in a year, with the caveat that the person himself who gave up the autonomy, if they wanted to revoke that or end the deal, they wouldn't be doing anything immoral in doing so.
Well, at the end of the year, is that what you said?
No, like a day later or something if they changed their mind.
Oh, so but that's the whole thing, right? Like it's an irrevocable.
But if it's like, if it's like some, I don't know, some high tech or something that just makes that impossible, probably if it's like I'm probably gonna have more reservation. I mean, definitely for like life, like until they die, that I would take issue. That I would
say no. Yeah.
That I would find.
I got you. No, I appreciate that, man. It's appreciated.
I mean, unless it's like a case where their fetish not being satisfied
Right.
puts them in a pain that is akin to people who have like diseases that I would be fine with for post euthanasia. Unless like there's like some kind of like intense pain by not having that fetish realized.
Sure.
Probably would have I would take issue for life. Probably with a year as well, but probably like a day, no.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I like that. I like what you're saying there. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, it's very good. So, and you're in favor of, you said on the abortion, you're all 9, so partial birth could be acceptable?
No, probably have like up to 24 weeks, around the 20 range, somewhere in the 20 range. But for like special cases, like if the child has like Down syndrome or are likely to develop some kind of a disease where they have to like live with like constant like extreme pain and suffering, I have no problem even if it's like post-birth at like any point in the pregnancy and in those cases.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Very cool. Well, let's see if there's anybody that wants to be opposed to that.
The whole thing about the number of weeks is that it still gets back to the life of the child, because you're not saying that the mother can say, hey, even though it's past these amount of weeks, look at the health of the child, look at what type of life he might live if I am forced to give birth. Because again, that's the whole reason why I was talking about what are you prioritizing, the life of the mother or the life of the child, what type of life either one of them are going to have, and what power you're giving to the mother to actually make that decision, as far as she doesn't want to bring a child into this world that's not going to be able to walk, or that's not going to have normal mental functions. So, because it's just very broad to say, well, past these weeks, because that's after these weeks it's a this. Obviously have your lines, but then again, if you have one exception, that opens up the door for all different types of reasons.
I think it's only like a problem if you have like one exception, that it opens up all kinds of reasons. If you're some kind of like a generalist about ethics, in which you could like extrapolate from one exception to another, but if you're like some kind of a particularist,
which is what I kind of am too, really.
I'm like a particularist. Well, I'm like a moral anti-realist, but when I say like ethics, I just mean things like things that would be out of accord with like my desire or like state of affairs that I would desire not to happen or something. So
Well, the life of the mother means physically, literally, you have to prove that if she is forced to give birth, she is definitely going to die. Is that what life of the mother means?
Sorry, who are you asking?
Well, sorry, I guess I'll stop asking these questions. The idea that it doesn't open up a slippery slope to more questions, I disagree with, and here's how I'll try to put it. Just as the person asked Andrew before, well, nothing is certain, so what, 99% she's going to die, but if there's 1%, then we are going to force her to go through with it, because then that means that then the child could live and she also could live. What if the doctor says that it's a 50% chance? What if the doctor says that there's only a 25% chance that she could die? Does that mean that that doesn't qualify for your litmus test of life of the mother? So yes, so that's one example in one example, as far as that when you say yes, more questions make you further, refine your point, and unless you really have, a 100% guarded line, you're going to keeping on getting pushed, because all of the different examples are going to get more and more nuanced, and then you're going to be either forced to hold your line or move it.
Right. That just seems to apply to everybody. I'm not sure. Like, surely do you have like a cutoff period for when you would regard like abortion as non-acceptable? You would like to see some legal legalities around it.
Non-acceptable to me morally is different than legally acceptable. Legally acceptable.
No, sure.
I'm almost like annoyingly like Selah, where I'm like, I find it hard to tell somebody else what they can do with their body. I don't like the idea of a woman who's about to give birth 2 minutes before it's alive saying that she's going to abort it. I think that that's morally that's disgusting, and I don't support it in any way other than when we move to law. And what I'm going to say, that a group of people get together and make rules and say that this other person is not allowed to do that. That's where it gets wishy-washy. That's where it gets problematic for me to legally impose my will when we're talking about life. And that's my whole point about the 50% rule. What if one doctor says she'll definitely die, but then 2 doctors says that she has a 50% chance? Are you still going to allow her underneath your moral framework to have an abortion? That's the kind of questions that more haunt me. If that was a non-answer enough.
I think.
No, but what if she's like nine months pregnant and she wants an abortion? Then still legally you would say I'm not for like any kind of like state involvement, like any kind of coercion.
I think right now in my legal framework, I don't think the state has any right to step in at any point. At this point, that's where I am legally. Morally, I'm against. Okay.
But if the baby is just born and she wants to like post-birth abort it, then you're fine with the state stepping.
Then I go along with that. It's kind of like the murder of a separate individual at that point after birth, I guess.
What if it's still separate, still connected to the umbilical?
What if the cord? Yeah. What if, yeah.
Then I'd have to go and do some research and see like the viability. That's where I go to. I'm like, well, but if they disconnected it, like it's still connected to her, but is it alive by itself? And they just or does it need to be connected to her for a certain amount of time, or else it will die? That's the detail I would want to get. Because it's the whole idea whether or not like the whole idea also about the life of the mother is that at that point the child is kind of like almost like parasite, because the whole thing that's causing her the life of the mother peril is the pregnancy. That's why I was honing down on you, Andrew, about that's what the reason for the termination is, or the reason for the procedure is to terminate the cancer, and the cancer in this moment is the pregnancy. It's the cancer on her life, and regardless, pardon the terminology, but if you just fucking accept the words that I'm using, then it makes more sense. The cancer on her is the pregnancy, and it needs to be removed. And then that's why, if it doesn't, she'll die. Hence why you have the exception for the life of the mother. But you don't think of a child as that, right?
I think
Only when it's really going to kill the person. If it's really going to kill the person, then it's a cancer and it's a parasite that's acceptably.
Well, I don't look at it like cancer. Yeah, it's a weird way to put it, but I'll just say this: Venus is pointing out, though, and I think it's just going to be the case that you're going to have lines around where your acceptability stops. That it's going to be, you could be pressed hard on those lines, and I think that, if you're going to say, well, it's the umbilical cord, or, so, okay, well, then while it's still connected to the umbilical cord, then a woman could just be in the middle of giving labor as the baby's coming out, as the baby's crowning, she could just take a gun and shoot the baby right in the head. It'd be completely acceptable to do that, right? If it's her baby, her choice, she can kill her own baby. Right?
No, I guess once it's outside of her, even if it's still connected, then I'm going to go back. I'm going to reconsider that.
Okay.
Although it's murder anyway. It's murder on the inside.
What if she literally just starting to do it? It's not, the baby hasn't crested. There's no crowning. It's just the kid. Yep.
Yeah. And this is how annoyed you felt when I asked you this question.
Exactly.
I beg for forgiveness. I seek forgiveness.
Yeah. The Grand Inquisitor must repent.
Yes.
Yeah, it's rough, and I just think that they're gonna have that kind of issue with a lot of different things that we're committed to, and you're gonna have to do a cutoff at some point. Now, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a tough deal. I think yeah, I don't know. Have you ever been pro-life at all, Venus, or have you gotten progressively more pro-choice over the years, or where you?
No, I've never been pro-life. Never been pro-life. I didn't even hear about like pro-life was like a thing until I first got into like online debating and stuff, and I figured out that people hold this position. Like in Scandinavia, it's like so widely held to be pro-choice that it's like it's not like a debate thing. It's not like something you hear on the news or something like in the United States.
Yeah, that's wild. Are you?
How long has that been a godless country?
Oh yeah.
Probably like post World War II, I think.
Are you sympathetic to antinatalism?
What?
No, not really. Wait, are you no, Albedo couldn't be an antinatalist.
No, hell no. I'd like probably the opposite.
Yeah, you're not like a Christian, are you? No? I don't know the evolution. Because each time I leave and then I come back like two atheists, I become theist like each time. So I always have to make sure. Because the other day I saw Himity with like a cross and like Oriental Orthodox things. Did he become a Christian?
No.
Nice.
Islam first.
Wait, who's the next one in line to become a theist, Andrew?
Albedo.
No.
You want to know the real answer? Sasha.
It's
Maybe.
Sasha?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, hopefully, God willing, right? No. I don't know. There's a few people that are sympathetic. What's that? That lady's name that hangs out with Barth? What's her name? Canary or?
Is it Naira? Mimi?
Is it Naira? Yeah, but she hasn't. I guess she's always been with Diaz. Yeah, but she went from Islam to.
No, she went from Christian to Islam back to Christianity.
There we go. So Christian first, and yeah, that's fine. I didn't know that part. At least I don't remember that. But
yeah, I met her when she was a Christian, and then actually I think I met her in your room.
Interesting. Come up, Rico. Come up, pal of Lecol. But yeah, so are you back, Heritage? And if not, Benji, are you ready to tell Venus why he shouldn't kill babies? He's an atheist, so not be a god. You know, the right to choose.
God makes you have the right to choose.
Oh, hey, Angelique, you want to say something and then you want to leave. What does that mean? Why wouldn't you want to say something and stick around? But no, go ahead, Angelique.
Hi everybody. I meant that I don't want to stick around here the whole day. So yeah, I want to just bring like a fresh perspective on this whole debate. First of all, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. So in the circles that I move and in my worldview, children pick their parents. So it means that the consciousness, when it comes to its world, has decided who will be their parents. So by that view, if the baby is then aborted or the fetus is aborted, it is by the choice of that soul, basically. So it takes the whole emotional thing out of it, because if a mother decides to have abortion, she's not actually the one making the decision. That is the decision of the soul is carrying. So in that sense, it doesn't make sense for people to be like, abortion's wrong, abortion's right. In the end, it's that soul deciding whether they want to continue with this incarnation or if they decide to leave prematurely. So I can understand that it might be a controversial opinion.
Yeah, I'd say.
But
Wait, are you pretending to know what the soul wants before it's born? That's ridiculous.
I'm not willing to say that I know what the soul wants. What I'm saying is, all souls choose. Like you chose your parents, you chose the conditions that you were born under, because you decided that you will learn something from it, or you wanted to have that experience.
No, I agree with you more. That is what I tell my son. I just think that what's going to happen is that any theist who's going to disagree with you has just equally as a ridiculous an idea about what happens either before and or after death. But no. Understand. I literally share this woman's ridiculous belief. That's kind of like my point. I tell my son that he chose us, and I do believe that we have spirit interactions before. But that's my whole point. If you believe not that and laugh at that, but then you do believe in the cross and the this and the resurrection and the Easter Bunny and all the things that you think, well, of course this happened. You don't realize that you sound just as ridiculous as the people that you laugh at. But anyway, thank you for that share.
I don't have either of those views, so I'm unable to laugh at.
No, but you're still a theist, though.
Yeah. No, if you believe in
I
nothing,
believe
then
this
you're
like spooky
the
soul
worst.
stuff.
You're the worst.
No, but you're still a theist, Bill.
Yeah, that's different. I guess like there's two things I would wonder is like some of these kids they seem like, oh, I don't really like this. It's very strange to think that ahead of time they chose it, knowing like maybe like what may occur, and then they get their ass whooped like until they die or something.
Wait for the woman who believes in that we choose. Like, is this like? Do you actually believe that, or are you just like giving like a perspective that there are people out there who believe this?
This is my worldview. I
see. Is it like part of some religion or like a broader system of beliefs, or did you just like end up believing in this like one thing?
I would probably say that it has its roots in spirituality. Like there are many people in different spiritual beliefs that believe the same thing. So you might find New Agers believe the same, you might find pagans believe the same. So it's not specific to any spiritual practice, but it has a broad audience. So I just hope this perspective can help some people that are struggling with whether it's wrong or right. This kind of perspective.
I
to really
think-
think about it.
I think with all due respect, I think people who are like struggling with that debate like struggle more with this debate with like spirits and the other world. And I think that would be like a bigger struggle than like an ethical question about abortion.
I think for Christians, it's not a difficult question whether they are spirits or other worlds or souls. So I think those that would have the biggest problem with it
Yeah,
would probably be
but-
atheists.
No, but like Christians usually have like doctrines. Like, they can't just like adopt like random pagan beliefs with like additions. So they're probably like equally as opposed.
Okay, but as a former Christian, I can tell you that many Christians question things. They do read their scriptures. They do listen to what their preachers are saying, but they are questioning. So,
That's true, but
Yeah.
but the point is that if they're committed to their Christians, they would end up adopting these beliefs. But yeah, there are like Christians bordering on agnosticism. There are like all kinds of Christians out there.
yeah,
I just said generally a Christian would have as much of a problem with this probably as like everybody else.
I'm not going to argue. Yeah, I think it has a spectrum, so it's yes and no.
Maybe Albedo would adopt this belief though. Given that he's
Yeah, he
atheist.
might. He adopts everything. He might. Angelique, how did you?
Is that why you can't?
Angelique, how did you come to believe this? Like, why why would you think that that's true? Where you said about the babies choosing, we choose our parents and all that stuff. Why would you believe that?
Okay, so I have come to this understanding many years ago. So how we are free to choose what we want to believe, right? So this was just something that I heard, and it made sense to me, and it also, in a sense, made me understand that the conditions that I'm living in right now, if I hate it, it's because of my thinking. It's because of what I chose to experience. So in my present life, where I'm at, I chose this. I'm going through this because I decided I wanted to experience this, etc. So that's me now as a grown-up. What I experienced as a child was because I decided. What I experienced then as an infant was because I decided. So it just goes back and back and back and back. So that's what's just like naturally following the progression of thought. If I'm experiencing it now, I experienced it as a teenager, as a child, as an infant. It's the same kind of thinking. So I really understand that now I'm experiencing the life I'm experiencing because of what are my decisions and what I chose. And before I incarnated here, I decided I wanted to experience, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, it's just like a natural progression of thoughts that took me back there. Plus, I heard it somewhere, so I heard it, but it made sense.
Okay.
Wait,
Andrew doesn't like this because that makes you too much like God. So God can do that. It can be the mind of God, and God can think about things before He gets here. God can have all these things, but He doesn't like when human beings
God
overly
think
assist.
about things before he gets here. What are you talking about?
What do you? Wait, no.
What are
I'm
Hey, Jesus
you
did think about
from
things
the
before he
man
got
and
here.
dragon.
I'm sorry. Didn't God have a plan for Jesus before He got here?
You said God can think about things before he got here. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm using the Christian doublespeak where we go back and forth between God being one thing and then God being separate entities. And I go back and forth depending on how it serves my argument at the time. Is that not allowed? That's what I learned in this room, Andrew.
God being
I'm just
separate.
using
Well, hopefully, you've been learning from somebody other than myself. What do you mean separate?
Jesus is separate than God. Jesus talks to God. God sent Jesus here. They are separate, and then they're also one.
Jesus is God.
I know, Andrew. Are you not?
he means the Father. He means the
I'm
Father.
saying, yeah. So what I'm saying is that you have a problem with her saying the thing like human beings, us individuals, made these choices before we got here, because that puts us too close to like a godly realm where God is up there making decisions about what's going to happen before it happens, how He's going to send Himself, and so He made the choice to make the decision to have the plan for
Yeah.
Jesus before.
That's-
It's not like Jesus happened and then God made
Yeah.
the plan for Jesus afterwards. So why you have a hard time understanding what I'm saying?
That's not my issue. That's not my issue. My issue with what she said is that I didn't even necessarily said I had an issue. I asked her
But
what
I knew
she
you did.
believed.
I'm just saying
No,
I
but
know
hold
what
on.
your issue.
But hold on. Hold on. I want to know why. It isn't the case that I think there's a problem with it. It could be. She might have a good reason, or maybe I might even think it's a good reason for, us believing that that babies did pre-exist and chose their parents. Okay, I mean maybe so, but I just want to know what motivates the belief. That's all I was asking. I'm not saying that somehow, therefore, there's an issue having pre-existence. I don't believe in that. I have reason to believe that's not the case, but I want to know why she believes it is the case. That's what I was asking. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, wouldn't I don't know, like children who get like raped by their parents and like caged and like tortured and parents do like the most kind of like messed up stuff. Wouldn't that like count against this like hypothesis that we like choose
Yes,
our
I
parents?
think so.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
Not
Yeah,
really.
and that is what-
People have chosen to have worse things done to them after.
yeah,
they're
but
born.
the scale though, the scale divine, the scale of how many babies end up with Ebola and their parents dying in front of them, and Harlequin's disease or whatever the case may be, just horrible stuff that occurs. I on a large scale, I think it's very impractical or very unrealistic to say that all of these babies chose
Or they
that.
just like
Be
they're
that-
looking ahead and they're just like,
Oh, but God chose.
I really
it.
like that like ass
No.
whooping looks great. I think they'll have it.
Right, but it makes sense
Yeah.
to say that God chose it and allowed
Divine, you're
them.
trying to do. You're looking. That's kind of like a whataboutism, or
It's not a whataboutism. We're literally talking
Yeah.
about what people choose and not, and whether or not they have the power to choose it. So this idea of like, oh my God, I can't
Yeah.
believe that souls would want to go through this pain, and then at the same time you'll flip it and say, but God allows it to happen because it's for
It
them.
doesn't mean God thinks people want to go through it. I don't understand what that means.
So
I-
because so God's not choosing it to happen, but He's allowing it to happen.
No, I didn't say God's not choosing it. I said it
God's
doesn't
allowing
mean
all these terrible
He
things to
doesn't-
happen to these kids.
No, I'm saying it doesn't mean that they want it to happen. It's not like they enjoy it. I think God's aware, considering He knows people's mental states. He knows that people don't like the situations they're in. I don't
But
think
don't you
that's
see,
an issue.
the argument is why would they put themselves through that? This is like the ridiculousness of the argument that just made. Why would the souls choose to go through? Why would a child choose to starve in Africa?
That's different
Why
than
would
why
I
God.
can explain that.
I'm being sarcastic. I haven't finished my point yet.
Yeah, but
That's the whole
that's different than why God would choose. But that's different than why God would
It's-
choose it, though.
It's
Right.
actually not, unless you're making exceptions for him. That's my point. You
No.
make exceptions for
No,
God.
she's saying the kids self-select where they
I
go.
understand that,
In the
but
worldview of a
the
Christian,
outrage,
God
the
sets
outrage
up.
is like, why would this be allowed to happen? Why would you put yourself
No,
through this?
that's not it. You're missing the objection. The objection is who would self-inflict that kind of life upon themselves. Weird. That's the point.
I understand that.
Well, let the nice Latino woman.
I agree.
explain why.
Go ahead, Angelique.
So we don't grow when we're living comfortably, right? If we're living comfortably, the possibility that we grow or expand or accomplish something new is much lower than if we're living in adversity and we're living a tough life, right? So this is the reason why people choose to go through things like that, because our reality, our existence shapes our personality and it shapes our character. So if someone would choose to go through a horrible thing, whether they made that decision together with God or not, I think somewhere in the Hebrew scriptures it says that the soul and God sits down and discusses before the soul comes down, I think. But so the reason is that if we all just had a wonderful life, if we all just chose to live happily ever after, there wouldn't be growth. There would be very little growth. If you didn't have to go to work to feed people, etc., what would motivate you to go to work? Your job sucks, you wouldn't go to work in the first place. So the reason why we're experiencing things that are tough and evil in the eyes of other people is so that it causes us to grow. It builds our character.
How does the
God would never force any suffering on anybody just for the benefit
no,
of
but how would this growth? No, but this growth. But this growth thing, how does that explain like the 2-year-old who was just like mass raped by their father and then killed? Like, how did that help them grow?
Yeah, how did the baby itself grow, and why is the baby choose? If the baby could choose something, you're saying the baby's choosing it because it helps them grow. How are they growing? Are you saying reincarnation, or what's your what are you putting out?
Also, let's say at the point where the fetus is not, I believe the fetus is not conscious from the beginning. At a stage, the consciousness comes into this fetal body, alright? So, at the stage pre-consciousness, when abortion takes place, I believe it could be because that specific soul backs out of this condition that they had decided on before. If the consciousness is within the body, let's say late-term abortion, that soul either chose to go through that process for whatever reason, whatever it gives them, whatever experience it is it gives them. So that's my reason for saying the baby chooses the parents, the baby chooses whether he wants to be aborted.
But what about
Hold
about the rape?
How do they
We're
choose
talking about the rape.
when you create that they're not conscious?
Because their consciousness exists somewhere else. The Christians will understand what I'm saying. Their consciousness exists with God at that point.
No, when they become a baby.
Their spirit, it's spirit consciousness, not their body.
So are you saying you're always conscious?
Yes.
Okay, well I didn't hear you say that earlier.
The spirit is eternal,
Yeah.
No, but that's fine. But like, what about the baby that gets like raped at 2 years old and then just killed? Like, how does the growth?
She already explained that. She already explained that. She said the soul chooses to go through that experience for an experience reason, just like Earth is like a testing ground, or Earth is an experience chamber, or Earth is a VR machine. Either way, you make the choice before you get here, just like in a video game, before you incarnate into a character, you decide what you're going to wear, you decide in your mind how long you're going to play. You exist before you actually go into the character of the game, and that's all that this existence is. We are playing characters. But our soul, the soul is the main thing. The physical body is just the avatar when we turn on the Xbox.
Okay, so is the idea here supposed to be that the baby who gets raped at like 2 years old and then killed by the father right there at 2 years old, like the soul?
Oh, now he's killed by the father. This is getting worse. This is getting worse for this dude.
No. I always said killed. No. Because the point was if the 2-year-old baby just got like raped by the father, you could always say, well, that experience led them later in life to become like tougher or have a tougher skin or something.
Or the kid dies, and the father, immediately afterwards repents and goes to Christ, and then God used that experience to bring that father.
No. But there's no Christ here. I'm not talking about the choosing.
I was doing an answer. Sorry, I was doing an answer where you could just justify the terrible thing afterwards.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, the child dead is like killed, boom. Like, why would that child, like, first of all, how does the child benefit from the adversary dead? Like, the child is raped and then killed right away.
Maybe prison, maybe Earth in this experience is a prison, and the longer that you live is how long your prison sentence is. And some people have to have a very short prison sentence, and maybe that's why people die young.
Yeah, but the baby could have chosen to be aborted then and like never live.
No. That's the whole point. No, they had to. No. That wasn't part of their. That would be a lesser prison sentence. Their prison sentence was that they did have to be alive for 2 years and go through this terrible thing, and that they get to die. Their sentence is only for 2 years. Those poor people.
No, but they pick.
They're picking out of. They're still prisoners, and they get to pick what type of prison sentence they could have gone to this planet. I mean, again, we're starting to get into fantasy, not like the hardcore religion, which is obviously based in fact. This one is just bringing up some, spirituality, which is just crazy out there stuff. But yeah, who knows why we picked? Who knows what Earth is? Who knows why this experience is happening? Who knows what happened before? And who knows what happens afterwards? We're just kind of, comparing screens at this point. So it could be anything. Logic. You can't start logicking ridiculousness at some point. You try to understand, but you can't.
No, I agree with the logicking thing, but it just sounds like all the hypotheses that we pick, we wouldn't expect people to get like mistreated by their parents. At least mistreated in ways that like rule out any future benefits from the mistreatment.
Yeah, that's kind of like a Rob argument where he's like, well, I would would expect the God to be like this, and since he's not like that, then that must mean he's not a God. You know, like that's you can have a limited framework, but that doesn't mean it brings any less validity to the claim.
No, I mean, there's like, I don't think there's any problem with like doing arguments from like divine psychology like that. But in this case, it's not. We're not like theorizing about like God's mind. Like we're theorizing about our own minds. Like this is like we wouldn't pick. We're talking about like humans choosing it, which we have like way better.
Souls, spirits, eternal spirits, and human beings. We are not necessarily human, and we're probably most certainly not human after we die. If you think about it, God's not a human. Everything else is not human. Human is just a type of animal, and you don't even want to say that God made human beings out of apes. You want to say God made human beings out of clay, and then have this whole argument about that. Well, even though our DNA is 98 or 90% the same as these primates, God didn't use the primates at all. Like just looking at it on its face, that kind of doesn't make sense. So you're already getting into an imaginary land of like he created us, but he didn't create us from the exact same thing that's also on the planet that looks exactly like us. That scientists say we share 90% of DNA. You can't even accept that because you don't want to be called a primate or I didn't come from apes. It's just like the cognitive dissonance is
Yeah, but like it doesn't matter if you don't want to call it a human. Surely the way you reason, like I mean, I don't know. I would need more like meat on the hypothesis, but the way when you were like choosing your parents, like the way you were thinking then is going to be akin to how you think now. If it's like radically different, then it's not going to be reassuring or any different because like the you who chose and the you now are. There's going to be like a breach of identity because the way you were thinking then has nothing to do with like how you think now. So
right,
like
you're thinking it from someone here as like, oh my God, it's so terrible if I saw something happen like that to a 2-year-old, or if blah blah blah. But you're just one of the avatars in the game. When I go and load up my game, as soon as I load up, some guy comes and punches me in the face and shoots me and says you're dead. I have no feeling about it. It's not like, oh my God, I just had a bad experience. So it could be that even though you and I are here and we see the 2-year-old and the terrible thing happening, that the actual experience of the soul, when it's before being here and after being here, it doesn't think of it as like this terrible experience. It thinks of it of like, oh look, I logged in and this happened. Oh look, I logged in and this happened. It's us that are here that it is in our best interest, to not do that to a 2-year-old because I don't want to feel like a bad person and I don't want that to happen to my 2-year-old. So it makes sense for me here. We're talking about an eternal soul.
But it's not like your consciousness itself here on Earth is itself like a product of the Uber consciousness controlling it. Surely, like the idea is like the consciousness is the same, just like the flesh that like now you're like manifesting in flesh.
It's the same, but the reason that you come here is to have the experience. In order to do that, you have to forget that you're everything. That's why people can have the experience of God, and so many people do, and that's why I lean on the side of that there is God, because ultimately we all are connected to the same thing. It's once you come down out of that spiritual realm and start to talk to people and then start to control them that you have to have different names for different gods and different things, and then we have different territories, and then I need to kill you and I need to have resources. That's not what it's about. It's about that before any of the human division, that there is a unity that happens. Then you do have something of what you would call an individual spirit that is trying to progress its spiritual growth. And if that involves coming to Earth and having a great and wonderful, or long, or terrible short experience, that is what you are choosing, just like you're picking courses in college.
Right, but like if I could pick courses in college and like I would pick like a course that has like a serial rapist as like the
again, you are operating from the framework of already being the avatar, saying what the soul would pick. Once you are not the avatar and you are the soul, you're looking at the experiences differently. You're not looking at this is a bad experience that I don't want to have. To her point, the more challenging of an experience, which most people would agree in your own life after being alive, the more challenging of an experience you have, if you are able to get through it and overcome it, you generally have a certain amount of physical, mental, and financial growth. You at least have one of those by overcoming something that you. Go ahead.
Sure,
That's what-
sure. I get the point. What you're saying is like in Avatar mode, the way you think and evaluate the framework is radically different from when you're the like pre-incarnate Unity or whatnot, and
That's
you're
what
gonna
makes
go
it
back
look
to
like-
that,
Yeah.
and then you're gonna go back to that Unity once you die, and then you're gonna like look at it completely radically different. I get that. That's
In the same way
that's-
that when I'm playing the video game, I have no problem running people over on the sidewalk.
right, but that's not.
That's what I came to do,
that's
bro.
the-
That's what I came to do. I came to
See-
kill hookers and run people over on the sidewalk.
No, but see that I think there's a disanalogy there because like when you're playing GTA, you're still using the framework you have outside of GTA to control the movement, strategize, shoot, aim, pick which missions you're gonna do.
But
You
I
just-
disassociate,
you
I
just run
disassociate
out
my
and-
own character. I disassociate my character, and I just use that framework to take on the character of my avatar. And so therefore, now I've moved into this new framework where all of these new things are allowed, and all of the ideas of what are good and bad are completely different.
So what I think is going on there is like you're just like role playing. It's the same thing as like when you're playing a role in a movie. In that case, you're gonna play a character.
Exactly.
Let's say,
That's-
but
and
but you're
Angelique,
still
isn't that
but
kind
you're
of what you
still-
think, that we're role players, Angelique?
But-
That's kind of what we're doing.
But you're still using your own framework to strategize how to play that role. And you wouldn't do.
And we are
you
in
wouldn't
God's
take-
image. We are like
No,
God.
divine,
we are more. Wait, let me talk. Let me talk about The Sims. Go ahead. One second.
No, but-
I'll
yeah,
go
but let
back
me
to The
finish.
Sims.
No, but I'm not joking. Just let him finish his sentence.
No, I mean, I'm just saying there's like a disanalogy because you still have the same, like the same consciousness, the same way of thinking when you're like playing GTA as the same character. And I wouldn't do things that like cause me pain in GTA in the sense of doing like extremely boring missions or repetitive. I'll do things that are like dopamine inducing in the game. But in the case of like the incarnation thing, you're saying things like me picking a life where I'm like 2 years dependent, I get raped by my father and killed. Well, that to me seems like something I would never pick. The moment I die and then go back to the Unity, I'm just going to view it as like the best choice that I could have made. Seems a bit different from the GTA thing, but
It is a bit different, yes. But to the point of like, well, why? It's like, why would you allow something to happen? It's the same question of like, why would you allow yourself to be put into this situation? Again, as I said, you're still operating from being in the framework where that is bad. And in the GTA analogy, yes, I'm still operating from my own human framework, but like I said, I am willing to do things as a individual in that game, in that arena, because I know that there are no consequences to doing that. Things that I would not do normally in the real world, because I would not want to run someone over in my car. But in the game, it is completely permissible because there are no quote-unquote real-world consequences. So that's how the spirit could be thinking about Earth. That,
yeah, I'm just saying that like the spirit almost has like, I'm trying to say something like analogous to the spirit has like infinite amount of lives to play the game, and sometimes you play the game in like impossible mode or something.
Well, that's what
like
God
that.
did
But like
to
once,
Jesus. God is
but
infinite.
once-
He comes and puts himself into Jesus. Jesus is in infinite mode, but he's also, you can't take Jesus out of the game, but he also comes down into the game. And God's controlling him, but they're also one.
right? But you're just saying that like once you launch game, let's say like round 52, the consciousness is transformed, and then you have like no recollection, and then you think differently. But the moment you die, you sort of go back to the Xbox controller, or like you're aware of the Xbox controller.
That's the whole
That's
point of
what you're
Jesus. The whole point of Jesus is that he doesn't
I don't know why you go back to Jesus. I'm just trying to understand this.
well, because I think of as Jesus as the avatar, and this is a religious, semi-religious room where a lot of people understand who Jesus is, that he came and he had a purpose. He's separate, from the Father, and that he kind of got sent here, and that this is like the place where he wasn't, and that he was. He came here for a reason. He is, and he served his purpose, and all of humanity owes a great gratitude to him. So that's, but also he's a character in a game. He's being controlled by an outside source. The only difference is that he gets killed, partially or mainly, for claiming that he still remembers that he is part of that outside source. Almost to the point where now, Andrew wouldn't like me to say that I'm God. He can, if I say I'm divine, and you say, what do you mean by that? oh, well, divine is everything. Oh, okay, well, that's okay. As long as you're not saying that, like, you're God, because God's God and you're you. So that's how long, 2,000 years later, that mentality still persists.
Divine, I will remind you that somewhere in the Christian scriptures, even Jesus said, "You are God," speaking to his audience.
Absolutely.
Well, I was speaking to the authority of the Jews. I said, "Your cause." But I mean, I don't want to get into exegesis there,
But the whole point about forgetting who you are is the idea that he did not, and that's what makes him so, revered by people, because he reminds us that we are connected to Source, or to God or whatever, and then but that you're not supposed to also say I am God.
Well, some do play.
Because that's blasphemous.
Well, some do lean towards that he at times forgets.
Right. But I mean, that's not his main
I
character.
know.
The main character is
He
is the Son of God, and he professes that.
Right.
So we're just taking it a step further and saying that everything, that God is everything, we are everything, gets slightly divided, and so anyway.
But this is I think that this is a bit different from the initial view that we chose. I also think under this view, it kind of devaluates the life on this earth completely. It's almost just one round GTA.
There's no reason to think that this is a very serious thing that's very important that's going on, other than the fact that you're here and you think that.
Right.
Like, you're supposed to think that. That's the whole avatar that's supposed to think that all these things are bad, and at the same time say, well, since I don't want this bad thing to happen, but since the bad thing happened, it must be in the greater good. We're just justifying. We're just as far as justification in chat, we are the ultimate justifiers, because we have to make sense of what is happening, or else we'll go crazy. So we'll do anything and come up with any number of reasons inside and outside to make sense of what is happening. That's all that we're doing.
No, I guess I get the view now, but is this something you believe, or is this just something you...
I'm moving, like I said, that's why I wanted to answer the question, that I do share probably most of their beliefs, but I don't want to misrepresent them. But I do mostly think that makes much more sense, that there's eternal energy, and there's no reason to think that our individuation happens, somewhere after our birth. And also, if you're a theist, then you believe in all these other imaginary things that have happened before, and God knows this. What I'm thinking is not any more Harry Potter than you're Harry Potter.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, all of you guys believe in Harry Potter, but I take it that you don't then make fun of Andrew for believing the things that he does.
I do. No, of course I do. Because he's wrong, and I'm right. That's the whole point of having a theology and a personal kind of thing.
Right, but not in the sense that you take him to believe crazy things. More like he just thinks of the crazy things, he got the wrong crazy things.
Exactly. Right? I mean, I've been indoctrinated to think that the Earth is trillions of years old, and he only thinks it's 2 years old, so I must be right and he must be wrong. Look at what my screen told me. I think personal agency makes sense, and it doesn't. I haven't seen any proof to think that what I am experiencing right now started when I can remember it, because I have at least some sort of physical evidence that I was having an experience before I can remember having that experience. So something was experiencing that, and there's death, and there's plenty of people that have come from all different time periods and experiencing, saying that at their feeling of death, they didn't just feel nothing, they had, and then they have a myriad of experiences. So it makes more sense to me that I will have some sort of experience after that than no experience. Just, I have no proof of this, I'm just looking logically at what's around me, what other people are saying, what feels and makes sense as far as when I have personal agency, when I think I'm being, quote, godly, or when I feel like I'm acting in a way that is connected to the universe. All these things come into, all these ways of describing what is happening around us hits people in different ways. And if it hits you as, I don't think that there's anything larger or an entity or a being, I'm happy with my choices, and I'm happy with, that there was nothing before and nothing after. That is what you were meant to experience. forced to believe something that you don't. I just don't think that either one of those people are right. Neither of them know, and nobody ever really knows. We're just arguing kind of like theologic with each other. No one wants to sound crazy. That's why the idea of like, you're not going to let the woman abort the kid while it's coming out of her vagina. Like, of course I don't want to say yes. No one wants to sound crazy. So there's moral things. Ought you kill the Jews or ought you lie? It's just these litmus tests about team, about like, are you gonna fall in line and be on the team or are you not?
Alright, I'm just reading the beef between Clippers and Andrew and the Chucks.
Oh, it's because Andrew realizes that he allows murder. He allows baby murder at the cost. Only if it's at the cost of the mother. But then he'll go back and then call other people.
It wouldn't be murder, but then what?
Wait a minute. Yes, you're murdering the cancer, Andrew. You're murdering the cancer in the woman's body. So
Murder's unjustified. Murder's unjustified.
What? So justified means what?
There's some justification that makes it permissible.
Okay, so then was Hitler justified in killing the Jews?
No.
Why not? He had a reason to do it.
Doesn't mean it doesn't matter, right? But morally justified.
Oh, morally justified. Okay, now we're adding an element. Okay. So there's a difference between whether or not
No,
you justify.
Talking about, you can just say justification, that's fine. It just makes it where it's more, we're talking about whether it's morally permissible or not. So the justification is fine. You can just say justification. But the point is that no, it was not justified when Hitler did what he did.
Okay, so if it's abortion and if it's in the life of the mother, then it's not murder because it's justified to kill that baby because it's in the life of the mother. If the mother's life is not at risk, it's murder because it's not justified to kill that baby. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because.
So then you're just giving the reason. You're just saying that if it's okay by Andrew, then it's murder.
Hold on, Divine. Why can't a mother chop off her infant's head at 2 years?
Why can't she? Because it's murder. I'm not sure.
Wait. Why is it not justified?
You mean if she had a reason to do it? If the 2-year-old child had a gun pointed at her?
She thinks her
Why do you think that?
Yeah, she thinks her son's head is going to look better up on the mantle of the fireplace. That's her reason. Yeah.
Right. That's kind of my point. Is that you can just justify anything, and so.
Why do you think it's murder? He's asking you. Why do you think it's murder?
What do I think is murder? Murder being
unjust.
I'm trying to answer.
No, you're not. You don't know my fucking question.
Murder being okay. Fine.
My question.
Is murder?
My question.
Murder is justified. Murder is
unjustified. Why do you think that's? Yeah, why do you think that is murder? He asked you if it was murder. You said yes. Why do you think it's murder?
Because she killed him. I think it's murder.
I don't think they specified the gender of the baby, but okay. Look, maybe you shouldn't be so antagonistic and condescending when you giggle in response to things that you haven't reflected on.
Well, what haven't I reflected on? Whether or not it's a justified killing?
Well,
whether she's allowed to kill that killing?
Evidently, that simple question just caused you to fucking malfunction. So.
Well, no, I didn't understand. I didn't understand whether or not you were asking me what constitutes a murder, or whether or not I think that mother should be allowed to do that. But no, my brain didn't break down.
Do you think people should be allowed to murder?
Do I think people should be allowed to murder? Yeah, if it's going to keep them alive. If they're allowed to murder somebody else. Sorry, Andrew, do you think people shouldn't be allowed to murder if they're saving their own life?
Divine, can I just point out something that's hilarious? Why do you think it's murder? You're all because she killed. I get. That was awesome.
I don't know why you take this weird patronizing tone when you're talking about things that you obviously haven't really reflected on.
Right. Okay. so what part?
Just have a conversation with someone. You obviously haven't read shit on it.
What haven't I reflected on? What haven't I?
Yeah, bro. There's a reason that you stalled multiple times on answering these questions. Clearly, it isn't something easy for you to answer. That you're gonna have to think about it. And given the quality of your responses, you haven't thought about these things before. So just don't be so fucking patronizing in the future.
Okay, so now you said that 3 times. So now I'm trying to get better and clarify.
Did you ask me again? What the fuck
What do you think? What do you think?
I'm not volunteering this. You asked me.
Okay. Gotcha.
Speaking of which, like Venus, bro, you're like insanely patient. It's just you must
Venus
be so.
is awesome. Venus has been.
Bro, he was getting interrupted like non-stop. I was just like
I
waiting
know,
for
but
stuff for him
he's
to
super
snap.
chill.
Yeah.
Venus, yeah, is this a new lead?
I've always been this
He's
shit.
just sober.
I don't know. I think you're a great interlocutor, Venus, and yeah, it's good to have you, man. You've been like that the last few times you've been hanging.
Yeah, sober V is like, you know, top elite level. I mean, lower than Seth now, but still elite. You know?
Of course, it's still elite.
Yeah. Wait, but you should pursue that. You should pursue that line with Divine anyway, Andrew.
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask Venus if he'd ever had debated Arianis on anything, like actually debated him on anything.
No, not serious. No, not like seriously. Maybe when I was like drunk, but it always like it ends up like being troll after like 2 minutes.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah.
I said.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to carry on the conversation, what I was saying, you should pick it up from murderous killing.
Oh yeah, no, okay. So Divine, look, you're like, well, you're just coming up with reasons. You know, you just make up reasons as justification for these. Well, yeah. I mean, we're talking about moral justifications for these kind of acts, and you do the same thing. So.
Well, no, I just meant murder from kill. You're right. That's why I clarified that you think it's murder. It's not. You think it's not, even though it's the same act of terminating the pregnancy, which 99% are not in favor of, and 99% of the time you would refer to it as murder because it is not justified in your moral framework. But
that's right.
Some people believe that it's 0% and that they don't care about the life of the mother. You are willing to carve out an exception, where then in your framework you have to change it from murder to a killing because it's now justified, which just really means that it's morally acceptable to you. So but you're not going to say I'm in favor of child murder, but you will call abortionists murderers. So you're getting out of referring to your support as murder just because you say that it's justified and it's only a killing, even though it's a killing of a child inside of a mother. All of the other killings of a child inside of a mother, which you disagree with, are murder, and you can call those people murderers. You don't see. That's all I'm pointing out. That your line takes you out of murder land because you're justifying this murder, and since you justify the murder, really all you're saying is like a justified murder is only a killing.
Look, that's by definition.
And that includes a baby, specifically.
I really appreciate you. Divine, listen, if somebody's running away with your TV, is it okay to shoot at them?
But dude, we're talking about one thing.
No,
you think it's okay? Okay, great. If someone's running away with my TV,
can you shoot at them to kill them? Can you shoot at them to kill them?
It depends. Is my medication? Does my life medication attach to the TV?
Just your TV. No.
Okay. If I don't watch that TV, am I gonna die? How do I know that? What if one doctor tells me I'm gonna die if I don't watch TV?
Okay, that's right. There you go.
Okay. Fine. No, I'll say no. Right? No, I'm not allowed to kill him. Okay. No.
What if he was running away with your PS5 though?
Yeah, PS5, exactly. Okay, and we can just keep going. Okay, and here's the thing, Divine. At some point, you're gonna say, nope, that was unjustified, and we're gonna call that murder. Okay, and I'm saying that, and there are people, just to be clear, I think that was a case in Texas. A neighbor saw somebody running away. One of the neighbors had a TV getting stolen. The person shot the person to kill him. And I don't think they were. I think they were. They were let free. Like they didn't get charged for murder because it was like, hey, you're protecting the goods of your neighbor, and that was legit. Now, a lot of people find that to be barbaric, and I could be wrong on the details of the case, but certainly there are cases like that. My point is that you're going to be adjudicating that from your own moral perspective, and you're going to say, hey, is it the case that's murder, or is it not? And yeah, so yes, I agree. There's this thin line between what might be murder and what might not be. And I'm saying, in the case of the mother's life, I think it's the permission. She has the permit. She has the. It should be permissible for her to make her decision, whether she wants to, ride it out and see what happens, or terminate the pregnancy.
So you would call that an allowable or an acceptable abortion?
Yeah, and it would be an acceptable termination. But keep in mind that there's people who would argue that that's not even an abortion. We're not even talking about the same things, but I don't want to get in that kind of dispute. That is a current discussion that's going on in the pro-life, pro-choice, debate world. But I don't really get into it too much. But yeah, let's just say that that's an abortion. That I would say yes, that's an acceptable abortion. And anything outside of that, just because you don't have enough money to go to college or whatever, or you don't have money saved up to put your kid through college, therefore you can afford them. No, that's a murder. So that's the distinction I'm making.
Do you think that U.S. soldiers are murderers, or do you think that they're defenders of America? I'm sorry, let me go speak specifics. If an American soldier goes to another country and kills somebody, or when they come back, do you refer to them as murderers?
No, it depends on what they're doing. Look, I'm not in favor of killing innocent people. If somebody,
so some are murderers.
Yeah, certainly.
And you would base that on an individual basis as to you'd have to find out the details on the service member, how and why they killed somebody. Then you'd make a justification on it, or then you would decide whether or not morally in your framework it was justified, and then that would how you determine whether or not it was a murder or not.
I'd want to know the details of it. I mean, I don't think just because somebody went over to another country and killed somebody, it just follows that they're a murderer. There can be conditions in which that would be acceptable. If they were trying to prevent somebody from getting raped in another country, I think that would be completely justifiable.
Do you think U.S. service Army men are mercenaries?
They could be. I don't know exactly what that means. What are you asking? Could they
Well, what do you understand a mercenary to be?
Just somebody for hire that could be used in a different context to do something else. I mean, like, what exactly do you mean?
Well, do you think there's difference between? Well, I guess to get to my point, everybody on their side thinks that their people that do the killing are the heroes, and the people that their people kill, the enemy, are the enemy.
Yeah,
but even when it's two opposing.
Yeah. It's irrelevant though, Divine. You're just trying to say let everybody use it differently. Yeah, sure, I get it. I don't buy into that stuff though. Look, I think that the morals are they're objective. It doesn't mean people can assess them differently. Sure, but they can be wrong. Just like you can be wrong that 2 + 2 = 4. I don't think that it's a matter of just your subjective take and that's all it is.
I thought there is one morality, which is God's morality, and it's just us that are supposed to align to it.
No, I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. It's not just some subjective take that you have and that's it. It's objective and you should become in alignment with that.
Okay, so then how do you know God doesn't want no abortion, and that you allowing any type of abortion is you being out of alignment with God? When so many people who believe in God, even in your religion, say that there is no exception for any type of abortion.
Well, how do I know I'm not a brain in the vat? I mean, sure, that could be the case. I just don't have any good reason to believe that. I mean, it's possible, sure. Welcome, Daniel Nero. Welcome, CC. Benji. Benji, are you ready to defend pro-life with Venus here? Or are you going to go after how God's not pro-life? And have you taken off your church shoes yet, Benji?
Who's Benji?
Benji's here. He's laughing. He's pretty funny.
Wait, Daniel.
He's
Sorry.
okay.
Hey, Daniel, are you there?
CC, are you there? Benji or CC? Okay, so you're not gonna do it, Benji. Okay. CC, are you there? Heritage, are you there? Is Venus actually gonna come back? We'll see. Timothy Heritage. Hopefully he comes back to the mic.
Who's
that
Heritage?
guy that was, dude. He's that guy that was defending the. You remember he was talking about the white race was superior. Remember that? And he was like real kind of calm and was talking with us for a while. Younger guy. You don't remember that?
Yeah, I just can't think. I don't know. I spoke up not too long ago.
Yeah, he was talking about that for a while. He was saying how they contributed to technology and helped make
The guy who
remember all
did
that?
Sasha.
Yes, that's right. He's
Yeah.
back. That's Heritage. He found his home.
Huh?
He found his home. Oh my gosh.
Hyperborea.
Yeah, I don't know what is that. Get up here, Midas. What's that?
Like some
What's
like
Hyperborea?
some like white supremacist neo-Nazi law where like white people are descended from some like ancient fucking godlike creatures. Like think Atlantis. Some like I don't know ideal civilization where like some race of superhumans, and basically the current crop of white people are just a diluted form of these, or just the descendants of these Hyperboreans.
Wow. You know the
Yeah,
history.
it's like a neo-Nazi bedtime story.
It's weird because I'm pretty sure Robert E. Howard invented that for Conan the Barbarian. That's the time period he's supposed to live in. The Hyperborea.
Yeah, like I think it's meant to be like supposed to be like almost like contrived law, but it's something to like rally around or something.
Yeah, it kind of inspired me a little bit there.
Yeah, Hyperborean is what that refers to. Like, I need to look into my ancestry. I mean,
Yeah, what's going on here, bro?
Yeah, so the Hyperboreans were mythical people who lived in a northern paradise beyond the reach of Boreas, the Greek god of the north wind. They were associated with the worship of Apollo, Delphi. The Hyperboreans were said to live for 1,000 years. They were said to live in a land of perpetual sunshine and abundance. They were said to live in woods and groves. Arctic wonderland, Andrew. That's where you descend from.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like it.
Why do you think Daniel's reticent to give us this recording, Andrew? Why do you think?
Very strange. This is a very strange thing. I don't know. He knows he's got a lot of leverage with it, but I don't understand what he's doing. He did say a particular person asked him not to play it, but he said if we wanted to play it for ourselves, that would be okay. But then he just kind of,
Hey, what's the difference there? I'm confused.
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. He doesn't want us to publicly play it, but we can each play it individually for ourselves.
But how would we do that?
He would give it to us.
I've got something, in terms of like a recording that I almost guarantee you could be used as a bargaining chip for almost any recording on this app. But it's such a nuclear option. I just can never use it.
Yeah.
I've got the best ever recording.
Yikes.
Remind me next when we're in like a private call and I'll play you a snippet. Bro, it's the best thing I swear to God, it's the best thing you'll ever hear. Huh?
How long is it?
I don't know however long like songs are.
Oh, is it the J Angs song?
Even better. That one's funny. If it's even better than that.
Yeah.
Remind me of it. Like I always forget.
Okay. Alright.
I can't send it to you, but I can play you a little bit of it.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Stephen, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are.
I appreciate that. Good to see you, my friend. Are you a pro-lifer, pro-choicer?
I am pro-choice, but I'm not sure I can do a convincing argument
usually those go hand in hand.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Well, have you been in the room before?
Not really. I came up because like you DM'd me in the past, and I was a bit confused regarding the message.
Oh, it was probably something like soldier.
Hey, can you read it, Steven? Yeah, soldier. It says soldier.
It says soldier.
Yeah, soldier. What is that about?
Sometimes I'll say bub, but yeah, typically soldier's good. Basically, I'm just hoping you'll come up and report for duty and engage in the intellectual battle, whatever that might be, or whatever the topic is. Presumably, at the time, I think it was probably does God exist or something like that.
Okay.
And
basically, he's trying to enlist you, and that was the rank that he gave you. So he was
That's right.
Something that was the role you'd fill in the room.
That's correct. Sometimes they say private, but the
You
thing
can't
is,
send that to women.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And you can't go into great detail either because I got a lot of people message, but yeah. So I appreciate you coming up, Stephen, and reporting for duty. I mean, you don't have to.
I'm not sure about that country, but we'll see.
You might go AWOL. You might not. You're going to refuse conscription.
He's a conscientious objector. I wanna. Can I get some information? Timothy.
Yeah, sure.
Are you an atheist? I am, yeah. Okay, because your PTR is interesting. That's why. But I am very just, and that picture is of a man by the name of James, brother of Jesus, who is very just. Okay. That's why I have that as my PTR.
He believes he would condemn Jesus because he'd be the just one. He'd be like, Jesus, you're drowning pigs. It's terrible, and he'd go after Yahweh too.
I think James probably is more moral than Jesus. That's
there
why.
You go. Yeah, anybody, pretty much anybody is really.
Because it's kind of like, think about it now. If you had some kind of task or objective at like work, for instance, Steve. Sorry, can I please? Yeah, that's fine. Yes. And like, and then like, let's say you and one of your colleagues were like tasked with completing this project, and then one of your colleagues was like, oh, I'm gonna have a real bender this weekend. I'm gonna go on a bender this weekend. It's gonna be really tough. It's gonna be tough on my body and stuff. But after that, I'm just gonna take a trip and go. I'm gonna go on holiday. It's like, oh, where you go? Go to the best place that you could, the best conceivable place. It's like, okay, and then you continue, kind of, to, like slog it out in the trenches, so to speak, and complete the project. While this guy's just living it up and on holiday on this like island in Bora Bora or somewhere. It's like, which one of you is like more of a hard worker? The guy who went on, granted, a tough, it was like, it was tough on the body, like, with this hardcore bender, and then went on holiday, or you, who basically stayed at work the entire time? Who's worked harder? Like, who's had it more difficult? Obviously the person that's done the work. Right, and I think that's analogous to the case of like James and Jesus, Granted, Jesus had a really rough weekend, it was tough on the body, but then he ascended to heaven, best place absolutely ever, and he's been chilling there ever since. Meanwhile, James had to continue the ministry on his own, pretty well, not on his own, but like pretty much on his own. Like, he was stuck on earth. Are you James? I said, no. I'll say this is analogous to like actual just Jesus. Like, so when I make the case for like why I think James is more just than Jesus, or like more moral than Jesus, this is why he stayed on earth for us, basically. Meanwhile, Jesus essentially absconded. So.
Yeah. Steve, Timothy's trying to see how close he can get to just being blasphemous.
Yeah, I understand.
And not get strung up.
No, he's asking me why I have that PTR. I'm just saying, I think this guy, James, is a just person, and I just gave him.
I do. I think Midas needs to come up. He wants to deal with you. He said in the chat, and Timothy, to be nice to him, he said, Timothy seems slow.
He's not wrong about that.
We want you up. And Baghdadi, you got to come up as well. MJO, come up. Timothy, can you invite up Midas? I'm trying to get him up.
I invited Midas. I do like people that
Midas.
have people like this. I won't mention their name fully, but there are people that call themselves pastor, but they're
There's no such thing as atheism. All atheism concepts come from Catholicism. Why would you choose atheism if you know it's stupid?
I love you, Midas. I'm glad
Wait,
to
what?
see you.
Love you too,
I
bro.
don't say what? What does that mean?
All your atheist concepts come from Catholics.
Yeah, why did you choose the most metrosexual black person to be your PTO? What's wrong?
Why can't you ever deal with the debate? I mean, you just had a whole stupid conversation about James. So why can't you actually deal with the point?
No, you're right. My fault, bro. Yeah, I'm not a Catholic outside as well. I don't really.
But you're slow because all of your concepts come from Catholics, atheists. Where did all life come from? The Big Bang Theory? Where did all life come from?
No.
So where did it come from?
What, life?
Yeah, life.
Some kind of abiogen. Yeah, some process of abiogenesis.
Prove it.
I can't, I guess.
Because abiogenesis refers to the Big Bang Theory. That's the only thing you have.
That's not true. That's just like false.
What's the alternative?
I mean, just Google it, man. Don't take my word
What
for it.
is the alternative? Darwinism has been thrown out since the 1930s, 1940s, and now you're a Petri with George Mandel or Great Mandel, whatever his name is. So if you think you're similar to a Petri, I think your abiogenesis concept is trash. All your
it seems like there's a lot of like word association.
Genesis,
you just throwing in a lot. Yeah, you just
but
throwing
you
in
don't
a lot
know
of
the
like.
source of your thoughts.
Wait, can't atheism just be that you don't believe that there's a God and it stops right there?
No, because that would be niggardly or ignorant. Because what they would be saying is that they themselves don't know why they are here or how they came into being. And no scientists can show them how they came into being.
No. What I'm saying is that why can't, as opposed to all atheism stemming from Catholicism, can it just be that as early as somebody could have had the concept of God, that there was also a person who said, I don't believe what you're saying is the reason for everything, and then that person just says, I don't know what the reason for everything is, and then the other person says, I believe that the reason for everything is this thing, and I'm calling it God. So can't that just be the beginning of the two separate thoughts?
No, the atheist church and the atheist concept only came out of the, I think, 60s or 50s through a bunch of Satanists. And if you go to the churchofsatan.com, you're going to see that all Satanists are atheists. It's on their frequently asked questions.
So when was the first atheist?
Even to create this
Wait. When was the first atheist?
Atheism is based in Satanism.
Right. When was the first atheist then?
Around the 1950s, 1960s. But there's no such thing as an atheist. You don't understand. You're asking me when the first atheist came into being.
Right.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as an atheist.
So why'd you come in here and say atheists are this and atheists are that if there's no such thing as atheists?
That's the first thing I said. Atheists, they base themselves upon Christian theology and therefore they're not atheists.
Okay, so you're talking about atheists and then you're also saying that there's no such thing as an atheist, so which one is it?
Exactly.
I love this guy. We got to keep this guy.
Midas,
do you understand the logic?
Good.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Midas, there's two things. Timothy said Jesus had a bad weekend. I would like to know how you would like to comment on that characterization of what Jesus went through as a quote bad weekend unquote. And then Stephen is pro-choice, meaning he's okay with murder babies. So, what do you think about those two things? The bad weekend and Stephen thinking it's okay to murder babies. Go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. Should we have killed Stephen in the womb? And should we have killed the other guy in the womb? What's his name?
Timothy.
I think, do they accept it?
That's a good question. See, maybe they can answer that. Stephen, what do you think?
Should I be killed in the womb? It's not my best. It was my mom's choice. She had me, so I don't know why this hypothetical. What's the relevance? What use is it?
So, do you believe that today your mother should have the right and power over your life and body? Today.
As I'm out of the womb. No.
But for years, you were dependent on your mother. Even when you were out of the womb, right? You had to get the breast milk. You had to have her take care of you. It was kind of a similar symbiotic situation. So after you were born, you came out the womb at the maybe first 2 years before you started walking, maybe first 7 years.
I mean, there are multiple options the minute I'm out of the womb, mate. So she doesn't necessarily have to take care of me. She can put me up for adoption. I don't know how.
So wait, she couldn't put you up for adoption?
She takes my life. Say that again?
She couldn't have organized to put you up for adoption when you were inside the womb?
That is a good point. She potentially could have.
So today, can your mother kill you? You think your mother should be able to kill you?
Not today, no.
Oh, so she doesn't have the right over the body that she created within her womb?
Say that again. I'm a bit slow.
She doesn't have the right to kill the body that was within her womb and she nurtured for all those months. I mean, you came out of her, right? And she should have had the right to you. Therefore, she should maintain those rights until you become an adult. So she should be able to
She had her chance.
So the analogy that I think is kind of that's persuaded me to be pro-choice is along the lines of donating up an organ. If I can survive if I can survive independently without me, or there are other options, and necessarily get an organ from her, then yeah. But I don't know if I'm doing a poor I'm doing a poor explanation of the argument. Yeah.
Because your logic is flawed. You can't explain the trash that you believe. That's the problem.
I mean,
maybe his mother's an atheist, and since atheists don't exist, then she can't afford it.
I just like to say.
But what if she needs an organ? What if she needs an organ, one of his vital organs? And she says, I brought him into the world. I had the rights to kill him when he was a child, and therefore I should have the rights to kill him when he's an adult. And therefore, if she needs the organ, she's able to harvest your organs from you. Should that be a law? You think that should be normal?
The question is like inane. Should my mother have aborted me? If we're assuming the same set of circumstances, obviously not. Primarily because she wanted to have me. Like, what sense would it make to say she should abort me when she wanted to have me as a child? If you're gonna construct some set of circumstances that obviously justify the abortion, then yeah, she shouldn't have had. Like, that's like seems like a bit of a fucking futile exercise.
Well,
I expect nothing less. From you, Midas.
I agree. If you became an adult idiot and she realized you're not contributing to the gene pool, then do you think that you should be then aborted? Or a posthumous abortion?
I don't think
she shouldn't have the right over your body? Now that you're outside of her body? But when you were in the womb, she had total rights to kill you or not, right? Can you show us anything else that becomes a human being other than a fertilized egg?
I don't know, like a cloning. I actually don't know what the process of cloning is, but I imagine it looks really cool.
No such thing. So, this is the thing. How much does it cost to fertilize an egg through science? How much does it
go to the movies more? What did you say?
How much does it cost to fertilize an egg through science?
Like, I don't know, like IVF or something.
$80,000 minimum. How much does it cost to abort a baby?
Far less than that.
$200. So this is the thing. They devalued your humanity. And you accept that?
Yeah.
Well, one's a much easier procedure, costs less money also.
Well, he just said he's not as good as a test tube baby. That's what he said.
No, I just said it's much easier to destroy a life in 2 seconds than to have someone come back for $80,000 worth.
But so are you, though, just to be clear. Like, we're both free. Well, actually, in your case, maybe not. I imagine there probably was some cost for your
posthumously aborted. And I think your mother should have the right to kill you right now. What do you think about that?
Okay.
And harvest your organs. I think that would be great.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's like probably a good argument for that, to be honest. I'm not in
It's
the
a great
greatest
argument.
health.
Using your logic is a great argument. Because you
And
have
what
no
logic?
work.
I haven't
yourself
offered you
have
any
no work.
logic.
How do
I
you
haven't offered you any logic.
how do you
What logic?
posthumously abort somebody?
This means kill me. How do you posthumously
I
kill
love
me?
that getting killed now that you're outside the womb. Now it's murder, right? Oh, wait, how does
I
that
didn't say
work?
it was murder.
If it's justified, what if it's justified?
Did he just say kill somebody? Did he not just say kill somebody?
Yeah, but it's murder. If it's
So
justified.
abortion is just murder, right? It's just a different name for murder.
I didn't say, look, just relax, bro. Stop spazzing. I didn't say that. I didn't use the word murder. That's what this divinely guy's saying.
You said
I said what you're saying. Andrew said, what does that mean? Obviously, look, you can't posthumously, like posthumously means they're already dead. Yeah? So, like, obviously it'd be fucking stupid to say abort them posthumously. Like, you mean after they're born. So what you actually meant, I was just translating it, is kill them after they're born. That's what you wanted to say.
I love
But
this.
the reason Andrew pointed it out is because you said posthumously, which is funny, innit? So I was clarifying that. I mean, to be honest, even what you actually want to say, ironically, which is a post-birth abortion, doesn't make sense because abortion is like terminating the pregnancy. So even that wouldn't fucking make sense because after they're born, the pregnancy is already over. That's the terminus of the
You just said it's
pregnancy.
killing you, bro. You just said it's to kill you. So
Yeah, I mean, you can latch on to that.
Or you after you come out the womb, you'd have be murdered, right? You said kill you.
Yeah, but I'm confused. Who do you think is denying that terminating the pregnancy results in killing the fetus? Because I think it is.
Might just say, just never mind all that stuff that I just said. I did like what you did there, Midas. Please keep going, because Timothy, you're on the right side. I'm sorry, Midas, you're on the right side. Timothy's wants to kill babies. You're doing the right thing, but everything that was just said was not good. But that whole, I mean, everything that. Let me be clear. Everything that was just said about the posthumously abort them, that's not very good. And then post-birth abortion doesn't sound very good either.
Andrew, you know, Andrew has so much love and respect for you, Midas, that he was shocked. He was shocked by that confusion and misuse of terms. But like, I wasn't shocked. Did you notice? Like, I didn't even blink. I didn't flinch. I was just like, yeah, that's what I'd expect from Midas.
Well, Timothy knows it's murder. He knows that post.
I didn't say murder. That was the other guy. I didn't say murder. I never said murder. You can't. Hey, you can't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. I didn't say that shit.
Okay, so you're not saying that if
I said
mother
killing.
wants to take and harvest your organs right now, that's not killing you? That's not going to kill you?
Look, you need to slow look. Killing, like, forcibly ending the life of someone, take that to be killing. Yes, all of these instances are instances of killing. The murder question is a separate question, that's the kind of bar or threshold that Andrew wants to clear. So Andrew wants to claim it's murder, and by murder he means it's like unjustified. It's like there's no, it's illegal, it's unjustified by some kind of standard. It transgresses that standard. This is what Andrew wants to say. Okay, I'm not claiming that. I haven't used any of that language.
So if your mother needs your heart, bro, if your mother requires your heart, she takes it out of you because she gave birth to you, and she has the right over your body because she produced you.
No.
Is that killing you? Yeah.
Obviously it's killing me if she takes my heart out. Like, I'm not a fucking doctor, but I imagine, that would result in my death.
Okay, so thanks. I'm just glad. I just want to set the terms. So it is murder, right? So
I think that's murder, yeah. It would be what? Pre-birth. I think if your mother did it to you, it wouldn't be murder.
Pre-birth, it would be murder as well, right?
No, it wouldn't. Well, I mean, I think that would be unjustified if she was actually she asked the abortionist to specifically locate the heart of the fucking fetus and extract it.
Well, what do they do during
that seems pretty fucking problematic if that's what you pay for.
In the leg?
Huh?
When they do abortion, don't they break the body pieces and they separate the head from the torso and the legs and the arms, and then they take
No,
them out
no,
separately.
no, it's the difference.
They don't have-
The difference.
Yeah, they do.
The difference is. No, listen to what I'm saying. The difference is if she's essentially asking the abortionist to torture the fetus, assuming that the fetus is like sentient, to torture the fetus, then like that's wrong, and that results in the fetus's death. Then I think that's like an unjustified killing. Whereas in the case of her just essentially asking for an abortion, I don't think that's an unjustified killing. Granted, in certain circumstances, abortions would be, in my opinion, unjustified.
Would she not
if
be
a
killing
woman
the
was
baby?
like,
Would she not
Sorry,
be murdering
you know
the
what?
baby, which otherwise would be normally conceived?
yeah, I almost forgot myself and attempted to have a serious conversation with you. My bad. Ask your question again.
Would she not be still killing the baby that will normally, under normal circumstances, get to conception and become a child?
It's already been conceived. You mean it's like born? Maybe, yeah. Yeah. She would be, yeah.
He means posthumous.
It's more
So if you
funny.
stop a life from coming into
It's more
fruition,
funny.
what are you?
Now-
Wait. If you stop a life from coming into existence, what are you doing?
Like I said, it's more funny that you brought it to his attention and he hasn't addressed it at all. As if like he's confused about what's even been to like. Wait, Midas, what do you think posthumous means?
Don't worry about that, bro. So now the baby's conceived. Don't worry about that. I'm not gonna.
Don't let him sidetrack. Don't let him sidetrack.
He got them bands, the Wonder Woman bands.
Oh, I know, dude. He got the runners on. He got the runner.
Yeah, you got him with Kevin Samuel. Yeah, you got them bands.
Yeah, so either way, it's still
Make her
murder.
dance.
It's still murder.
Huh?
It's still
What's
murder.
murder?
Dissecting a baby within the womb in vitro is murder, correct?
Like, what conversation are you actually having? Have you just got like a random word
During
generator?
abortion,
Like,
what they do to the baby,
put like
they have to dissect the baby.
5 or 6 phrases.
Just talking
and
over
just like
you, not
randomly
listening. You
spit
ask
them
me
out.
what conversation.
But,
Is dissecting a baby in vitro, is that murder or not?
wait, isn't it in vitro the? Wait, in utero, in vitro. Which one's which again? Wait, which one is it in vitro in the test? Which one's in utero is in
In vitro's in glass.
I thought so, but I didn't want to comment. It's in utero, that he means in utero, right?
My bad, in utero. Either way, it still stands to be terms.
I don't know. I don't
So
know.
if you're dissecting a baby in utero, or even in vitro, because if you get rid of the fertilized eggs, isn't that a crime? If you destroy fertilized eggs, isn't that still a crime?
Either way, let's go.
Yeah, this is still a crime. But in utero, if you dissect the baby, it's still murder. In vitro, right? When they have fertilized eggs, if you dispose of those eggs, that is a murder crime. That is a case. There's a case like that currently. Now, in utero, if you dissect a baby, is it not still murder?
No, are you just gonna keep asking the same question? Like, what's murder?
No, you tried to scoff
not.
my idea in both cases with in vitro that is
I don't
actually a
think
crime
either
right
are
now.
murder.
People are
I
adjudicating.
don't think either of them is murder.
Why would not? So you're saying outside the womb would be murder, but within the womb it won't be murder. That's what you said?
Huh?
The end result is the same. They're stopping a being from being conceived, from being created. The life is being snuffed. So how is it not murder?
I was reading the chat. Davey was given like a little like Midas like key or glossary.
How is it not murder, brother?
Posthumous.
Stop running. Take off the Wonder
Equals being
Woman
born.
bands, brother.
Conception equals being born. Bro, what's wrong with you? Don't get frustrated. I'm asking all your fucking retarded questions. And you
No, you're not. You're running from it like
I
like
am
a child.
no.
So
It's not murder.
within the
Fuck,
womb,
no.
within the womb, the child's been.
No,
Yeah,
no, it's not murder. Now what?
How can it not be murder? If there's cutting off the creation of the baby, right? Or the baby being conceived, and they're stopping the life process of that child, how is it not murder?
I don't know. How did you make this homosexual? I don't know. Because you're not.
I'm not gonna.
season, I'm a
Execution
little
was
worried if you come in. I'm a little worried if you come in, you might allow him or me to run, and I don't think that would be fair.
No,
Because
Steve.
Midas
Yeah, that's
What
fine.
do you
That's
mean?
fine.
This
That's
is
perfectly fine.
conversation. I was just like the way it
Timothy is running bad, man.
Yeah,
I know. You ever do the Olympics? Stop doing the Olympics. This is the thing. It's not murder within the womb and in vitro if you destroy
So
fertilizers.
Olympics means running. There's no other sports in the Olympics.
Bro, keep up, bro. I know you're slow. I said so before you even came into the conversation.
I mean, I've been born since. Sorry, I've been slow since I was postulated.
So if your father punched you,
When I was
punched your mother in the
postulated, I
belly,
was slow.
right? If your father punched your mother in the belly or stabbed her womb, right? When you were being within the womb in utero, would he been charged with a murder?
Sorry, what? Say that one more time. No, I was sorry. I was thinking of the head.
If
No,
your
I'm sorry, I am
father
slow. You're right.
that you never met because you were born out of wedlock, if your father decided to abort you, stab your mother, or punch your mother inside the stomach, right? Would that be a murder charge? Will he be charged with murder?
If he assaulted my mother and it resulted in my death.
Oh, well, she's fine. She just got a little punch, but your life don't matter.
Yeah. So what? So I
Your
said
life
it's
don't really
accurate.
matter in utero.
So it's an accurate characterization. What you said. Yes. So if
But what
he
was she get
assaulted my
charged
mother
for?
and it
Murder
resulted in my
or
death.
assault?
Okay.
Depends on
I'm
the
trying to understand what you're
jurisdiction.
saying. Oh yeah, Hiwa. I tag Hiwa. Go Hiwa.
Oh yeah, it depends on the jurisdiction, Midas.
I'm just gonna let you know, Bob. I love Midas. Just letting you know. Go ahead, Carrie.
I understand why.
It doesn't depend on the jurisdiction at all. No matter what, if a man forces or induces an abortion or miscarriage in a woman, he will be charged with that, at least as a murder charge or either a second-degree murder charge. Right? So you can't get away from it.
Sometimes
So
it's
then,
manslaughter.
in the effect of the law itself, it shows that the baby has life and the baby has rights. So the baby only seems to not have rights when it comes to the argument of whether or not the woman who is housing the baby should have the right over killing the baby.
That's right. You understood this correctly.
So by the Constitution, is that giving the woman more rights than the man, and therefore it goes against the Constitution?
Constitution doesn't say anything about murder.
All men are created equal. All men are created equal.
Right. And yet, there's nothing in the Constitution about murder. But if what if you meant, but if what you meant was the law of the land, there are like statutes in the U.S. Code, you know, the federal laws against murder, and in every state. But I understood what you meant. I just wanted, you know.
All citizens are supposed to have the access to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I guess, or a successful thing. And this is within the Constitution as well, brother. So it seems that you're not very constitutionally adept.
Well, again,
Y'all
control.
like that? Okay.
Life,
So
liberty.
this is the
That's
thing.
not
If the woman
also
has
not
no
in
rights,
the
wait,
Constitution.
Bob,
That's not.
Bob,
Okay,
don't
go
interrupt
ahead.
what you were saying. I didn't talk over you. If the woman has more rights than the man as far as the ability to kill their own child, is that not unconstitutional in the first place? And also, if the child has a right to become an adult, isn't it unconstitutional against the child's rights within the woman?
Before we go to that, which document?
No, just answer the
do you
question.
think?
You can deal with whatever you want to do.
No, I understand. I'm just addressing the previous point before we go on to the next point. Which document do you think life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is in? Because I can tell you, it's not the U.S. Constitution.
I'll get it for you.
Right.
So why don't you?
Is it the U.S. Constitution? To the rest of the room, the phrase life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is in fact not in the Constitution. It's in the Declaration of Independence.
I agree.
So that's three things I've taught you about what the Constitution says and doesn't say.
Midas, don't let him run.
See, this is the thing. I'm not understanding his real argument against it. He doesn't have an argument against it. So you're saying it's
pursuing happiness, and therefore.
Well, I just quoted another document that is actually codified within the law. I haven't done a lot of this abortion study, but I do realize that most of this information, you're taking unconstitutional and taking away the rights of the child.
But it's obviously not unconstitutional because one, the Constitution doesn't opine on murder, and two, the phrase life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is not in the Constitution. So that's one.
But all men are created.
The second part is
so if the woman
right,
has
which is
the
also
right
not
to
in the
murder,
Constitution. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead. You were going to say something different.
If the woman has the right to murder, and the woman has the right to take the life of the child, then aren't those more rights than the regular man?
There are different moral principles at play there.
Was Roe versus Wade created off of a fraud in the first place? She was never gang raped and she had the baby, right?
What?
Are you retarded? I said, was Roe versus
Yes.
Wade created off of a fraud?
No, I just don't understand what you said. Was created by fraud? I literally, you have to enunciate.
Created the baby. Midas, what did you say about Roe versus Wade and the weight of the baby? I didn't. Midas, are you there?
You said the weight, the Roe versus weight of the baby.
Did anyone else understand what his question was? Apparently I'm retarded, but maybe other people are too.
We do have a room.
Was Roe versus Wade created by fraud? She was never gang violated, and she gave birth to the baby. She gave birth.
Oh, fraud.
Was it perpetuated by fraud?
Was Roe versus Wade perpetuated by fraud?
Yeah, basically like
It's like how no, I understand I think I understand what he means, but that's like how a 6-year-old would phrase that.
What baby part, Bob? I didn't understand.
I don't know.
That. Okay, because you said about the weight of the baby.
No, he said she was because she wasn't gang raped. So is it fraud? That's what he said.
I still don't understand what he's trying to ask me.
Is it funny? It's like the homicide doesn't say the like.
You guys are really
serious
from the
crime.
conversation. So I asked you about Roe versus Wade.
Midas,
Roe versus Wade is what codified abortion within our society. And if you don't understand that it's fraud.
Please look, Midas. If you're gonna do that thing where there's a lull because you go on mute and someone's about to, land a fucking amazing world-class punchline, don't choose that as the moment to come off mute. Either stay engaged in the conversation, or if you're gonna take a little brief moment, allow the person to complete their thought before you unmute and start speaking. It's like actually annoying.
You mean like you guys have been doing to me this entire conversation?
It's not just about interruptions generally. You do this weird thing where someone asks you a question, you mute for like 30 seconds, okay? Then someone's like, oh, here's this funny thing, this funny comment I'm gonna offer. It's like, immediately I have to get back off mute now to ruin the punchline. Stop doing that, bro. That's hate. That's like real hater shit. But continue, please.
No, there's no evidence to suggest that.
Not today, Thomas. Not today.
As far
So
have we become clear on what the question was?
I definitely think we need to repeat. Midas, can you restate the question? Because I honestly am not catching that. I had a hard time with the first half, but the last half I really something about a baby. I didn't get it. Gang rape, baby, and Roe versus Wade. Can you explain that whole thing? That question? Can you restate?
I said, was Roe versus Wade, how was it introduced to our society? Was it perpetuated by fraud? Was it entirely fraud?
Depends on what do you mean by fraudulent?
Meaning what she said happened as far as herself getting violated by a bunch of men. It didn't happen, and she gave birth to the child.
Correct.
And for those who said it's not constitutional right for the child, it's inside the link, 14th Amendment.
You're right. There was, as far as I remember, the person against Norma McCorvey, was that her name? She claimed at some point that she was raped, which would give her a legitimately reason to have an abortion, but that's not what the case has been.
She never had the abortion.
That is what I confirmed. I'm unsure as to that, but the point was just she falsely accused, or she falsely had said that she had been raped, because if she had been raped, then that would give her a legal reason to have an abortion. But the case Roe v. Wade is not based on that false statement.
I think Midas's point is that, like, had the fraud investigation team got involved, then they would have resolved it and they wouldn't have passed the legislation.
No, that was public before the case. Like, she admitted it.
No, it's a joke.
Oh, shit.
She said it on a deathbed. It was entirely fraud. And that's when, I mean, you didn't hear much about it anymore. But it stayed within our society for at least the next 30 to 40 years.
But again, that was not the basis on which the Roe v. Wade was based.
Well, the basis was to try to introduce abortion into America using these false crimes and these false stories. And she got, got exposed recently.
No, the basis of the case was that you have a right to an abortion based on the 14th Amendment privacy clause.
No, but see, according to the 14th Amendment,
Midas, you're a dingus, because there was already an exception to rape. Why would you need to introduce rape as like in Texas? That was already
Tell you what, provide a source. Provide a source that it was an avenue to abortion through rape. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, my bad. Not in Texas, but there were other states where she could have had that.
Wait, what? I thought you just said it was. What's going on with this guy?
No, I'm saying you could already have abortions in the United States in cases of rape, as far as I know.
You just said not in Texas, though. You just said not within the
I'm unsure because the case was in Texas. Yeah, yes, I backtracked by admitting that, hey, I'm not sure about that detail. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, because in Texas there was a total ban on abortion, period, at that time. And that's why Texas thinks
that's also false. You could have an abortion.
Texas was an easy target because they had
you could have an abortion if the mother's life was at risk.
In one case, can the mother's life be at risk of having a child?
That doesn't matter. I'm just saying there was an exception to abortion, and risk to the mother is the.
I'm legit not trolling here. I'm not 100% sure he knows what abortion means. I'm not trying to like.
Perhaps
What's the percentage? What's the percentage?
Percentage of what?
Percentage of women who will die from having or giving birth to a child is what?
I don't know. Very low.
Less than 1%?
I don't know. Around there.
Less than 1%. So this is a COVID argument again. Less than.
What do you mean COVID argument?
Yes.
Are you like mentally handicapped? I just said there's
ask Midas if he knows what abortion even is.
Midas, do you understand that the frequency doesn't matter to whether or not there's an exception? Like I just said that there is an exception. There was an exception in Texas for the life of the mother. It doesn't matter if it happens It doesn't matter if it happens 0.001%. You said there's a total ban, and I said not quite. There is one exception. That's all I said. The frequency of how often that exception happens is irrelevant. But it doesn't matter for this case because the life of the mother that didn't play into it. That wasn't a variable that was considered in this case. So
But just the other day, they tried to use the story of a mother who said she was going to be sick if she went to term, but she wasn't really going to be sick. They said even if she said she wanted to have children later. So they said even if she decided to have children afterwards, the same genetic problem would pop up. So this is how they try to bring back in Roe v. Wade after Roe v. Wade got abolished, I guess, 2 years ago. So there was a woman going around saying that she was pregnant, and if she carries the child to term, the child's going to have genetic disorders. It's going to be adversarial towards her. But she still said she wanted to have children afterwards. Therefore, the government and the people have said, you know what? You're going to have the same problem later, so you can't abort this child.
Okay, I don't understand. Well, what?
So
Why did you just say that?
0.01% of women who's going to die from having a child is negligible, extremely negligible.
Yeah, I agree. In the total number of pregnancies, very few people die. What's your point?
My point is that it's just murder and fraud. Using abortion and using these outside cases, these obscure
No, I'm asking, why did you just bring up?
to cut off the sons of Amalek?
Right.
Amalek.
Right. Are there a lot of people in white coats? Are there a lot of people in white coats around you right now, Midas?
You're running from the conversation. I've heard rabbis speak about this regularly, bro.
Oh, I
The
see.
first thing they're supposed to do when they go into a new territory, one, choose a king. Second, cut off the seeds of Amalek. These are the rules of being a Jew when you're coming into a new territory.
Of a Jew?
And it's not just
What are you
Jews
talking
behind
about?
it, but we saw eugenicists behind it a lot, right?
Why are you talking
I'm
about
talking
Jews?
about
I
who
thought you were
controls
talking about
Planned
abortion.
Parenthood.
Well, it's
I'm
obvious.
talking about who controls
Planned Parenthood.
Abortion.
Do you understand that people in other countries do abortions where Planned Parenthood doesn't exist?
Do you know that Planned Parenthood is a genesis for America? We're not really worried about in other countries. We're dealing with America.
Oh, I'm Jews.
So why is it that America? Yeah, we're dealing with America right now. So Margaret Sanger
Got a lot of pizzazz in that voice when you said America. I like it.
Brother, your support of
What's
child
up?
murder is
What's up, bro?
abhorrent. Your support of child murder is abhorrent. It's destroying you. Your atheism,
My support?
fake atheism is being exposed. It makes no sense. The things
Fake
you believe in, the
atheism.
things you support, as far as trying to say that a life can be cut off at a certain period of time due to the mother's wants or the mother's whims, sounds idiotic.
Right.
I'm trying to go
Well, it's probably because we're very stupid.
So by the Constitution, the child has rights, and you're ignoring the right of the child.
Well, again, according to the Constitution, it doesn't. But
I put the link in the chat for those who can't read.
What does it
Midas.
say? Oh, go ahead, Stephen. Go ahead, buddy. It's a good time.
If you have a wife and he's about to have there's some type of complication, and it's a choice between your, let's say, son or your wife, who are you gonna choose? Do we know?
Are you there, Midas?
Oh, he's asking me if I'm going to choose between my son and my wife?
Right.
Yes, if there was a complication, and yes, the baby can't you can't keep the baby, and the wife survive. So, what would you do in that scenario?
I don't do COVID questions, bro. That's 0.01%. I don't do COVID questions.
COVID questions. Okay, interesting.
All right, Prashant, did you want to come in? Are you pro-life? You say you're agnostic, actually, and you're a surgeon.
Yes. Hello. Good evening. Namaste. My submission will be based completely on my professional experience and my observations in India. I'm from India. So in India, abortion is legalized since 1971. I'm not going to make it very argumentative, but I'm just going to submit my observations. So to me, from in my professional space, there are a lot. I'm a surgeon, general surgeon, so I don't operate on obstetric cases. That means pregnant ladies are not my cup of tea. But I know a lot of my friends who hesitate to conduct an abortion for some reason. Some of them being religious, some of them are practicing Christians, and some work for Christian missionary hospitals, and the others they don't have an exact religious reason as such, but they don't find it they don't find it nice or comfortable. They're not comfortable doing that. So I always go back and ask them the reason behind this. There are a lot of provisions, and I mean there is a criteria under which you can go and ask for an abortion as a couple. So one of them is failure of contraception. So a lot of people who have no other reason, they go and demand abortion under this criteria. But I kind of I'm convinced, or I'm in complete agreement when it comes to situations like this. One of the speakers pointed it out rightly, where the mother's life is jeopardized and you have no choice but to terminate the pregnancy. In such situations, I think since it becomes a little more easier because we don't have a proper emotional bond with the fetus as such. I mean, we probably have some kind of this thing, but it becomes very easier for the husband or for the wife herself because her life it becomes her decision, and whether there is agreement from the husband or no, it doesn't matter because it's about her life and she has all the rights to undergo an abortion to save herself. So yeah, those are the situations where you can justify, and in some other situations where the child is going to have some serious disabilities, or it's going to be a very defective birth, and it's going to be very miserable for the child after it's born, and for the family as such, because it's going to. I mean, we can on a realistic plane, we can all come into an agreement that at some point we feel like, oh God, why this child was born in the first place? Why? It becomes very. It's not easy for the parents to look at a miserable kid, right? So in such scenarios, I think there has to be some option provided by the law, and it shouldn't look unconstitutional or unlawful. And I think that should be there. That option of abortion should be there in the society as a legal option, as a legitimate option for the couples to make. But I can also, having said all that, I can also acknowledge where Maidas is coming from. I think he's got some serious moral questions about is it not a murder? It is equivalent to a murder, killing a life, unborn life. I mean, this scenario also I've seen where a lot of, in India it's kind of unacceptable, or it's a taboo to get pregnant before you get married. So I've seen a lot of couples who are like in a girlfriend-boyfriend relationship or a living relationship who get pregnant, hesitating to take the responsibility. In such scenarios, it becomes a moral question where there are no identified defects, or there are no, or the girl is not pregnant because of rape or some scenario where she is not willing to get pregnant. But probably after she got pregnant, maybe she is not willing to continue the pregnancy because having an unprotected sex is probably she is mature enough to know that, or both of them are mature enough to know that the probability of pregnancy is there, and then they've gone and had a physical contact with each other, but once they got pregnant, they're like they don't have the preparedness. So in such situations, people usually we as doctors, we usually tend to counsel them, or in the case of a married couple who are not prepared financially or in other ways, we kind of counsel them. As doctors, we kind of counsel them because as doctors, we always find life very precious. We are in a profession where we are obligated to look at life in a very precious way. So that way, probably we look at abortion from a different angle. So there are 2-3 dimensions to it. So I still, since I don't deal directly firsthand with these cases, I have this privilege and the luxury of kind of staying in my zone. But yeah, this is my opinion and my submission as a human being and as a professional doctor. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Prashant. Appreciate it. Abu, did you want to come in? You or Vinny? Did you guys want to come in? Are you there, Abu? Miriam?
say something quick about this.
Yeah,
Life,
continue
liberty,
to cook. No, you're fine. Continue to cook, Midas. Go ahead, buddy.
Thanks, bro. I brought up the point about life, liberty, and freedom of thing, right? But it was really life, liberty, and property without due process of law.
Yeah,
So
I
see,
know.
these are things you
That's
guys
in the
are
14th
scoffing at.
Amendment.
Right? Yeah, you can't. Yeah, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So how can you then condone the murder of unborn children?
Because that doesn't. If you don't already understand why, I feel like it's difficult to explain.
Midas, I seriously have a question to you. Midas, if moderators allow me to.
The point is just that passage, first of all, doesn't say anything about whether or not the fetus is a person, but second of all, is just about the fact that the state cannot kill you without due
All
process.
fetuses become a person.
Midas, sorry to interject, Bob. I have a serious question here. I mean, yeah. I would like to repeat the same question which was posed. I don't want you to take it personally, but I just wanted to look at it as a scenario where you are a woman, and forget about your wife, where you are the woman and the doctor comes and tells you that there is a serious risk to your life if you continue with this pregnancy. Would you terminate your pregnancy, or I mean, how do you look at that? Or you take a scenario where you're the husband or the father. I'm sorry if I'm making it personal to you, but I
First
seriously
you
want
have
to
to get
take
some
on
of
it.
the opinions. You can't just take one doctor's opinion, especially these murderous doctors that we have running around.
Imagine you got like 10. Hold up. Imagine you got like 10 opinions and they all agreed with you. Now, it all agreed with you.
Midas, it's also about the life of the mother, right? You're also compromising the freedom or the right of the mother to live. Do you get the scenario? You're just looking at the scenario from the fetus's perspective. It's the mother's life and it's her liberty and right to live her life, right? You want her to compromise and sacrifice herself for the unborn fetus. I just want your take on it.
Andrew, you should have told me to bring like my Gucci mining pencil.
Well, this is the thing. We've advanced so much in technology. Most people can have either C-sections. They have different ways to have birth, which are safer for the mother. So a lot of these cases that you're talking about don't even exist. It's probably 0.01%.
Right, but a lot of them do.
So
he's asking you.
0.01%.
Yeah, yes. He's asking you if you were.
Sir, we offer C-section. Just a moment. From a medical perspective, we offer C-section or cesarean section once the baby has completed the term. You have to complete the term to make the baby to be able to survive outside the womb, right? I'm talking in the first trimester when you're just 10 weeks, that is 2 months, 3 months pregnant. And you have to continue your pregnancy up till at least 28 weeks, that is 7 months. In US, in India, it is at least 32 weeks. So your continuation of pregnancy itself is putting the mother's life at risk. That is what we're talking about. Even if you continue the pregnancy for the next 2-3 weeks, probably the chances of her life getting jeopardized is going higher and higher as she continues the pregnancy. So this is the situation we are talking about. We always would want an option where we can save both the mother and the kid, right? That is what the doctors always want. But since they don't see that option as a practical option or the real option, they always, they don't discount on this option and just offer abortion, right? They would have considered that option if it existed at that point. Suppose the situation is such that it's going to take too long, and that duration is going to put the mother's life at serious risk. So that is the scenario we are talking.
Well, this is the first thing. If y'all are the same people who just told everybody to take a COVID vaccine, I don't believe nothing y'all say. The amount of crap y'all put into people's bodies. Y'all kill
right. But now you're just running away from the hypothetical, right?
Don't write me. Bob
but you're like just obviously running away, right?
Wait, Bob Saget.
Right.
They put up the name of a pedophile and they're trying to speak over
I don't know about that.
You know
But
about
I literally just pick a random
and having
celebrity's name.
feces and the families and the sex.
Right. Now you're running away
Now they
again.
talked about him on Full
Can
House.
we talk to someone who's going to engage?
Indian gentleman.
Yes.
Sir, I thought
Well, you responded to him by running away.
Yeah, I wanted a scientific and an objective answer from you, sir, because it looks like you've come up with a very sensible argument.
We talked for a while, brother. So this is the problem. Y'all doctors have been murderers for quite a long time. Y'all killed
Right. But can you answer the question now?
Entire revamp of the system.
So you're not going to answer the question.
10.6. I'm answering. Are you okay, Bob?
Oh, no. You're not answering because COVID has nothing to do with the question he asked you.
I don't know what's happening with you. Yeah,
What's happening is with me is that I'm observing you running away. That's what's happening.
Cause problems with pregnancies. Nobody really took it serious, right? In the medical community, bro. Pregnant women still inject.
Well, that's not true. But
All I was trying to make you understand is, sir, Maidas, I was just trying to make you understand that some things. Just a moment. Just hold on. Let me just complete. See, there are some things which are not in black and white, right? There are some things which we have to. I mean, people would have come up with this idea of abortion, or they would have legitimized it. Going through all these discussions, they would have gone through all this. I mean, you're talking as if the people who came up with these policies are completely heartless and inhuman. I mean, there has to be some
absolute murderers. Yes.
Right.
And
but
the COVID
what would
vaccine showed it.
Yes, the COVID vaccine showed it. I agree with you. It's literally made by the devil. I agree.
Sir, just a moment. I can't just take an insult like this as accusation. Just a moment. See, sir, my own people. Sir,
Prashant, don't take the bait.
People from inside my doctor's community. Just a moment. I can't sit and take the shit from you. People inside my doctor's community have given their lives. They have died. No. They have died. My own friends have died treating COVID patients. You can't just come. See, you can't just discount our contribution. Come on. What is this? How is it fake? We have put our lives during this. India has suffered. The number of cases we have suffered during COVID is higher than your state. Okay, and we have with lesser resources. We are a smaller country and we have lesser resources. We literally had to throw ourselves in the battlefield, and we really got serious damages.
We're going off of like 15 different tangents.
All murderers. This is absolutely ridiculous and cruel. Very obtuse. Very obtuse.
We're not talking about COVID though. We were talking about pregnancy.
Is that the 0.01%? I'm supposed to take these guys seriously. 0.101%.
No. It's not, sir. Who told you zero? From where are you expecting?
No. Guys, you're both going off of some tangent. You're both the COVID stuff doesn't matter.
I'm in alignment. I'm completely in alignment with this topic. From where is he quoting 0.01%? I don't know. Is it the same for every day? Suppose a lady has a brain tumor. Just a moment. Just hold on. Sir, you're not from the scientific community. Just let me educate you. Suppose a lady is diagnosed with a brain tumor when she is pregnant and she is holding a baby inside her womb, which is just 8 weeks old. Can you just do some research, go through some educative journals.
And now let's go back into abortion.
No, you guys are scared. By the research.
So now let's go back to the abortion conversation. Are you ready to do that, Midas? Or do you want to
This is still the abortion. This is still the abortion.
Okay. Do you want to continue the conversation with Bob?
I mean, he was asked a hypothetical and he
This
ran
is
away,
the
but he
abortion conversation
started
where we're talking about the viability of the information that we're getting.
Yeah, this is the problem, Bob.
So
is
this
that
is the rate in the chat.
It's like he's talking to a brick wall and listening to
I mean, I would like to talk to the guy, but he's just killed me.
I'm not saying you, Bob.
You guys
the brick wall. I'm saying he's like.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
So, Prashant,
So, Midas, can we please have a back and forth conversation, like a normal conversation?
So there was a question.
Conversation, Anders. Very, very normal convo, and we're just going over the stats. And because of the fact he was talking to me, can I respond? Now, Prashant.
No. What he asked you, Midas, was a hypothetical. What he asked you was a hypothetical about.
And I said,
hey, if you're what? Hey, man, shush.
No, not
he asked you if you. Oh my God. So difficult.
You guys are scared, brother. Let me.
Yeah,
Okay, point of moderation. Midas, I'm the one that's probably muting you the most. Not that you can't respond, is that you'll make a point, the other guy will get 3 words into his response, and then you got to talk again. I promise you'll get the same amount of floor time. Just let the person talk.
Prashant was talking to me.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, I don't. That's all I'm saying. I'm not here to debate. I'm just telling.
We're not.
Okay, one more time. I'm moving you. You're giving me a
I
headache.
don't care about getting moved. You guys are trash.
Alright, no problem then.
So obviously Midas was like running away like a crazy person, because the question he was asked was like, hey, if your wife was pregnant and she had some life-threatening issue, and the only way to resolve that issue was to terminate the fetus, terminate the pregnancy, would you do it? And he started talking about COVID, which is the, I don't know, I don't think you could scream, I don't want to answer the question and I want to dodge any louder than that. So, I mean, I've never interacted with this person, but it's quite something. Who's this guy, Andrew? Is he a friend of yours?
I'm not sure if Andrew is here.
No, he's not right. Sounded like a complete insane person.
Can I say something, Bob? When you decide to participate in such conversations, I think the whole purpose should be to challenge your own perspectives and views on the topic, right?
Right.
I mean, you should come out little more evolved and enhanced at the end of.
That is a very enlightened position.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of participating on Clubhouse. I find it that way because we don't have that luxury of having too much free time on our hands, and some relevant topics when you see, and some hosts are, some of them are hosting some good topics which are relevant to your life, and you have some dichotomy in your heart or some unsettled feelings, or sometimes you're completely sure about what to know about the topic, but still you would go and participate in the discussion, let it be argumentative, and in the end when you see that okay, there is some scope for me to learn a few more things and enhance my perspective on this, and you should take it. I think that's the choice. That should be a wise man's choice. It's very unwise for you to just come and...
You're assuming that everyone you're going to meet on the internet's rational.
No.
Do you think that guy...
Because he's being very rude and he's being very thankless.
Guess what? Do you think it was... Can you stop for a sec? Do you think that's going to change the 20 more minutes of explaining the scientific data to that idiot? Just don't get emotionally invested. If you love the game and you want to participate, that's fine. But it sounded like you were actually trying to convince this guy he's wrong. He believes the Jews are behind abortions in America. He's an idiot. It's not going to change. It's not his first rodeo.
Yeah, probably it was the first time I'm conversating with that guy. Probably you guys know about him. So I had serious respect for him when he stood up for the kid inside the womb and started saying that it's a murder, and he opened up a discussion. I really appreciated that, and I don't know. Anyways, thank you for the space.
You're a real G, Prashant.
I'm sorry?
I said you're a real G. It just means I like you.
Okay, thank you. The real G. Anyways, thank you.
Straight up.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Andrew, are you there?
busy for a while. Damn, I wanted to brag about the abortion bus I bought. I'll bring it up.
And I think, like, in the next abortion conversation, terms should be defined, like murder and abortion, like what these words actually mean. Because Himati gave him like his response and working from the angle that abortion is not legally murder. He's not using that word. Midas was just coming back with the exact same question in return for like 15-20 minutes. I think clearing up what people mean by different words is important.
Yeah, but I agree with you, but you think Midas would have a change? Like, this isn't his first conversation. Even if you don't know Midas, you've met this guy 100 times before on the internet, and you've seen a lot of stuff, right? When the guy's starting to say there's a connection between the Jews and abortions in America, and COVID's fake, and his picture, his avatar was like some mansphere hero that's like, you know, the high value man stuff. There's no change in this guy's mind. I mean, I get like getting it, like yanking his tits for a little while, but it just, if you're actually trying to convince a guy like that and you think defining terms, that's going to make a difference. It's not. He'll be back tomorrow doing the exact same thing. Won't matter. It'll never matter.
Yeah, I'll probably come across him. Might have just listened for a second and figured out that it wasn't interesting and left because I don't remember him.
Well, even if what I'm trying to say is, like, even if you've never met him, you've met that type of guy. Right?
Yeah.
Like, do you think E-Bike's going to come in tomorrow and say, "Hey guys, I really thought about a pre-sub sucks"? No. He's going to start from square one and argue pre-sub again every day.
I mean, we got lots of people on the stage. We can change the title if we want to talk about whether or not a God exists.
Yeah, I do think the abortion topic's been kind of going for hours, so it's up to you guys if you want to change it.
Hey, someone mentioned that abortion has been legal since 1971. In what country was that?
India.
India, okay. I think it's kind of the same that happened here in Norway. I have to double check. I think it was in 72. And abortion has been like pretty free and open. Of course, there have been like limits that are linked to like moral reasons for the limitation, but it hasn't changed since the 70s until I think it's like 3 or maybe 5 years ago when some Christian people here in Norway actually managed to get it through. So it's a little bit more strict now than it was back in the 70s and up until now. question to everyone: is it reasonable to believe a God?
Well, let me ask you this, Anders. God or not God?
I go with the no God.
Well then, can you please explain to the room what your fundamental and ultimate grounding for all facts and intelligibility is?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with that premise. So I wouldn't even the presuppositionalists wouldn't even get it off the ground with me with that. Because I remember the very first conversation I had in Clubhouse, I made a profile, I logged on, and I went into a room and I talked to people, and it was like Matt Yester and the gang. So it was a bunch of presuppers. And they never got to take off with their plane with me.
Well, don't leave us in suspense. What's the answer? How did you tear it down? Did you?
Oh, well, I don't remember exactly because I lost the replay, so I don't remember what I said back then. Probably nothing interesting because, unlike Midas, I've changed and learned a lot since then, since 2022. Fortunately, the pre-sub train has passed us now. It was a thing like a couple of years ago and a little bit further back, but it seems like most of them have dropped it. Except for e-bike though.
I think that Matt Yester guy still around. I saw him yapping in some room the other day. And I think Darth's still out there doing his thing somewhere. I heard he got kicked off TikTok or something. I don't really follow him.
Yeah, and I think I heard this from you, Rob. You have to correct me on this. I guess something about J. Robin not being too interested in pre-sub anymore and left that train. Where is Matt? I don't know. I haven't seen him for a while. JT Mole was the same. Anthony or Tomlock. I haven't seen him for a long time. And Tomlock loves to talk about abortion. He's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I had a couple conversations with Darth Dawkins about he did his whole script. I mean, I don't really debate the pre-sub stuff. That's not my nature, the tag or any of that shit. But it's pretty interesting. He had a meltdown, rage quit. Tom Rabbit, I think, put it up on his channel. I just basically, and I'm not like philosophically sophisticated or anything, but I let him go for a while, and like I don't mind like playing into his ego and just letting him kind of explain things and da. And I finally just said to him, I said, well, my problem with it is that the God worldview presupposes a supernatural component that I think's been failed, to be demonstrated. Until I see such demonstration by the nature of the dichotomy you propose to me, I'm stuck with the non-God worldview. Whether I can explain how it works or not is irrelevant. The nature of the dichotomy that you put forth, that's kind of what I'm left with. And he called me a fucking scumbag and did a monologue and left.
intro song to Donald Duck that was used between 47 and 53. Who's got the sweetest disposition? One guess who? Who never ever starts an argument. That song always reminds me of Darth Dawkins. I'll put it in the chat. Text. There we go.
Dawkins, he's quite a guy. Yeah, I don't know who's in his orbit anymore. He's lost a lot of his minions. J. Robin cut ties with them. I think Mike's still stroking his dick and probably a ornithologist holding his balls out of the way, letting bullshit all over the internet.
Yeah, Barth with his meltdowns, and I think it broke his like people found out quickly that he's like he's a Darth Dawkins minion after the videos of him. You've probably seen him with the notebooks.
Oh yeah, they're great. They're great.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Darth was a god to him at one point. The ultimate boss.
Oh yeah, they do. These guys that grab onto Darth Dawkins, he's the next best thing to Jesus, right there in front of them. They love it.
And it was YouTube's algorithm from 2016 and so on that fed me. One day I came across a Tom Rabbit video and Darth Dawkins. That's what led me to making an account on Clubhouse to listen to Darth, because I found it very entertaining. At least way back then.
Yeah.
2018, 2019, somewhere around that time.
Yeah, the Clubhouse days. Or sorry, the Google Plus days. So Darth kind of made his first. He stepped his toes in the water of Google Plus from Pal Talk. He was trying to escape his trolls from Pal Talk, and they all followed him over to Google Plus.
Sure. I never was on those platforms at that time. I only listened to the YouTube videos. But yeah, eventually I came on here and got to meet the Godless girl.
Yeah. The whole crowd. But showing my age, what got me kind of coming into these types of communities years ago was some friend of my girlfriend's at the time. Her boyfriend, like my girlfriend's friend's boyfriend, was like, hey, your boyfriend's into science and stuff. You should check these DVDs out. And it was 9 hours of Kent Hovind. And I remember at some points just standing up, pointing at the screen, like just yelling at it. So anyways, that's what kind of got me into some of it. And I mean, I started out making like debunking videos on YouTube, and I went on to Stickam and stuff. I'm more into debating it and stuff, but I'm in and out. Now it just kind of rolls off my back, you know, unless it's someone absolutely crazy. Even the crazy stuff, I just take it in stride. I'm not here to change anybody's mind. Go nuts, Anders. I'm telling you, you go nuts. Can't take it personal. I meet all kinds of crazy people.
Yeah. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Isn't that the saying? I will endure, but when it comes to people like John Lee, Midas, JT, Mo, J. Robin, I think I've had enough of people like that, because I want a productive conversation, and literally, if a God does exist, I genuinely want to know, because that's a big thing. be
Oh
the
yeah,
best.
it's kind of a big deal. Yeah, it was kind of a big deal.
Yeah, there you go. It's a big deal. So I actually, yeah.
I don't know. It depends on the character. I get what you're saying. You want more of a honest discussion with somebody. I appreciate that. But I don't know. There's different kind of ways. Like for me, if I get into a thing with Matt Adams or even John Lee on some level, I know what I'm getting into, right? I know what they believe. I'm not going to get emotionally invested. I might get frustrated a little bit, but at least I will give credit. I still think Matt Adams and John Lee are easier to manage than the Midas, right? Because with the Midas, like I said, I get it if you just want to like entertain it for a while, but it's never gonna stop. It's a train. Like there's not gonna be a resolution to the conversation. So at some point, like at the end, he was literally just trying to commit suicide by mud. I mean, that's all he was really trying to do at the end. So.
Yeah, I hate that. Clubhouse should at least maybe should be limited, like let's say 5 times per 5 minutes, but like you should be able to mute people for 30 seconds, 1 minute, and let's say max 3 minutes before they can unmute, because it just sucks. Just yelling right back at you.
Yeah, well, it gets to the point you're trying to moderate, right? And it's like, not only you're trying to control the conversation, then you got him like arguing with you about it, and it's like, no, I'm not here to argue. I'm not like giving you my opinion per se. I'm just stating a point of moderation, right? Yeah, like it. I guess hit the road, right? I just have low tolerance for that. Like, I'm trying to actually moderate. Whether whoever's right or wrong, if they're the ones that just won't shut up and are coming at me, then they're the ones that are going to get muted or moved to the audience.
Yeah, and like I said, sometimes it depends on like if it's entertaining, if it keeps the room going. Sure, for a while, and let's see how it goes. But it was just like what Midas did. I don't think it's fun for people to listen to, because Bob tried to say things and the other guy tried to say things, and Himothy tried to talk to him, but 3 words in, and he.
Yeah, it was just getting out of hand at the end. It was even like, I get it. Like I said, I get it for a little while, and he says some crazy stuff, and it was a back and forth, and it is entertaining for a little while. But at the end, it was just, I was getting a headache. It was just like I couldn't even understand what anybody was saying. As soon as anybody would talk, he would just have to talk over them. So, Anders, I probably asked you this before, but I'm not sure. Were you raised religious at all, or were you just always like in a home that was was kind of blasé towards religion, or what was your
Dad and grandparents on his side, non-believers, like I would guess atheists. We never used the word and never talked about God with them at all. My mother's side, a handful of them believe in a God. My generation, like my cousins, most of them don't. So it was like 50-50. We did go to church like once, like during Christmas and Easter, but that's about it. I was read Bible stories in the way of like children's books and all that stuff from my grandmother, but I never like adopted the belief. So I've always been a non-believer.
Well, I was raised Anglican. Sunday school, church camp. I was confirmed. Received the Eucharist.
I was confirmed though. How was the Anglican version of confirmation?
I don't remember a whole lot of it. I remember there was like 3 of us. We had to do this like course, like a short course, and then I had to take the Apostles' Creed. So I know Apostles' Creed for sure, and we were instructed on how to receive communion, and then pretty much it that if I remember. I was in the club.
In the club. Nice.
Initiated. I was old enough to take communion and stuff.
I was kind of in a club myself. I don't remember the acronym, but it stood for like Christian Religious Sports Club. And that was like the thing we did. So we played football, beach volley, and golf. And we went to a concert, I remember. And that's we never did like church things.
Yeah, that was kind of like my church camp. It was like, we called it church camp because it was sponsored by the church. Like they pay for you to go for a week or two or whatever. And it was an Anglican church camp. Sunday we did a service. We did these like stations where you got in groups and you went around. So you did like archery, swimming, canoeing, all this stuff. And one of the stops was at the church where you're supposed to do like a religious study. But basically they just get through their moral lesson of the day and you can talk about do whatever you wanted. And it wasn't really heavy on the church stuff, to be honest with you. It was fun though. It was, I don't regret any of it.
Yeah, me neither. It was mostly to like please my grandmother. I know because my cousins and my brother did the same because we're not believers, but we was confirmed anyway. So I think it was for the most part the symbolic part of it and being nice to your grandma.
I got you. I hear you. What's weird though, and I bring this up once in a while, and it seems so weird now. It seems like a whole other lifetime compared to the way things are now. But when I first moved into the small little town I grew up in, like I was born, we lived close to the town, but it doesn't really matter. But we moved into the actual town, and growing up, it was like extremely segregated between Catholics and Protestants, and it was just normal. You know, when I look back at it now, it's really weird. The town's not like that so much anymore. But like there was kids that lived like a street or two over from me that I didn't even know till high school because they went to the Catholic school. And this little town, they had the Catholic grocery store, and then the other grocery store. They had the Catholic funeral home, and then like the other funeral home. And it was kind of weird. But a funny kind of story when we first moved there. I didn't even know this story till like a few years ago. My mom told me when we first moved there, she didn't realize it was that segregated either. And she went into the pharmacy and ordered birth control. And they were like whispering, being all like weird about it, and she didn't get it. And she realized after she went to the Catholic pharmacy and was ordering birth control, right? Yeah, that's just how it was back then. It's weird. I couldn't imagine now. I remember going swimming at a friend's house. It was at his grandma's cottage. And on the way out there, they told me that if she asked if I was Catholic, I had to lie and say I was Roman Catholic. Or I wouldn't be allowed to swim on the property.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
The local church where I grew up only had it was only a sermon once a month, and they actually mixed the Protestant and the Catholic sermon together because they only had the one weekend every month.
Huh.
So yeah, remember that. I don't think it. I guess if you take a walk around the country here in Norway, you probably find people that are like that, but I don't think so, at least not anymore. Because we are so connected after like the internet and technology. Plus we are like only 5 million people here. You guys are 350 something million.
Well, fair, I don't live in the United States.
Oh, where?
I live in Canada.
Oh.
Canuck.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's better because you guys are more like what do you call it? The nature is closer to how it's here in Norway. Like.
Well, yeah. If America had a love child with Europe, it would be Canada.
Yeah.
Or like the nicer America, nicer U.S.
Yeah, I remember. It's kind of sad because he's not here with us anymore. A family friend of my mom, basically her neighbor here in Norway, when she grew up, moved to Toronto and married a guy over there and got 3 children. And every summer they came to Norway, visited us in where we lived, and I got to speak some English, like now it's my turn, it's your turn, and yes, no, and thank you, like the basic words.
Right.
So yeah, I actually grew up, and I have to walk over to them because I double checked that my very first shoes are called Right Steps, and they're from Canada. They're size 17 or size 2. So my very first shoes was from Canada.
There you go. Your first English words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually live fairly close to Toronto.
I would have to visit Canada sometime during my life. Canada and North America in general.
You know, I always tell myself Anders because I live so close to Toronto, and it's technically an international city, right? It's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm like, I should go to Toronto more. And sometimes I'm just like in the summer, if I have the afternoon off, I'll just like, no, I'm just gonna go into the city. And every time I go, I remind myself why I don't go. I come out and I'm just like, that's enough for me. For a while, quite a while.
But is it the traffic, the noise, the people?
Oh god, the traffic, the noise, the people. Yeah. It's you know, it's an old city, right? And the streets are still narrow, but there's millions of people that live there, and sometimes navigating it is pretty frustrating. And yeah, it's just a different world, right? It's especially when you're in the heart of it. You know, like any big city, right? You know, it's they live in their own little cosmos. It's its own ecosystem, I guess, of sorts.
Yeah, people like to be safe and stay in their little safe zone, like with like-minded people. And
well, it's just like it's just the lifestyle, right, of living in a metropolitan like downtown versus like I live in like big towns or we consider small cities, right? Like there's tens of thousands of people and stuff, but like up there when you're like in the heart of the town, like these people don't own cars, they don't, you know, they just their whole life is right there. Like everything they need is there, and they never leave it, and they're just products of it, with good or bad. You know, it's just a different lifestyle, right? It's a total different.
Yeah, kind of like me. I used to have a private owned car, but it was parked all the time. The insurance and the yearly fee was almost more than what I spent in gas because I never used it. And of course, what do you call a car that you get through your job? Job car? But anyways, I have a car to my disposal that I can use, but I take public transport or borrow a car from family members or just use electric, like an e-scooter, for example, whenever I want to do something and get pretty much anywhere because, like you said, everything I need is.
Yeah. If you live in that kind of like, I get why people are like that. It's just different for me, right? Because I live in a, like I said, it's not that it's I live in like a ghost town or anything like that. Like it's a populated place, but just the means of like transportation to get to work, to get my groceries, to it's just a different lifestyle, right? Like these guys, they live out of a backpack. They live downtown, right? It's just they born and raised, and just that they never expand beyond that bubble, right? They don't have to, right? It's not a bad thing. It's just that it's a different vibe, right? They just these people just this is all they ever knew, and that's all they ever need. And they're a product of the city, like any city, right? Child of the city, Anders.
Yeah, I like. Okay, I'm not living in Oslo, like the capital of Norway. It's more like 20 minutes outside. But to me here in Norway, that is almost being in the city because it's just so close. But where I live, it's like super quiet. It's kind of farmlandy and foresty around where I live. So it's pretty quiet and nice here. But I do prefer living close to the city because where I did grow up was like in a lumber house from the 1890s. No kidding. My great grandfather built it. It was super cold. The electricity was out for 1 or 2 days in the winter time. It sucked. So.
What kind of house did you say, Anders?
So not my grandfather and not my great. Yeah, so my great grandfather built. I think it's called lumber house when you like.
Oh, like a log house.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, of course, yes. I know
wow,
lumber. Lumber is just like when you cut down a tree. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a log house. And it was super cold in the winter time. We never had any electricity, like electric ovens. It was just a wooden stove. It kept us warm. And the house is mega, super tiny, like micro house.
That'll make you a tough person.
Yeah, I mean, in the morning it was like, hey Anders, do you want to go out and shove the snow off the car and start it, get it warm? Hey Anders, can you go out and get the newspaper? And it was like 2 feet of snow. And I was just like swimming. Finding it.
So I'm curious, how has the 101 been going? Has this room been open Since last night or this morning?
It's 6 hours in.
Oh, goodness. Any good debates?
That means that this vampire Andrew has been opening rooms at like midnight his time.
You see Midas tried to debate?
I wouldn't call it a debate. He just fucking talked over everybody until I finally kicked him.
I
Jews
came
are behind
in.
abortions, by the way, if anyone didn't know that. The Jews are behind the abortions in America.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, we invented abortion. We make good money on that.
Damn, Norm!
Does anyone want to debate with me one-on-one abortion? I'm pro-choice mostly.
No, yeah, I'm on the same side.
Do you want to?
I'm pro-choice.
I think I'm the best pro-choice debater, Sam. So
Yeah, go ahead, Sally, if you want.
Wait, so we're going to debate. We're both going to be pro-choice. It's going to be a debate at who's a better pro-choice.
Who's
debater.
better at being pro-choice?
Alright, so, if you believe that souls enter bodies at certain times, I'm going to have a hard time debating you because I can't, falsify that hypothesis. But if you're like me that thinks that, consciousness is something that, gradually develops, then it's, very plausible that the zygote, which is just, a couple of cells, or it's just, literally one fertilized cell, is not conscious, and that, a clump of, 1,000 cells, which is just, an amorphous blob, is also probably not conscious. And, I think it's pretty reasonable to say that, the moral status of things depends on them having a mind, that, things have to, be able to feel pain, or, want to live, or, have goals, have love, things like that. It's, sort of things that we usually associate with, having a moral status. So, my general view is that, it's very plausible that minds in babies slowly develop, that it's not, an on-off switch, but that we can say that there's, clearly times in the fetal development where they don't have minds, and that it should be, totally legal to have abortions during this, time when it's very clear they don't have minds. Now, when they're much later in development, when they're, 8 months, it's very plausible that they do have minds, that a baby just straight up has a mind, like you or me does. And that's probably not a good idea. You probably shouldn't morally abort that thing, because you're just ending the life of a being with a mind. Now, it doesn't have exactly a mind like we have, because it's very confused about the world. It probably doesn't have, a sense of self, because it's, not developed enough to have a sense of self. It doesn't, it's, very confused about things, and its mind is probably a very, confused jumble. But it still has a mind. And in that case, I would say it's, but still, you probably shouldn't kill that thing, unless there's, a threat to the mother, or, a threat to, something other very reasonable reason why you shouldn't, put it up for adoption, or, whatever. So, my defense of abortion is, hey, let's not kill the things with minds, but let's, chill out about things that almost certainly don't have minds.
Yeah, so I take a completely different approach to doing these debates, which is that I just grant these people personhood at conception, right? And then, I argue on the merits of, the mother's right not to have her body used as, a human life support. If you're familiar with, the violinist art.
Yeah, those always ring a little bit hollow to me, because, they kind of assume this, extreme libertarian view of, right to autonomy and, freedom of association, that, most people that say this view don't even hold in other contexts. So, that's one reason it rings hollow. But also just, if, for example, Sully, in the violinist case, you only had to be just strapped to the violinist for, I don't know, a day, and if you left, he would die. I think you would be a complete fucking douchebag for unhooking yourself. It's only, the violinist case, is only sensible in the case where it's, 9 months or something like that, which is, a huge burden to ask someone. But the thought experiment of the day versus 9 months is sort of evidence for that your right to bodily autonomy is not absolute. That, it does, in fact, depend on how burdensome it is to you. And how
Wait, it has nothing to do with
It has nothing to do with whether the person is gay, right? Like, so that's not part of the argument. Like, the point isn't, and it's also like the reason that it's set up to be 9 months is so that it's like more analogous. But like, the point is that like what the sort of like debate about abortion really is this debate about whether like the government should force women to like carry their pregnancies to term. That's like what the debate is really about. You know, I don't want to get into a debate about where like sentience begins or where personhood begins. I think that that's actually just like too far afield of what the actual, you know, concerns are. You know, so I'm just going to say, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't actually. This is just for the sake of argument, right? Like, I don't actually think that zygote is a person, right? Like, I kind of agree with what you're saying, right? It's just that the approach to the debate is like, okay, if somebody wants to say it is a person, or that like a 3-week fetus is a person, or something like that, right? Then okay, fine, but why does the fact that it's a person mean that the other person, the mother, has to stay, you know, hooked up to this person for 9 months, right?
I think that the right to bodily autonomy is not absolute. If you're instead of getting,
I never said the word bodily autonomy, man.
Like, so what I'm just trying to get at is like, if it was, you know, one person stuck to you for 9 months, yeah, maybe it's reasonable for you to, you know, disattach yourself. But if it was like every single person in China was attached to you, and then you had 9 months to do it, I don't think that you should attach yourself. I think you'd be a monster for like not just waiting 9 months to like save, you know, 1 billion people. So I think that like I don't think about these things in rights, and I think it's unreasonable to think about these things in terms of rights. I think it makes much more sense to think about these things in terms of like a cost-benefit analysis.
How'd you jump to saving 1 billion people? How'd that happen?
When I like to test moral principles, I like to make examples extreme in order to like to sort of test the principle in lots of different cases to understand like whether we actually think these principles, like how much do we think these principles hold up. I do that with most moral like theories. I go, okay, well if you have this theory, how does it handle this edge case? In the same way that with like particle physics, we go like, okay, you think this is the law of gravity? What happens in this extreme case? Just to see if it's like an actual universal law of gravity or just like a heuristic.
Yeah, but what am I? I didn't say anything about like. I just said that they don't have an obligation.
But you do think they have an obligation in the case of China, I presume, right?
I don't even understand how that's supposed to work. Like, as in.
Okay, if you leave these tubes and wires, for some reason, all of China dies. Should you unattach yourself, or should you wait the 9 months?
That's not even like related to the question. Is do you have an obligation?
Do you have an
obligation
and it's not, to stay attached?
You have a super. It's okay. It's in the case of like the one person at least, right? It's a supererogatory good to stay hooked up to them, right?
And in the case of China, is it supererogatory or is it mandatory?
I don't know. I mean, that's not like the consideration in question, and so it's like completely.
I'm trying to get at your.
It's not related.
I'm just trying to get at what your principles are, my guy.
Yeah, I'm telling you what the principle is. Right? It's that you don't have an obligation to function as a human dialysis machine for another person.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that is a like. This is like a like heuristic. It's not like an absolute right to not be dialysis machine. It's like a general heuristic for using. And like, I think that you do have an obligation for one person. You have an obligation to be a human dialysis machine for a day or 2 days for them. So that's like another case where I think this is like, again, just a cost-benefit analysis where it's not reasonable to ask a person to spend 9 months of their life hooked up to you to save your life. But it is reasonable to say, hey, you can spend a day, you can spend 2 days saving a person's life. That's not unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're changing the salient feature of the case, so like I don't.
Yeah, but that's what you got to do with thought experiments, is to switch the knobs and dials around to see how the thought experiment is working. Like, okay, question. Okay, well then we just have a good difference in opinion about philosophical methodology. But I think you should, like, if the baby's 9 months pregnant or whatever, it's totally reasonable to say, hey, mother, you have to, like, if you want the baby out of you, you should get a C-section rather than kill it. That's like a totally reasonable request.
No, but it's just like what you're saying is silly because it's like, okay, if I set up the trolley problem and then I just like change the numbers around so that like switching actually kills more people, like I don't. It's just like we.
No. With the trolley problem, it does make sense to say like, okay, well, what numbers do you switch and not switch, like, and ask.
Yeah, but that's not
grandma or not your grandma. How old are the people?
We're never dealing with these kinds of variations in the abortion cases. So.
Well,
I mean, you're literally just making it disanalogous to what it's meant to be analogous to. Like,
yeah, I mean, you could be trying to abort, like, you know, quadruplets.
No,
yeah, I think in that case, it's still going to be like you can detach yourself. You don't, you know, basically, you're not obligated to stay.
I think your claim to you're right, like with the violinist case, if it was 4 violinists, like your claim to have the right to detach goes down with the 4.
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I don't think it changes any of the salient. No, look, the point is that like you could set it up so that you're hooked up to 4 violinists. It's not going to change the reasons why you're not obligated.
In the case of a billion, I don't think you should. You're a monster for detaching. In the case of quadruplets, you have like a much less reasonable case of detaching. And then with 1, I think it's like kind of reasonable that you don't get to enslave someone for 9 months to save 1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never heard anybody try to do this kind of like blow it up to a billion people thing with the violinist argument before. I don't really get why anybody would think that's like a reasonable consider.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to say that, like, listen, this thing that people say, oh, we have an absolute right to bodily autonomy. I'm like, no, you don't. We have, like, that's not what you have at all.
Yeah, but I never said.
I mean, I think that for me the hard case is like, what does that do at like 4 months? Because like I don't even know how developed a fetus is at 4 months, and like probably it doesn't have a mind, but like seems like difficult to say.
Just imagine it's totally like a miniature person instantly.
Yeah, it's like it looks like a person.
Like that's what you're but you're just supposed to be imagining that the zygote is just like a little tiny human, like it's just a person with a soul and all that. Like you can imagine that's true even though it's not, right? And just say like, okay, should we enforce that the mother stay hooked up to this person?
As technology gets better and better, and as incubation technology gets better and better, in like probably the next like 15 years, we're just gonna have full artificial wombs where you can just take a zygote out of the mother and put it in the artificial womb and then have it grow like a full baby. So in that case, then the abortionist has to say, oh, not only do I get to detach myself, like you don't get to take the zygote out of my body and put it in the artificial womb.
No, that's false. No, that's false. That still would be an abortion.
Oh, okay. I mean,
even if the zygote is like put into an artificial womb and survives, because all that's relevant to the abortion is that they terminate the pregnancy, so the pregnancy ends.
I think a lot of abortion advocates.
I don't care. I don't care what a lot of them say. I mean, a lot of them would say what I'm saying, but it's irrelevant. Like the point is just that they don't have a right to like kill fetus for like no good reason, right? Like if it can be saved or whatever, then they can terminate their pregnancy and it can be saved, then you should do that. But that's still an abortion.
I can see that way of looking at it. I think it's when we get good enough artificial wombs, the debate won't be can I kill this fetus. It will be like can I be forced to put the thing in the artificial womb, and in that case, like it's totally.
No, but you're not being forced to do that. That's the point, right? Like, you're requesting that your pregnancy be terminated, right? And that's basically where you're right at. Like, the point is, you could if the violinist could just be hooked up to an actual dialysis machine after you disconnect yourself, you don't have a right to then say he can't be hooked up to that machine either, right?
Yeah, but then with the baby case, like there's a lot of laws around like you have to provide for your baby and stuff like that. So in that case, the mother would say like, no, I don't want to like.
No, that's not true either. You're giving it up for adoption, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Wait, but if that's true, how does any father ever have to pay child support? Why can't the father not just say, oh, I put it together for adoption? Like, how does that ever happen?
Well, you can like waive all of your parental rights, but typically child support laws and stuff are around like people who are like married couples and stuff like that. Also, like there's cases where like the baby's not being given up for adoption, like it's being cared for by just the mother by herself. And so like a lot of the laws around like child support are weird, and the laws around like child custody are weird. You know,
I give the baby up for adoption to the mother. I give my baby up for adoption to the mother.
That's the thing my baby mama tried to do that, and they basically told her that I need to be married.
What did you try to do, Albedo?
Well, I didn't really try to do anything. She tried to get my daughter's mom isn't really involved, and at one depressive moment in her life, she's like, I'm just gonna give up her rights, and she tried to look into it. She said that they wouldn't even really allow it unless I was married. That's what she told me. I don't know how accurate that is, but it seems to be right given the other stuff I know about adoption. My old boss worked on like an adoption for quite some time, and basically like you have to fit a bunch of criteria. Also, like if I were to have like another person take over the rights of my kid, they would basically need to be married or have like some long-standing consideration of being my significant other.
Yeah,
it's like allowing people to just come in and out.
Yeah, the adoption thing, like if the mother like gives the baby up for adoption, like basically like very early, like at the hospital, basically, then like they have to sign a bunch of stuff in terms of like what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do and stuff like that. They're like waiving like basically all their rights and stuff like that. But yeah, it's weird if the baby's being cared for by one of the parents. So then there's like, are they married and all that? Like when I was never married, and like my name was on my kids' birth certificates and stuff. But like when my ex and I split up, it was like I had to go to court to get like 50% rights. You know, like I didn't have anything by default. You know, even though I raised them like the whole time.
When I was a sperm donor to some woman, the laws apparently were literally the case that we couldn't have sex. Like that couldn't be the way that we like sperm donate. That like we had to like do it through non-sex means to get the sperm inside of her in order for this like to like count as a sperm donation. Even if I like legally signed that this is a sperm donation.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't know how all that shit works, to be honest. I'm sure that's like differs by state and stuff.
You know that if like you're married and let's say your wife sleeps around on you, gets pregnant, that's your kid. Your name's going on the birth certificate.
That's some evil nonsense.
Well, I think that you could get like genetic testing done or whatever later.
No. Like you could know ahead of time. You can even tell them your name's still going on the birth certificate.
Right. You have to like take it off, basically.
Yeah, there's like a huge process you have to go through. There's a name for that law. I don't remember what it is, but yeah, like a friend of mine had to go through it. It's like this. I was like, I didn't even know that existed at the time, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, a lot of the weirdest laws surround like being married to a person. Like that's where it gets like all weird with the like alimony laws and like all this other shit that doesn't even have anything to do with kid.
Something that one of my hottest takes, which is saying something, is that I think that like if you were a parent, like that both parents need to like should have to consent for like to bring a child into this world in the sense of like if you have a one night stand and the woman like gets pregnant, like she should ask your consent. Do you want a baby? Not this thing of like, well, it's not you. I can like. I'm not saying this is legally. I'm saying morally. You should ask for the consent of both partners because this is like a bit. You're bringing in like your baby into the world, and like that's something that you should like not just do to someone without just like getting their consent.
Wait, what is wait?
I'm saying morally, if you have a one night stand and the woman gets pregnant, she should ask for your consent to take it to term. Like that, your both the parents' consent should be involved with like the decision of like we're gonna bring this baby into the world. And I'm not saying legally. I'm not saying legally. I'm saying morally, not legally.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I don't know. There's something to do with, and Timothy and I have had this conversation that goes back to that whole like artificial womb thing that we were talking about before. But it's like, I don't really think you have much right to your like genetic information, really. Like, if that's like the issue, is that like you have descendants or something. You have like people in the world that are like your offspring or you know grandchildren or whatever. Like, the point is like I don't like. I don't think you can. I don't think you have any like moral say in like you knock a woman up if she decides like she wants to have a baby or something. It's like okay, I mean, there's all these like laws about like what your obligations are after that point. That maybe we could talk about. Like I don't really think you should like there might be some like sort of like financial like burden that you should shoulder or something like that. I don't know. That's like debatable though. But like the point is like I don't think you really have much of a say, in like whether or not there's actually going to be a baby.
I think like empirically, like pragmatically, it makes sense that we'd want the biological father to be involved in raising the child because like children do better with two-parent homes or whatever. And I'm not saying the law should force women to get abortions, but I'm saying as a human being, if you want to be a decent person, while it's still just a zygote, you say, hey, do you want descendants? Do you want your bloodline to continue? Yes or no? And if someone says no, you're an asshole for saying, well, I don't care about that. I'm having the baby anyway. Like you're an asshole. You're like a psycho.
I don't really agree with that. I mean, like I just don't think
you ask.
Probably, but like I just to consider the case that he's talking about, like I don't really see that as something that you're owed. Like like in some sense, like I don't know. If you get somebody pregnant by accident, like sorry, like and they want to have the baby, and let's say like they're not going to ask you for anything else, right? Like they're not going to ask you to support them or whatever. They're just going to have the baby and take care of it themselves, I don't think that just because that baby has like some of your DNA that like you have much of a fucking right to say anything about it.
And then why do you have the rights to like cover for it though? I think that's going to be the thing that they.
No, I know. I'm saying like suppose the situation is that like they're not going to ask you to do anything like that.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I think they want to just think that it's like held like equally. Like sometimes they call it like a financial abortion. It's like, well, if I don't have any say in this, I shouldn't have to pay for it. Then.
I completely understand that. Like, I mean, I would want, in principle, financial abortions to be totally like, but pragmatically on a realistic basis. Like, if that was the norm, there'd be lots of single kids not like having just a single mother, and that would be like horrible for their lives. So I just understand like the pragmatic reason why we don't allow like full financial abortion. I'm just saying.
Right. But just like put all that to the side, like suppose they would be financially stable and everything. Like I don't know, suppose they're not like a single mother rich.
If they're
and maybe even they're like maybe they'll like get married to somebody else or something, and so it will be like a 2-parent household or whatever. Right. I'm just saying like if you isolate this idea that like but it's like my biological kid. I don't really think that matters.
Like in the world where like babies that get raised by single mothers are like fully having like amazing lives, then I think financial abortion would be totally reasonable. But in the actual world, that's not the case. And in that case, I just want to say that like, moms should. I mean, I guess you don't share my intuition, so there's not much more to be said about that. That like it's very unkind to say to someone, "I don't care if you don't want to have a baby. I don't care if you don't want your genetic descendants. I don't care about that." Like, okay, well, you can not care if you don't want to, but like you're a dick.
Yeah, but see, like it gets weird when you say like, okay, say you do have kids, and then they have kids with somebody, and then it's like get into all this shit where it's like they're passing on your genetic information to their, to your grandkids or whatever. It's like, I don't think grandparents have some right over like telling, people to get abortions or not. Or whatever.
I don't think that the financial abortion is going to make more people stay together or not. Like, just think about like, oh well, since I'm paying child support, I'm going to go see my kid this weekend. It's almost never motivated by the money.
Sure, but like in the case where it's just all the father gives is just money, that helps the kid some.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that would be true wherever they get the money from. I mean, just like the mom having more money makes it better for the kid.
Yeah. By the way, fun story. I caught myself. I was on a date with a girl, and I just like this topic came up, and I was defending you should ask for consent. Like, she was so offended that I like ruined the date. I didn't get laid because of this opinion once.
Yeah, you can't bring up topics like this per se.
I thought consent was important to women. Just kidding. So, like, if the violinist had 2 weeks to be on the dialysis machine for 2 weeks, do you think they have a right to detach themselves?
You're saying without permission, Sam?
Yeah. The violinist gets forcibly kidnapped, and now he's attached to the violinist. He has to wait 2 weeks for the violinist to get unattached.
No.
None. I think 2 weeks is not as burdensome to save a life as 9. I think that like
you're forcing someone to do something against their desires and wills, right? Whether or not you want to call that person a dick or not is irrelevant.
Well, in the violinist case, the violinist isn't the one that did the kidnapping. It was just some rando strangers. So now you're just in the room with the violinist, and you're saying, yeah, even though you had nothing to do with this, even though it only is going to take me 2 weeks, you're dead, motherfucker.
Yeah, but is this about like forcing them like legally? Like, sometimes the topic is like it's illegal stuff, and obviously like that's usually what the abortion topic is. But they'll want to appeal to like whether it's like a moral thing, and I do think it's like immoral to unhook yourself.
Do you think it's even immoral?
Ultimately, you could say like it's immoral, but it shouldn't be illegal.
Yeah, that is my position. I don't think the government should be involved, but I do think it's immoral.
Do you think it's even immoral in the 9 months case, Albedo?
Yeah, my position is like if you and me were stuck on an island, and for some reason you were like unable to like help me get food, I'd probably feed you with my own capacities until we both died.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And then if you
I think it's a supererogatory in some sense, though, Albedo. Like, it's like when you say, like, okay, are you, like, obligated to stay stuff to the violinist? You might say, no, but, like, it would be a good thing on your part if you stayed, like, it'd be a very moral.
It depends on their character if they don't. Like, I would view them worse off if they didn't.
I think that's fine.
like,
true.
I think
That could be true without making it an obligation.
There's certain supererogatory goods where it's like Sam is saying, like, oh, well, if you know, if it was like you had to stay there for a day, where it's like, yeah, you know, you had an opportunity to do some really like worthwhile supererogatory good, you were just like, meh. And that's kind of
it's hard for me to delineate then. That, like, you know, usually I'm viewing the supererogatory as like, it's good, like we're gonna be like positive. But if you didn't, there's not a negative associated with it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Because, like, you know, I mean, there's other cases where it's like, okay, like, are you obligated to do something to, like, stop, like, the mall shooter from going and shooting up the mall? You know, and it's like, I would say in cases like that, like, yeah, you have an obligation. Like, if you don't stop the guy when you could and would at low risk to yourself, then, you know, that's actually immoral, not to do something in that case.
Yeah.
And you could try to draw an analogy there. I just think, like, in this case, it's like, I don't know. I actually, like, the other day, I think about, like, okay, do you think you have an obligation to, like, give your organs away? You know, because, like, that's something you could actually just go, like, do, like, you know, you basically just, like, you know, commit suicide and, like, you make sure that you're, like, registered for, like, organ donor shit, and you set it up to, like, automatically call the ambulance to come and take you to the hospital, like, immediately, like, once you're dead, and it's like, you know,
Nicolas Cage.
you probably just saved, like, 5-6 people.
Nicolas Cage did a movie about that.
Yeah, so I thought about it a little bit, and mind you, I don't have like principled view on these things. I just have like a more primitive view. But I guess like to some extent, I think I'm saving more lives by being alive. I mean, you could try to construe it in a way where it's like, why not give up one kidney? And I thought about that too. And the only thing I really like come up with is like, I'm kind of just saving it in case my daughter needs it. It's like,
yeah, I mean, I don't.
She needs something. Yeah, I'll be like what was that movie called? With Denzel Washington, where he's in the hospital for his kid. He needs a heart.
Oh yeah, I forget what it's called.
It's doing so good.
I think you should be obligated to be an organ donor on death, but I think like giving your kidney up while you're alive is supererogatory.
You know what's weird though is that like the organ donor stuff, like, you know, where it says it on your driver's license or whatever, like that always freaked me the fuck out, to be honest, because I'm like, oh, but see, this like incentivizes people to like kill me though. Like, what if there's some rich asshole and like it turns out I have like the exact match for what he needs? He's just like, okay, yeah, off that guy.
Yeah, looks dead enough for me.
Right. It's like, oh yeah, you know, we could save him, but yeah, we're just gonna say that, you know, it went wrong.
You know, obviously,
cops will like break your taillights just to give you a ticket.
I mean, there's some level of that does sort of happen. I mean, like they assume you're dead when you're really not.
Right. And it's like, okay, yeah, I'm on the verge of death at the hospital, and like they could save me, but they could also make it look like it just didn't work out, and like, you know, there's some guy who's just like, you know, winking and nod, like.
Well, I'm not even trying to make it like diabolical. Like the way that they're going to view those organs is like, we need those organs ASAP because they're not really useful unless we get them out right away.
Yeah. So it's like systemic at that point.
I think it's pretty unrealistic that in practice that there's gonna have any effects on whether doctors try to save you. I think this is like a 1 in a billion like thing.
Yeah,
like,
it's
just. I don't think you have any numbers on this end.
1 in a billion is like out of my ass. I'm not saying like literally I think it's 1 in a billion. I'm saying like that.
If it happens like 50 times ever, then it's like gonna be more than 1 in a billion.
Sure, but like are the paramedics like, you know, they have the like clear, like whatever those things are called, the defibrillators, and they're like, wait, hold on, are they an organ donor? Let me check. Like I don't know, it just seems like that's not how these things are going.
Well, no, I bet you it is though, because I bet you they're like planning it out ahead of time. They're like, okay, like this guy, the third floor of the hospital. He's like probably not gonna make it, and then we can use his organs, and then they're just sitting there going like, all right, like they're just watching. They'll be like, is he gonna die? Is he not gonna? I'm sure that happens.
That's so it's so inhuman to think that way. That I think this is just like it's not gonna happen very much.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, granted, it is like ultimately that they're trying to save some other people with the organs, you know. So it's not. It's like it's not like they're like fucking pure evil or.
There's all sorts of countries that just.
End of what's good.
Yeah, you're just the one guy who's getting the fucking trolley through.
There's all sorts of countries that made it like default that you do give your organs away. You have to like do some bureaucratic things like undo it, and that's just like for me, obviously for the good. That like okay, like yeah, we're not gonna force you to do it, but like it's the default.
I mean, you understand that it is just like a version of the trolley problem. Like it's just called like the organ harvester case or whatever. Well, okay. It's like, you know, you could take a totally healthy person, right? And let's just say, like, you know, this is all done, like, automatically by machines, right? So there's, like, 5 people who are going to die of, like, organ failure unless they get the organs. And then, like, there's just one healthy person who's, like, going to live unless you, like, throw the lever. And if you throw the lever, then the machines just harvest that guy's organs and put them in the sick people, and then they live and he dies.
Yeah, I understand. But with trolley problems, people always imagine themselves to be like the one guy. But like you're 5 times more likely to be the other guy. So like even if we had a society where like we kept murdering people and stealing their organs to like put it in 5 people, you're way more likely to be the recipient of that than the victim of that. Like now I don't want that to be.
You could be both. You know, you could end up being both. But like, I don't know. Like I guess like see the organ harvester trolley problem is actually something that like we could just start doing. You know.
No, I don't want us to start doing that. But I am saying that if we started doing it,
also, as a practice, start like saving people from trains by having them hit somebody up.
Well, that wouldn't make much sense, I guess. It just seems like we're kind of already in the conditions that are set up by the organ harvester case, where it's like, yeah, you know, there actually are, like, say, 5 people dying of organ failure, and there are healthy people whose organs we can harvest and give to them, you know? So it's like, in some senses, like, we're not forcing the situation to take, like, and this has always been the kind of thing about the organ harvester case that I say is, like, it seems like if your answer is we should harvest the organs, then that just, like, sort of incentivizes like more instances of this occurring.
One thing I will say about the organ harvester case is like most people that like get the organs are like gonna be like 80-year-olds whose organs are failing, whereas the most people you kill are not gonna be like 80-year-olds. So like it's not like a true trolley problem where it's like equals to equals, but like if it was equals to equals, like where like you only kill 25-year-olds.
Yeah, you could fix it for the
25-year-olds.
Yeah, you could definitely.
There's a more defensible case for it. Even then, I wouldn't want it. But if we did live in that society, I just want to be clear: you're more likely to be saved than killed by this. Like it is probably to your benefit to do it. Like purely.
See, when you say this, but you're like leaning into it now. I don't know. It's like it seems like it's the kind of thing we want to say. No, this would be like bad practice.
No, I don't want it. I don't want this society. But I am just making the other.
Why not?
Which is that it would selfishly benefit you to have it.
Right. So
I don't want it because it's like because it's fundamentally unjust to just like take a person and like stick their work. I mean, okay, that's not actually why.
But wait, then I can go back to the original trolley problem and say it's unjust for you to do something that just like kills this other random guy who would have lived.
Okay. What I want to say is that I think a society where we're constantly in fear of getting the government stealing our organs is like not a healthy society. It's not one where like institutions are functional. It like breaks society in a fundamental way. I think this might be like my deep root. Like, oh, now I'm afraid to go to the hospital in case they steal my.
Are you arguing that we should have such and such?
No, I just don't know why. Like, I already kind of gave my reason for like why my answer changes. You know. From the original trolley problem to the organ harvester. It's like, I think that the original setup of the trolley problem seems like this kind of like fluke case where like flipping the lever makes it in no way more likely that this kind of thing will happen again. Whereas like the organ harvester one seems to be like, yeah, if you say like you do it, it seems to like incentivize the reoccurrence of the setup conditions like over and over again. Or you could just look at the fact that like I said before, like we kind of already find ourselves in these setup conditions like everywhere, and we shouldn't just like start.
I think that if Switzerland wanted to start doing the organ thing, where they just killed randos sometimes to save 5, I would be like, oh, this is the most insane thing imaginable. I just wouldn't want to live there. By the way, I know someone that
I don't know if I did
I know someone that donated a kidney and he regrets it. He was like, oh, that was just like way too much. Like, I like this was too risky for my health for a stranger, and I like shouldn't have done that. Whereas I've also met for the opposite way. It's a complicated emotional thing.
Go donate one of your balls. You don't need to.
To science.
You missed the guy that Andrew brought in here to kind of start this off. It was some type of TikTok, I think.
Gengar?
No, his name was Raichu.
Oh, I mean, it's probably the same guy. He's using like the Pokemon fucking usernames.
Oh,
Was he like super aggro? Was he super aggro?
Yeah, he's pretty aggro.
Yeah. I saw him.
What's the argument for this? He's like a debate bro.
He's like, oh, yeah. So, to murder babies? He'd be like shit like, oh, you're so... Like, he just kept, like, framing things as like, oh, so you can murder babies then?
Yeah, these guys they won't actually make, like, good arguments for that.
We didn't make any argument. He kept saying, like, I told him, because he was trying to, like, basically name the trait. And I was like, yeah, I think there's a difference even if I can't tell you what it is. Like, do you think that, like, my lack of enunciation of the difference means that I can't spot the difference?
Wait, how is he setting up name the trait?
Why are you able to kill it in this way and not the other way?
Yeah, see, this just goes back to the same thing, which is that, like, and I was trying to explain this to Andrew, and I've explained this to him like a million times, and I just kind of laid it out for Sam, which is that, like abortion is actually, like, it's a secondary thing. I forget, what do they call that? The whole, when Converse argues for, like, double effect or whatever. Like, the thing they're trying to do isn't to kill the fetus, right? The thing they're trying to do is just end the pregnancy, right? And the fact that the fetus dies because of because we don't have artificial wombs and so on, like, that is a secondary intention.
In practice, a lot of times they kill the fetus to remove it.
I think, like, you, at least in some cases, we don't, like, think like that. I mean, I could think of, like, maybe environmental things where it's like we don't allow, like, toxic dumping. It's because it's probably going to directly harm people.
No, I agree. Like, I actually don't think that I kind of agree, but it's just, like, weird because, like, Andrew will totally accept that double effect shit when Converse is using it for, like, arguments for Christianity, but then, like, not here. Like, the point is just, like, yeah, you could say, like, look, you should really be concerned about, like, the sort of like secondary effects of what you're doing, and I agree with that. So, like, you should. It's not like, oh, I can just, like,
argues for double effect, but then they don't apply it in some of these.
Right. Because it's like, I get it. Like, if I like hit somebody with my car, like, like they were just like in my way. Like, I was just trying to go straight. Like, I was, the fact that they died was just like a secondary. Yeah. Like, no, I agree that, like, a lot of that stuff is, like, silly. But, like, in this case, it's like rather. The point is just like, there's always a focus on, like, oh, do you have a right to just kill? And it's like, the point isn't that the point is, like, is the death of the person or the fetus, like, right, if we're granting personhood and stuff like that, right? Like, is that something that obligates you, right? Like the fact that if you disconnect from them, that they will die, does that obligate you to stay connected or not? And I know what you said about this, but
by the way, the law of double effect or whatever doesn't apply to abortion, because I think the vast majority of abortions, they kill the baby before they remove it. They don't remove it and then like let it die. So it's not like
no, but that's irrelevant.
I don't think it is irrelevant. I think if they took it out and let it die, that would be like, I wasn't trying to kill it. It just is a byproduct. Whereas if you're literally killing it,
no, but they do that. They do that because like it's the least dangerous method, and that like the fetus is going to die. Like like they know it won't survive. Like there's no way for it to survive. Like the point is that like there's a bunch of different like methods that there's a bunch of different like methods for abortion. What's common between them is like you're ending the pregnancy, right? So like if you were to do like a C-section, right, on like a early development fetus or something like that, right, and then take it out, it would die, right? And that would the abortion would be just the termination of the pregnancy. Now, like a C-section is obviously like much more invasive for the mother, right? And the fetus is going to die anyway after you do that. So like that's like a really stupid way of doing this, given like
they said they hold it like kind of fixed, and they say, yeah, you can perform the abortion, but you have to perform it in a way where you remove the pregnancy without killing the baby. Like it isn't like you kill the baby to the pregnancy.
Once we get to like you could have like an artificial womb, right? I don't think they have any fucking argument against abortion, right? Like there's no way they can keep arguing it.
Who are you talking about? Pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-life people. Like once the artificial wombs exist and you can like terminate somebody's pregnancy and like the fetus doesn't die, like those people are just gonna be like shit out of luck. Like sorry, yeah, like abortion. If this is what abortion becomes, like you just have no leg to stand on arguing again.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there might be their own challenges. Like these are gonna be like government funded things, and I mean, I think the world.
It's not government funded though. That's like. You mean like in the future?
Yeah, I mean, like I assume we don't have these things that we can like make a 1 month fetus survive or something.
There's like a law.
I just think it's like beyond that, this is probably a baby that there aren't parents for.
Yeah, it would be like
a state child. Yeah, but it'll be
But,
funded by the government in some capacity, so they'll probably fight back. It'll just be in different ways. What was your legs, madam?
Well, like, there's I forget the name of the law, but there's a law that blocks like federal revenue from like funding abortions. So like generally people pay for it themselves.
No, yeah. I mean, look, even if like a baby came to birth like right now, and then like CPS just takes it, that's just government funded. I mean,
sure.
For adoption. But, I mean, that's probably what you would view like abortions as like in the future. It's like it's just I'm adopting my kid. How old is he? 1 week into pregnancy, or something like that.
Well, I think that like the government should spend more to take care of people anyway. So,
I agree.
There's a whole bunch of arguments about stuff like that where it's like, yeah, I don't actually, I don't see a problem with the government spending more to like take care of the citizenry, and I think like ultimately like it's not a bad thing that the government like say okay, let's just say there's a bunch of these like artificial womb kids who are like growing up and like okay, we just like okay, yeah, we do just like fund via tax dollars, like taking care of those kids, getting them like good educations and so forth, right? And then they will help the economy. You know, like it's not a bad thing that we have more well-educated like people. You know, I don't know. I think that's a good.
Yeah, well, these are people that don't even want you to have insurance, universal ed.
Yeah, there's a lot of hurdles to get over with people. They're all very stupid.
Like that Midas person. Jesus.
Like I think one thing is that
again today.
What was that?
Oh God, Midas on abortion sounds like the fucking hits.
I've never interacted with the guy, so it was my first time, but he seemed to be well known. Yikes. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's well known for being like a belligerent moron who thinks he's Malcolm X.
Listen, if you want to turn the baby into gold, it's totally your right. Sorry, that was a Midas joke. That's a mythological Midas.
Oh my god.
It's okay, we got it. This wasn't fun.
I didn't get it actually.
I apologize.
Never mind, Sam, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff that like I think that what's crazy is that like ordinary conservatives now, like just people who are Republicans, they seem to be like minarchists or something. Like they're like the government is bureaucratic and it can't do anything right, and we should basically like not use anything to do with the government ever. Everything should be privatized. It's just like I don't know. I think people have kind of I don't know. I think part of the issue that I think a lot of people on the left, and this is like a sort of criticism of the left or like liberals or whatever that like I'll admit to, is that like they're not making the right arguments, and it seems like in large part people have like forgotten how to make the arguments that got us to all this shit that the conservatives are now trying to tear down. Like they got so comfortable with having social safety net programs and Roe v. Wade and all this other stuff in place that like they completely fucking forgot about how to make the arguments for those things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The average like abortion conversation that I the average culture war conversation I listen to is garbage. But like on top of that, the average abortion conversation that I listen to is even worse because like often the people arguing on the pro-choice side make bad arguments for it, and then like obviously like pretty much any argument you can marshal for pro-life is going to be bad. So it's just like two people throwing like the worst arguments at each other.
The right wingers have an excuse because even the best arguments available to them are bad. Right? Yeah. The left wingers do not have that excuse because there actually are good arguments, so they just like they think that they can just like fucking I'm gonna clever guide my way into the right things to say.
Something I have noticed is that this issue is something that gets right wingers very, very like triggered snowflake. Like, you know. Like you could come into this conversation and be like, yeah, you know, I'm pro-choice, but I'm more, you know, I want to have a rational conversation with you, and their response will be like, you're fucking murdering babies! You horrible person!
Yeah, Andrew does
to be
that.
fair, there are lots of people on the other side that are like doing the same shit. So I don't want to fault them for that.
You want to control women? You just want to control women.
I'll just bring us atheists over and find out for yourselves.
My point isn't that there aren't people on the other side who do that. My point is that, on every other, on every other cultural war issue, the right wing likes to act like, oh, we are cold and logical. We don't do this, triggered screaming.
Or they're memeing.
Yeah, but then, on this issue, they become, even worse. They become worse than any, blue-haired feminist, ever. So it's I
think they become on par. The other, generally, I think that they do their own lashing out in their own way, but on this topic, they have the same kind of lashing. But yeah, it is sort of a weird, I don't know about inconsistency, but it's strange that this is the topic that does it. Maybe there's.
I mean, I think it's sort of just one example of how you can't actually be consistent with this idea that I'm never going to be triggered, I'm never going to be emotional on culture war topics. I'm just going to be a cold, logical calculator, and everybody who gets emotional, I'm going to impugn as a snowflake. It's no, you're a human being. That's not how that works, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And I accidentally clicked on chillism again.
Rip.
Oh
The thing that
my
right
gosh.
wingers, the worst arguments I see from right wingers is the animal rights stuff. The vegan will be like, "Here's my argument for why we shouldn't have factory farms," and then the right winger will be like, "But cheeseburger good, yum." That's the
Cheeseburger good, yum.
That's the usual argument.
Premise 1, cheeseburger good. Premise 2, yum.
I think that one of the things is that I don't know, veganism is a whole other discussion, but I think I said this to Piper recently, which is okay, people on the left, I think you and I were talking about this too, Sam, which is okay, let's say you're a communist and you're a vegan and whatever else, and let's just I'm not even besmirching those views or whatever, I think they're fine, but the idea is when you're trying to win the culture war or win the war of ideas or whatever, those are really generally unpalatable ideas, it seems, even for and we're not just talking about amongst the hardcore right, even amongst sort of everyday liberal voters or something like that, and so I don't know, I think that the right in the past, say, 10 or 15 years has done a good job of, marketing itself to people who maybe otherwise wouldn't even agree with them, it's just, the focus on the culture war issues and, oh, isn't this so silly, it, seems to bring a lot more people onto their. And I'm not saying we should do what they're doing per se. I'm just saying the focus needs to be.
So what you're not understanding is that yum 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 cheeseburger yum.
I mean, I'm against factory.
Yeah, I think the reasonable position is that factory farming is the abomination, but if some random farmer in Montana has a cow and then they slaughter it and eat it, that's not that big of a deal. It's that it's the industrial inhumanity of the whole process. And literally,
I mean, even a lot of vegans will agree with oh, it's okay to eat rodents.
Most people think that the way most animals come from is some nice farmer has some chickens, and then the chicken lives for a couple of years, and then eventually they get slaughtered, and then we eat them. That's the consensus view of what's going on.
I mean, my position would just be I'm willing to spend more so that the practices are more humane.
Yeah. I mean, I think that is
the
reasonable view. I think that's the sensible view, and unfortunately,
want to like say that like having honey is immoral because we're robbing the bees of shit, as opposed to like fucking just saying, hey, end factory farming. But the vegan activists have actually done some like really good shit in terms of like making battery cages illegal and making the sizes of certain pens bigger. So they are willing to do like incremental stuff that is working.
Midas was like, he was asked if he was in a situation where, you know, his wife is pregnant and there's a complication which threatens her life, and the only way to resolve it is by terminating the pregnancy and killing the fetus. If he would do it to save his wife, and he said, I don't listen to people who've taken the COVID vaccine.
Honestly, that was a better answer than I was expecting, because I thought it was going to be like, fuck that bitch or something.
And then that Indian guy took every fucking bait, which I understand, because the Indian guy was like kind of normal. He seemed like a normal person, unaccustomed to the norms and tribulations of these types of spaces, you know. And he kind of took offense and started talking about how he had colleagues who died treating COVID. You know, a normal person response.
Yeah.
But he's like dealing
It
with
is
someone
funny.
who's like,
Like, just like, there's the funny thing about Midas is it's not like the thing that makes him like top tier idiot is like him just having bad positions. It's that he is like one of the most obviously dishonest people that you'll ever meet in your life on this fucking app. So it's like he'll do shit like that where instead of just saying like, oh yeah, I don't fuck my wife, you know, he does this like fucking obvious die. Oh, you have a COVID vaccine, so I don't care. Like he does this shit constantly.
Has anyone ever tried to argue with the pro-lifers, instead of framing it in terms of bodily autonomy, which like they don't care that much about, being like, these fetuses are illegal immigrants crossing into the uterus, and we're gonna do a regime change on the uterus to like, you know, this like we're gonna regime change the uterus, and now we're in charge.
Just be even more right than they.
Like deport these illegal fetuses, like. Like, I don't know.
Before they go back to heaven where they fucking belong.
Exactly. Someone should give that a shot. See how
That's hilarious, though. That's just super funny.
That just sounds like a Key and Peele sketch.
Maybe it is. Funny. Yeah.
You all have to stop these joke attempts.
Guys, we need to be very serious. Let's hold on. Let's tone down the funny, guy.
Yeah, well, that's what suited him in the chat said. So.
Can't laugh at dead babies.
Albedo, why are you using a sock account?
What are you talking about?
Different account.
He just changes his number out.
Notice how you and I are friends?
I thought we were. Well, I assumed we were friends with a sock account, too.
No, I only have one account. I don't really do socks. I had one temporarily for Discord, and that was it. Setting up my VR again. Been a long time.
Is that your like thing for watching porn or something?
No. I was gonna. So, I wanted to. One of the best games I've ever played in VR was Resident Evil 7. And I looked into Resident Evil 8, I was like, oh, I can't wait to play that in VR. Turned out that it didn't have it in VR, but then I found out that later it actually did release in VR, but only for PlayStation. I was like, well, shit, I don't have like a PlayStation 5 version of the VR. So I looked into that, and then I was like, oh, $500. And then while I was searching for that, there was like this little adapter that I could buy that would hook the PSVR up to the computer. And I was like, oh, that'd probably be better than the one I've got because I've got the original Vive. And then it said that the minimum you need is like RTX 1660, I think. And I was like, well, I have a 1080, so I don't know if that works. Turned out, nope, not good enough. And then I was like, oh, well, then I'd have to upgrade my GPU, and then that's like $1,000 or something. So all of this was like, I went down the rabbit hole of like, what should I spend my money on? And I was like, fuck it, I'm just set up my old drive.
You know that you can get those like MetaQuest. Wait, why did you want to hook it up?
Well, my Vive is like a computer one. I want to play like my Steam games.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the MetaQuest. I have the 2. I think they have a 3 out now. But
yeah, we talked about it.
It has kind of.
I asked you about it.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty sick. Like it's really sick actually. I'm sure the third one is probably.
I'd rather have that. It's like got no fucking cords or nothing. Like I'd rather have that. But it only has like its own games.
Well, it's not. It doesn't only have its own games. It just has like a sort of like restricted library of games. Like you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like a Play Store type thing where it's like, what kind of apps do they have on this one versus that one? And so there's games on it that are like multi-platform games. You know that like it's not exclusive to it, but yeah, the selection is obviously more limited than if you were playing on it.
Right. That's kind of what, like, I have a bunch of games in VR already. There's like 2 games that I want to play in VR. I want to play Resident Evil 8. I want to play Half-Life Alyx. So that's my goals. And one of them's PlayStation only. The other one's Steam only.
Yeah, that's what I think is fucking crazy about it. I mean, you can jailbreak a lot of these headsets so that you could just like I know people have done it with the MetaQuest where it's like you could like sort of wire it to your computer, you know, so that it's just functioning as like a wireless display to your computer.
If I was maybe 10 years, you know, I maybe have like the desire to kind of do that stuff still, but I just don't anymore.
The thing that I want to do with mine, that like I think there's a way to do it. It's just like really complicated. Is I have a drone. Like I have a pretty sick drone, and
you want to hook the fucking
when
camera.
you fly it, when you fly it normally, like you use a cell phone. Like it has a controller that you put a cell phone in the middle of, and the cell phone displays the camera feed from the drone, like while you're flying it. So the idea would just be to like patch that feed over to the VR view, and then
why not just get one of those like cheapo fucking cell phone VRs? You know what I'm talking?
Yeah, you could. It's where your phone is just like attached to your face, basically.
Yeah.
But I want it to be like more. I don't know. I want it to like that. Those look like cheap.
Well, yeah, because they're not really designed for. Well, I mean, you use it for like the cell phone design VR stuff, but because most likely that your drone isn't like VR camera on it, it's not ever going to produce like the VR image.
Well, what you can do, like what people do is like there's like programs that can take like one video feed stream, whatever, and then it does the thing where it splits it in half for like the left and right eye. You know?
Yeah. Well, I think that's what
it's not like full. It's not like 3D. It's like perfect 3D. It's probably distorted.
Yeah, I think that's what the cell phone VR does.
Yes.
Is like it splits the cell phone image. Yeah.
It's just that doesn't work as well. Right.
It's not very good.
I'm trying to look it up now. But one quick upgrade you could do to the Meta Quest 2 is the lenses. I'm trying to figure out what they're called because it's the shape of the lenses on the new Quest 3 and the new Pico 4 Ultra, I think it's named. They have like a new type of lens that makes the resolution and just everything more clear. So that's an upgrade you can do. So yeah, keep the conversation going. I'll try and figure out what it's called.
Is that like you have to like mail it out to them and they do like a refurbish where they replace the lenses or something? Or, I doubt I could do that myself.
I think I'm just mixing because I know you can buy the upgrade for the Pico 4 from the Pico 4 to the Pico 4 Ultra, but I think you can do the same for the Meta Quest 2 and 3 because the new 3S I think it's called. It's like a kind of a downgrade.
Yeah, it is a downgrade. I looked into it. I don't
the
know if you
lenses
can
are
do an
like the
upgrade,
biggest.
but I would imagine that the hardware on it's probably better too.
Yes, it's the Snapdragon Gen 2, so it's versus the Gen 1.
The thing I've always wanted,
XR2.
The thing I've always wanted that like I'll probably never own is the and I guess Apple has a version of
I
it
was
that
just
came
gonna
out with.
say that, dude. I tried that thing. It's fucking incredible. It's way better than these VRs.
Yeah, the one that I want is called the HoloLens. It's like Microsoft's version of it. Like they've actually been the ones like developing that technology for the past like 15 years. I think so. They have a HoloLens 2. It's like thousands of dollars, but those things are fucking so.
They
you can do so much with.
Did you try it on?
No, I've never even seen one in person before.
Well, you should go to the Apple store and just try that one out because,
it's
like I've been in VRs and you have too, and it blows the VRs out of the water, dude.
Yeah, because they're holographic, they're AR, they're augmented reality headsets, and it can superimpose shit. Yeah. I mean, it could, as far as I know, it could basically function as a VR headset as well. But like, the point is like, the idea is like with the HoloLens technology, it's like, okay, I'm in a room, right? It's a Microsoft computer, right? That's like powering this thing. So like, I could put my desktop onto my wall, or like I could put a 3D hologram around an object. Like they used to do these demos where like somebody's building a motorcycle. And they have like a 3D rendering of like the say like gas tank that they want to put on the frame, and so like the frame is sitting there in front of them in the room, and then they can like superimpose holographically the gas tank onto it just to see like how it would look and like walk around it and stuff. It's like Iron Man shit. It's fucking the coolest stuff.
The thing that really like I thought about like the practicality of it, but like forgetting about that for a moment, they like you could take a picture, and the picture was like fucking 3D, and it worked with like even just your cell phone. So you could take a picture of like it had like an Apple 15 or whatever, but even like a picture of your cell phone, you go into the Apple Vision or whatever, and you could like walk around your picture that you took.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I
And
can imagine.
videos, it's so crazy, dude. Like I was like, this would be so. Imagine like being fucking old, because like I still like looking back on my pictures, especially my daughter, and like, I don't know, like it would just feel so different to be like, look, like I'm seeing her really there.
Yeah, it's like Blue's Clues where you're like jumping into the. Yeah, those
That
things.
was the thing that really did it for me. All the other stuff that you mentioned is really cool. It's like neat, but they're never going to be something that I like do a lot with.
There's like there's like applications for it for like what I do for work, even like stuff like that. Like, because what it does, like at least what the HoloLens does, like the sort of like the reason that it's like an upgraded technology or like what makes it sort of new, whatever, is that it has a HPU chip, which is like holographic processor unit chip, and like what that does is it's like it scans like your environment, basically. It like models the room you're in or whatever, and like there are these really expensive things you can buy that they're like $20,000 for like these like laser devices that you can use to like make a 3D model of a space, right? Like you take this laser thing and it scans, and then you move it and it scans, and you move it and it scans, and it gives you all this raw data that you can then put into like Revit or whatever and generate a 3D model of the space, right? But the HoloLens does that like continuously, like in real time. You know, like you could just walk around the room and it would build a model of the room.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like, I think that's what those pictures are doing, basically. Very cool.
And then you got like, you know, people talking about like the AI stuff, you know, and like, oh, we have to give the AI like sort of like a higher degree of like sensory fidelity, you know, so that it can kind of like it can situate itself within an environment, you know, and it's like, yeah, that's the technology that moves that forward, right? Put one of those onto a fucking robot and then bam. There's also this, you know, even just the technology that's in the Meta Quest, right? Like, there's this thing it does, which I don't even know how many games actually utilize the feature, but like I discovered it in one of like the home screens or whatever. If you don't have the controllers in your hand, right? It has cameras like on each corner of the set that kind of like scan the room or whatever. It can see your actual hands, and it generates a 3D representation of your hands that are like fully articulated. So like when you move your fingers, it moves the fingers of the hands like to match them, you know, like in real time. And it's like so that you have like these ghost hands that are showing up in the VR screen, you know. And I'm like, okay, so basically like I could reconfigure this whole thing where like those cameras are at the corners of a keyboard, right? And then I don't need a mouse because I can type on the keyboard, and then I can lift my hand above it, and it will put an actual hand on the screen instead of a cursor, right? And then you can do all kinds of like more interesting manipulations than you could with a mouse, because a mouse can just do like left click, right click, whatever, you know. Like you have a fucking actual hand in the computer screen that can do like all kinds of different, you know, movements and stuff like that to do different controls or input. It's just like kind of crazy, like I don't know. It's like once you start seeing these technologies, like they all seem to come like sort of piecemeal, but it's like there seems to be a bunch of stuff that we could do with this right now, and people don't seem to be doing it.
Right.
Oh, you know, I also heard Sabina Hassenfelder had a video the other day where she was talking about there's some proposal by some quantum computing startup to like try to make quantum computers conscious per like Penrose's like quantum consciousness stuff. Which is kind of, I don't think it'll work.
I'm trying to figure out where to put these fucking cameras.
Oh, you got cameras?
Yeah, you gotta hook up like two like standalone cameras. Like the Vive for like they released with like three of them. There was the PSVR, which wasn't very shortly thereafter, but there was the Oculus, the Rift. And the Vive was like way more like out of the league of the other two, but it was way more expensive. And this one, like you have, like it's not gonna work for my house, but like you can walk around in like a 50-foot space, like 25 by 25-foot square space. Whereas the other ones you've only got, well the PS4 version, you only had like a 10-foot square, and the other one was like 20 or 25 feet. But this one, like, you can literally walk around like a whole, like, big area. So like also the like motion capture and all that's a little bit better, but a little more expensive.
There's a game that I play. There's a game that I play on the Meta Quest 2, which is it's called Blade and Sorcery. I don't know if I told you about that one.
I know what it is.
That game is fucking fantastic, dude. Especially, and it's got like you can get all like kinds of mods and stuff for it too. Like there's like and they're just free. You can just like go through this like library of mods and like download them and stuff, and they add new ones and shit like that. Yeah, it's because like the base game is just like basic swords and like bows and maces and stuff, and like a couple of like magic spells, whatever. And then like you can just get mods for like guns and like all kinds of crazy shit, like lightsaber. It also has this like dungeon mode, so it's like I think most of the time you see it on like gameplay streams or whatever, people post videos of it. It's like the arena map, but there's a game mode where you're like progressing through like a dungeon that's like procedurally generated, and there's like enemies throughout it. You have to basically like make your way through to the end, and you can like adjust the length and difficulty, and it's different every time that you play. I fuck people up in that game, bro. I fuck people up.
I kind of want to check it out again because, like, at the time when I had VR, there really wasn't very many good games.
I liked so the ones that like I got kind of fascinated by were like that one and Super Hot. Maybe like a couple other random ones. I played Beat Saber for a little while, but I got. No, that's another one Sasha should try with the whole like rhythm type.
Well, that one she probably could do because it's like visual.
Yeah, but I feel like if you play the whole point is like I feel like if you play games like that enough, it's like you're doing it because of the visual stimuli, but then like the music is playing the whole time, so like you'll secretly get brainwashed into reacting to music.
Yeah. I would like it, assuming that she can handle the VR.
Yeah, Beat Saber's fun, dude. My daughter is sick at Beat Saber. She's way better than
Hopefully that my noise of drilling and stuff's not too bad.
Nah, I can't hear it.
Cool.
Did you say right?
What was that?
Piper, you know you're unmuted. Yeah, what's the deal with Andrew starting rooms at like midnight? He's like being a vampire.
I don't know. Maybe that's his new schedule.
I noticed Ethan's been on there. Piper, you're unmuted.
May not have a headset on.
I feel like Piper's asleep. We're hearing Piper's dream sound.
Well, if I start to hear like credit cards again, I'll step in.
Sam, you gotta be careful around these race realist weirdo types like that info guy. They're gonna corrupt you.
Say they're gonna corrupt his scrotum.
How did that get your attention, Piper? When I just
Well, let me because I just sat down when I came back from getting a drink, and then I heard you say his scrotum is going to be corrupt.
Well, I was trying to call you out earlier because like there was some weird noises coming through your mic. And I was like, Piper, you're unmuted. And it was like, I don't know if it was you.
It's probably just like me shuffling around sitting up.
When I've talked to a race drills person and I get the sense that they like have any actual malice towards the research, I immediately am disgusted by them and like don't want nothing to do with them.
Yeah, but that guy was just basically like going like, yeah, look, Sam, some people are better than other people, right, Sam? Right, Sam?
No, he wasn't saying that.
Dude, what do you mean? He was saying that. Oh my god. And he was being like, don't you like how I'm saying this in euphemism, Sam? Can't really say what we mean, right, Sam? I'm like,
funny story. I once there's this guy who's a really big race realism like intellectual type guy, and I was in Germany. I was in Germany, and I was like, oh, you've stayed on my couch before. Let me go to where you live. And it turned out he like lived on some like German nobleman's estate, and like that he was just like being funded by some like random German nobleman, which like makes me worried that like that German nobleman is like low key maybe a Nazi. But like, and then I went to go see like, and the digs were like totally palatial and amazing. But then like, his job, besides being a race realist scientist, was to like watch the kids, like be like a babysitter to the kids. Like he had 2 jobs, like like race science and babysitting. I was like, you live a funny life, bro.
it's weird. Dude, I'll be honest. I sent Sam this meme the other day, which, by the way, Sam, that was just like on some random meme page, and it's really funny that it's like a yellow girl and Grimes. It's like 3 tweets between them, and it's like a yellow girl says, I feel like I got friendly with the anti-woke coalition over the past few years, but now it feels like they're walking off a plank into extremism, and I feel frustrated about it. Being anti a bad thing doesn't make you right by default. Righteous revenge is not compassionate. And then Grimes says, 10,000%, I feel like I was tricked by people pretending to be into critical thought and consequentialism who are acting like power-hungry warlords now and like cruelly enjoying the panic and suffering that obviously creates, and it's disturbing. And then A.L. girl. I do wonder if we're low in some sort of detecting line maliciousness thing. Because I just habitually take people's intellectual claims at face value, and I know consciously people often say motivated things, but I'm somehow often blindsided anyway. And then
seeing that meme.
Yeah, I sent it to you. And then the bottom of it is the "Are we the baddies" thing, but it said "Are we the idiots?"
Yeah.
I mean, I think Ayla and Grimes probably have a bit of the autism, so like they probably just literally do have the like.
Oh my god, what is with blaming everything on fucking autism?
I know, dude. It's so
wait. Well, okay, Ayla literally has autism.
Look at it. Everybody who is
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah, so does her dad.
Autistic people do things, and like some of the things they do aren't just like a result of their autism.
Sure, but this is a discussion about whether Ayla has an inability to detect the motives and emotions of other people.
Yeah, detecting lying maliciousness thing.
yeah. I mean that's like being able to not detect mental states is like a symptom of autism. So like you would not be surprising if people that are bad at
being able to not detect mental states is a symptom of autism.
What? Are you denying this?
You know it's funny.
I think what I'm denying is that that's an accurate description of like the relevant symptom that you're trying to think of.
I have a hyperactive detecting lying maliciousness thing. So like I'm like the opposite of these.
Also, wasn't Grimes
Wasn't
Grimes on white nationalism for a while? Like
well, she was like, I don't know if I never saw anything of hers where it was like, oh, this seems like actual white nationalism, but maybe I don't know. I mean, obviously.
I thought she was literally saying like secure a future for our white children shit.
I've never seen that, but I'm not denying it. Like maybe she did. I don't know. I like some of her music, even though it's kind of like objectively bad.
So Sully, you
don't have an overactive lying bastard detector. You're just a cynical fuck.
No, dude, no, and I'm much more. I have hyperactive detecting lies because like I will like attribute that very quickly to somebody, and that's why Andrew calls me Sully.
Now every time Andrew wants to say someone's dishonest, he's like, I'm gonna do this Sully inference.
Because I personally think that it's better to have a hyperactive lying malicious sting detector because, like, yes, there actually are a bunch of people who are doing that, and it's actually pretty hard to tell on, like, rational grounds that they're doing that. So you should just assume they're doing it.
Better safe than sorry.
I mean, I believe basically in Hanlon's razor that you should, like, never attribute to malice that which you can explain by stupidity. And then there's another
that'll run you into problems.
And then there's
if
like
you
another
constantly do that, like you're just gonna get took. Yeah.
There's another razor which is like never attribute to malice that which can be explained by incentives, which I think is like also true.
Yeah, but they can be both.
Yeah, it could be both.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Either is like stupidity and malice, but like I mean I've done this with people. In fact, like the funny thing is that for like a really long time, the reason Andrew gets all upset about this is because I called him dishonest a bunch of times. And I used for a very long time, I would like defend Andrew to other people who were criticizing him and be like, I think he's really just like naive and like gullible and like kind of dumb and stuff. But then like you interact with somebody.
Look, guys,
he's
just an idiot, alright? He's not a bad person. He's just fucking dumb.
Right. That was my assessment for a long time, and then it became like, no, he knows what he's doing. He knows.
Has Andrew ever done the Sully inference on Sully?
Yes. Ironically, and the funny thing is that like he says like it's a bad inference to make about or to like basically to infer that somebody's lying. Like what the inference is, and he says it's bad on the one hand when he wants to be critical of me, but then he like invokes it all the time. He's like, "I'm gonna do a Sully inference now,"
He does do it a fair amount, to be honest.
He does it like while trying to distance himself from it by like labeling it as something I do. It's like really.
Look, this is actually Sully's fault.
Right, it's like somehow he gets to dig in at me while actually doing the thing that he's criticizing me for.
I think, maybe I'm a little bit too Ayla on this, but like I think most people aren't like consciously lying. I think a lot of people are like self-deceiving or something like that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I think I understand like what these people are talking about. They're just like, they're just saying, hey, I took these people to be smart, and I took their intellectual claims, quote unquote, at like face value, and just like accepted it. It's like, yeah, so you're like a bad reasoner.
Okay, like Matt Walsh is someone that I can tell that like even if we might disagree on like some of the anti-woke stuff, I can tell that Matt Walsh and I would not make a society that I would want to live in. Like it's very obvious from like how he is, who he is as a person, that like we don't share a vision of like what the good life is like. Whereas like other anti-woke people, I can tell would want to like make society, like I would want to live in Ayla's society. I wouldn't want to live in Matt Walsh's society. It's not that hard to tell who's got what goals.
Yeah, but the point is that like a lot of those people are like just collectively missing the point of like the view that they're critiquing because they get this sort of like camaraderie from like basically, okay, you could go back to like 2014 and you could look at all like the feminist ownage content and be like, oh, aren't these woke people so crazy? Aren't these woke people so crazy? And you just like absorb a bunch of that stuff and you like don't really get the point of what like, the sort of like actual, like if you're going to be weighing the sort of like intellectual criticisms of like, I guess like the right wing or like this like anti-woke brigade or whatever, you should probably look at like the people who are making the most sort of intellectual contributions on the other side that you're calling woke, and see what they're actually saying. Because And that's not just a matter of saying like, oh, this person is like a professor at a university, and so like they're serious. The arguments they're making are serious. Yeah. Like, that's the other pitfall that people make. They're like, oh, but they're like professors at universities.
Look, Brett and Eric Weinstein.
It's like, the actual sort of like if you steel man like wokeness, that should be.
That's the thing. Like the whole like anti-woke, like the political correctness, wokeness, SJW, like that, like the whole cancel culture. That whole thing has never been based on like, okay, we're gonna argue that the positions that these people have, are wrong, right? It's always been based on, these people are like crazy in temperament, right? These people are just like fundamentally irrational, and so everything they do and say is irrational, right? So this is really, it ultimately ends up being a criticism of the psychology of like a mock like group of people, right? Rather than actually criticism of any position, and that's sort of what makes it successful, which is that like, okay, you don't have to actually have anything specific to attack, right? We just want to be able to vaguely complain about the irrationality of a vague group of people.
One thing I totally agree with you on, Piper, is that like it's so weird that they criticize the wokes for being snowflakes. Like, what is this like Nietzsche and Ubermensch? Like they have to be like why not just like my criticism of the woke is that they're bullies, not that they're like weaklings. Like if they were just weaklings, I would be like, oh, cool. People that disagree politically are weak. That's good. But like they have this like weird like they're such pussies. They're so weak, but also they're so scary at the same time. Like what the fuck? Like I don't. So I never got that whole thing. But when I do try to debate concrete positions with like woke people, one-on-one they can do it. But if it's like me and a group of 4 wokes, and I'm just like, hey, let's just talk about the object level issues. They're like, they don't handle it well. They don't.
Part of the issue, I guess, is like what it originates with is that they look at you like you're a bad person, right? And like that's kind of like that seems to be the thing that people want to like point to and complain about or whatever, criticize, is that like you're talking to a bunch of woke people and you're disagreeing with like the sort of, let's say policy proposals or whatever that they're supporting or whatever, just like ethical views or whatever. And then like the entire time they're like engaging with you as if you're like a complete like subhuman piece of shit, basically, for like the views that you think.
Yes. They do that.
And it's just like an attitude thing, though. Like it's just that's people's rhetorical flourishes on here are kind of like analogous.
Well, yeah, I mean that was sort of the point I was making, which is like the criticism of wokeness is really just a criticism of like a temperament. It's not a criticism of any set of positions. And like the other thing is like, okay, I get it. It's like there's definitely like situations in which it's wrong to demonize somebody just because they disagree with you. But there are also situations in which that's the right thing to do. Like it's the right thing to demonize like an actual like explicit avowed neo-Nazi. I'm not talking about like, I infer this person as a neo-Nazi, right? I'm talking about like someone who walks around with a swastika armband in public and is like the Jews there, like the Holocaust was fake, but it would have been awesome if it did happen. Let's go.
I agree. Piper.
Those people should be openly demonized, right, for their opinions.
I agree.
Yes, you can complain about it when it's illegitimate, but complaining about it as just like a thing across the board is not going to be tenable.
Yeah.
Especially since like the whole thing is going to be based, the whole anti-wokeness thing is going to be based on demonizing people for their temperament anyway.
Yeah, my criticism of them is that they have too narrow of an Overton window. Not that they had an Overton window. Like, of course, you need some Overton window. It's just that they it's really narrow for them.
Well, the Overton window stuff is more about like assessing like the full scope of like, I don't know, let's say like American political discourse or something like that. I don't know. I find that concept is kind of like misused because like the idea is like, okay, like what is considered a centrist position, right? Like that's a better question when you're talking about like the Overton window and comparing different societies. this society, this is considered centrist, and this society, this is considered centrist, and like that's kind of how you think that.
I just use it to mean the range of acceptable opinions. Like, some opinions are tolerated, some are demonized, and there's just like a range in which like debate is allowed to be had.
No, I know, yeah. But it's not so much about like the width of the Overton window. It's just like what is considered extreme, and what is considered like moderate.
Yeah. Last night I was talking to Jane, and like Jane was like saying that like everything was caused by the patriarchy, that like the reason why there's gender roles is the patriarchy, and I was like, oh, okay, like I just don't have this framework where like I think that like gender roles exist because like the aggregate preferences of men incentivize women to do female gender roles, and the aggregate preferences of women cause men to have these gender roles. That it's like caused by this like aggregate preference aggregation thing, not like this like structure of the patriarchy. And then James like would not like allow there to be another frame of the debate that we should only look at this debate through the lens of patriarchy. That there could be like another explanatory framework that we look at to look at gender roles. I just find it to be so annoying, and it's like a common thing I find when I talk to kind of woke people is that they like will not put down their conceptual frameworks just for a minute to be like, hey, what if there was another conceptual framework to look at this with? Like, nah, we're using my framework.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Jane's actually not that bad. I tend to agree with a lot of Jane's takes on things, but like I don't know. There is a sense in which like when you're debating somebody, you don't want to give them the keys to the frame control.
I don't know. I just think like an honest discussion says like, listen, here's my framework, here's your framework. Let's look at things. Let's like be somewhat agnostic about which of these frames is the correct frame, and then like just like discuss it in sort of a what are some like things that we agree on, so we can adjudicate between these frames. As opposed to like fucking no, we're gonna use mine, not yours. One reason I don't like it when they criticize the woke people for being like sensitive snowflakes is like there's just like nothing wrong with being sensitive. Basically, like I don't think that it's good that like men are told to toughen up, or that in general people are saying like, yeah, you gotta be strong. Like I just like think that's like not my values. I think people should be allowed to have like some sensitivity.
I think ultimately, I think you're the kind of person who would end up agreeing more with like left-wing arguments than right-wing arguments, and that's like when it's kind of strange on certain things the way. I mean, I don't think your values are like that disparate from mine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a conservative. Like I don't in fact want to conserve. I don't think traditions are good for their own sake. I don't think that like the status quo is good for its own sake. I don't like lots of things about it, but like I just find that like there's a portion of leftism that I would just say is conservative in the sense that like as soon as you start doing identity politics, that's like another name for like ethno-nationalism. If you think ad extremis, if you say like, well, this group has interests, and so their interests are best served by like X, Y. It's like okay, well now we're going to ethno-nationalism, and like.
I mean, I think it is like I think probably where we disagree the most is that you seem to be more of like a pure consequentialist, and I think that's where like a lot of this stuff kind of will end up, being different. Like we'll differ on like what we should do, like on the normative. Because like I don't think it's all just about like. So here's what I would say. I say like yeah, the consequences matter, but like the way you get there also matters.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean. That I'm more consequential than you, but I think there's just like a bunch of other things that are like coloring the disagreement. Like, for example, a lot of wokeness is about like the proper showings of respect. Like that's like what they have like a very respect-based like. Well, when you culturally appropriate, you're disrespecting them, or when you use the slur, you're disrespecting the group. And then like respect-based morality on Jonathan Haidt's model of like human psychology, like respect is the conservative foundation, whereas like the liberal foundations are like harm and fairness, not about like the correct applications of respect. So I think I'm just like noticing that, like, hey, this is the thing you're doing is like conservative. You're doing a conservative move here.
I guess like so. I mean, what do you think about a question like this, like where it's just like, okay, if it could be just like empirically borne out that like draconian authoritarianism like would just produce like the best outcomes, you know, in terms of some metrics, like I don't know, you have to kind of say what the metrics are, but like we're going to suppose like it's some set of like quantifiable like metrics. So you're saying like on these metrics, the outcomes would be best served by like implementing some authoritarian government. I would still say like, well, we actually have really strong reason not to do that, even though the outcomes would be better.
Yeah, I'd probably just bite the bullet there. I agree with you, but like, I think that like eventually we're gonna have to have like some insane panopticon surveillance system, because like when we get good enough technology, like the ease in which it's gonna be able to like some rando with his AI to like build some like insane weapon, it's gonna be like easier and easier. Like it's gonna be more and more trivial to like cause huge amounts of mayhem for individuals. And in that case, like the only solution is like some sort of panopticon, which like sucks, but like I just like bite the bullet. Like that might be enough.
Sam, would you consider yourself woke?
I mean, in Iran, I'd be woke as fuck, but in Boston, I'm very anti-woke.
I don't know about that. Boston's pretty old school.
How so?
In Somerville, Sally, my bad. In Somerville, I'm very anti-woke.
How so?
Well, I'm anti-woke in the sense that, like, I think that, like, lots of things in, like, when people advocate for racial or like, gender justice is, like, in fact, unkind and unintelligent, and, like, they shouldn't do those things.
Like the identity politics you were talking about?
It's like identity, but, I mean, it's like, we go issue by issue, but, like, I mean, I think the main problem with lots of fourth wave feminism is that they just like fundamentally don't care about the well-being of men. Like the movement is about the well-being of women, which like makes sense as like a thing to do. But like, if you're asking me like, should you, if we were making a moral system from scratch, does it make sense to like systematically not think about like how everyone is doing? Like, no, that doesn't make sense. And that like when we build systems, we should care about the well-being of everyone involved. And like when I ask feminists to like care about, hey, like here's an area where like men get fucked over, they just like don't care. They'll either say, well, that's because of patriarchy, or they'll just say like, oh, it doesn't matter, this is not a big deal. And I think it's like fundamentally an unkind attitude. And then when it comes to like lots of racial justice stuff, I think a lot of it is incredibly conservative and regressive, and like at extremis is ethno-nationalism, and like I don't want us to like reify racial categories in the sense that like morally, like I don't want us to like treat individuals like, I don't want the laws or our norms to like take seriously racial distinctions.
I understand. So, if we consider like woke to be valuing consent, valuing equity, equality completely, and just absolute egalitarianism and everything like that, would you say that maybe you're not so much like anti-woke, but like ultra woke?
I mean, I think
you're more woke than they are.
No, I think
your argument is that they're more like conservatives.
Yeah, no, I think there's a real framing in which, like, on Jonathan Haidt's model, the liberals care about fairness and harm, and conservatives care about fairness, harm, respect, purity, and loyalty. And I think there is a real sense in which, like, I just do in fact have like more of the liberal foundations than the woke do, and so in that sense, like, I am more liberal than them. But like, I don't want to define wokeness as just liberalism. I think like wokeness is like a specific ideology. So like, I would like not want to say that I'm actually more woke than them.
I think the identity politics thing is pretty interesting, because I think it's just what you are going to fall back on no matter how you do it. Is this groups will have their own interests, and it will be just grappling with how you deal with that. Like, can you really, through education, can you really convince people that their very real problems aren't in fact real?
we want to minimize these like group identities, like okay, like in America, like is it good for like white men to be like we have interests and we should have activists from the white male interests, and then we also have like the black male interests. We should have like I don't know. I just kind of want like people. I want like in our policy and our norms to be like, how can we help Americans? What norms can we have that would make Americans happier? I think that would be like preferable. And as soon as people start defecting against that and saying, no, I'm going to only care about like a subset of the population's well-being, well then everyone's going to defect because no one's a sucker, and so then it's just going to lead to like tribal squabbling as opposed to like this like more high-minded, like pan-American, like interest, like caring about Americans generally.
I'd like to know how you make that possible with considering finite resources, history, conflicts between like different groups, how that's really possible.
Well, okay, there is like a strain of like right-wing thought that says like, hey, in homogenous societies, people tend to vote based on like economic well-being and like blah 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 blah. But when you have like these like multi-ethnic societies, it becomes just like a racial spoil system, and that each group is just trying to like steal money from the other groups. And like I hope that's false. I hope it's like I hope that like multi-ethnic societies don't like inevitably turn into like a war with the spoils. But like I don't know. So what's your question again? Sorry.
I'm just trying to like think that possible. Like if I could like in a utopia, there's no resource problem, there's no geographic problem, the perfect kind of conditions. I could see like groups get along completely, and that you can't like never care about identity politics. But considering that all those things are true and all those things are real, I don't see how you get away from that.
When you say like these things are real, you're saying that like in fact black people have different interests than white people, and Asian people have different interests from white and black people. This is just a real fact of reality, and so we're gonna have to contend with it. Is that the view?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's like a little bit of truth in it, insofar as like they have like slightly different values on average, but like generally people want more wealth in the society. People want better schools, better health. Like, if we actually built a utopia, I don't think there would be that much disagreement amongst the blacks and the Asians and the whites about what that would look like. Like, I think our values are similar enough that, like, if I built a utopia, people would be like, oh, that's cool, good job. Not like, you built the white utopia, not the Asian utopia, fuck you.
They definitely do want the best. They want it to improve. I think what we see is they want it to improve for their own group. We see that for every group. Like in the United States, in the past 40, almost 50 years, the United States is more segregated now than back then. Like as we've allowed, like after desegregation, 40 years since, or like since the not even just desegregation, but since I think the point is like 1980 till now, we are more segregated. As in different groups and different races are more close together and like in different locations than other races. They're not mixed. They're more segregated. So I think
where are you getting
like
that
the
from?
idea of like everybody. That's I can post an article and it goes over it.
Well, could you like quantify that anymore? Because like saying that groups are more separate, or racial groups are more separate than they were during segregation. What exactly does that mean? Separate in what sense? Because under segregation, it was enforced that the whites go here.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Yeah, it is forced, and now it's not forced, and people are still doing it.
Doing what?
Segregating.
In what way, though?
By race, like choosing where they live, like choose to where they want to live, and by choosing where they want to live,
but
it's
that's
their schools.
That's like vague. Can you like parse it out any more specifically?
Like you've heard of white flight before, right?
White flight, yeah.
Yeah, like that is occurring more. You have people when making considerations about where they want to live, they're making racial considerations. Like, where am I going to go? Like, if I'm a black person, am I going to go to Maine? That's not really that's not my crowd, you know?
Yeah, so you're saying that people. So, but the interesting part is not necessarily that there's like like racial concentrations in different population zones. The interesting part is that you're saying that amounts to racial groups being more segregated than they were under actual segregation, right? I'm just asking how that's quantified.
No, I'm saying that over the time that we've given people the freedoms, they're choosing to become more and more segregated.
Yeah, I'm asking you to quantify that instead of just leaving it as a vague slogan.
But I'm confused then. What do you mean?
Yeah, so how are you actually measuring that they're more segregated than they were under actual segregation?
There's just populations. Like, cities are more, like, less mixed, less like, if they were before 60% white, 30% black, or whatever, now they are 80% black, and the white people have all moved out.
And that's just the case across the board in the United States?
Across the board, yeah, in the United States, it's everywhere.
Okay, and where are you getting that from?
Here, I'll go show you.
I mean, Heritage, have you seen the studies where even slight differences in segregation leads to, like, huge, wide-scale, like, segregation that happens? Like, if I have, like, only the most mild of preferences to, like, hang out with a white person over a black person, if you aggregate that to everyone, it just leads to, like, total segregation across the society. Like, I don't know if you've seen, like, mathematical models of this. So I think that could be a thing that's going on.
Well, the reason why I'm just bringing it up is because this isn't, like, forced. It's not, like, something they're even taught. This is just their natural inclination. They just naturally want to be with their own people.
Well, even if your statistics were true, that wouldn't necessarily be the right inference to draw.
You think it is taught?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that even if your claim about it being more segregated than it was under enforced segregation, right, is true, that wouldn't
I didn't say
license
that.
the inference.
I said it is getting worse and worse, not in segregation.
Wait, you
1980.
You did say things are like racial groups are more segregated. Everybody heard you say that.
Yes, not comparative to segregation, but we were less segregated in 1980 than we are now. That's my point.
Well, no, you did say it in comparison to segregation, so now you're just like changing the claim.
Well, I'm clarifying. If I had said that before, then I was mistaken. I'm correcting myself.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'm not allowed to correct myself?
I didn't say you're not allowed to correct yourself.
I thought, what happened to Steelman?
Well, I don't know why you're getting defensive now. So I didn't, of course, scored on you for it, right? It's just that you did make the claim about segregation beforehand. So if that's not what you meant to say, that's fine.
I used the term.
So,
maybe you're confused.
I don't think I'm confused. I think you actually did make the comparative claim to segregation.
Heritage.
So what's your
The
point?
replay will show that.
Heritage.
But like putting that aside, so even if that claim were true, that since like what did you say, 1980?
Yep.
Since 1980, right?
So it was in schools since 1960s. But here's the time that I
still had
go over segregation. This is, yeah, I'm going over both. So here's the segregation in general, and this is for schools.
Yeah, schools still have de facto segregation. It's not like people just choose to do that. It's that like there's systematic discrimination.
By the population, like where people live.
Okay, well you just said schools.
Yeah, like that's how your public school is chosen.
But like the point is that like the reason that there's still de facto segregation in schools is because that's actually like systematically enforced.
We have like laws in the books that go like, this one's going to be white.
No,
this
it's
one's
de
going to be black.
facto. You don't understand what de facto discrimination is?
Is it anything unrelated to what I said about the population being born there? Like
Well, my point
who's
is
in
that it's
there?
not just people voluntarily.
That's de facto.
It's all systematic discrimination.
How so?
Well, so do you understand what de facto discrimination is?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, so we'll do it as we'll take the analogy or the example of South Africa, right? The South Africa, right, as you know, used to have apartheid, right? So, there were laws in the books that systematically discriminated against black people, right? And systematically favored whites, right? Now that apartheid has ended, white people still have the majority of political power and wealth. And so black people are still, basically given a shaft, even though apartheid has ended and there are no more laws in the books that allow you to legally discriminate. So that's the point, right? So the certain resources are going to be, as is, apply to the United States, right? The black population, right, is going to get certain resources, right, for certain types of schooling, and the white population is going to get other types of resources and other types of schooling, right? And so as a result, you're going to have de facto segregation as a result of just de facto discrimination. So it's not just people voluntarily choosing to do it.
So you're saying there are laws on the books that are affecting discrimination in American schools?
They said the opposite.
And how does it affect it? Like it previously existed, and so that's what's making it worse today?
No. Did you listen to anything I said?
Yes. I heard about the South Africa. Like I'm just asking then, how does it relate to American schools?
And I just told you. Did you hear the end of it?
Can you repeat?
Okay. So hopefully this will be the last time I have to do that. Right? So as in the South African case, right, you have certain populations being able to monopolize the resources and power, even though there aren't laws in the books that say, okay, this group is going to be in power, right? So similarly, in United States schools, right, de facto segregation is the result of the fact that the white population, right, has certain resources and power that are allocated to it in terms of providing resources for schooling, right? The black population doesn't.
This is not true in the United States.
Well, no, it is true.
It's not. There are black schools that are more highly funded than white schools.
No, it's not about funding, right? It's
That's
about
resources. What other resources are missing?
That's one dimension of resources.
That's the biggest. That's the biggest.
No, it's not. It's not. You're just arbitrarily carving.
No, do I need to explain funding to you? Like, what do you get with
funding?
funding?
You don't need to explain funding to me, but what you do need to do is you need to understand that it also matters how the money is spent and on what the money is spent.
I totally agree.
And so if you agree with that, the fact that black schools get more funding isn't going to clinch the case in favor of what I'm saying being wrong.
I don't think so. Like, what is funding? Is just disappearing out of the schools.
I didn't say anything like that, so I don't know why you're now talking about that.
Like, how is the fund? Like, I think we then have to prove, and maybe this is a bit more difficult, but how the funding is being misappropriated. But
no. The point is,
I don't think so.
That the schools. The point is that in terms of providing a quality education that's going to lead to actual upward mobility and life success, white people get that better than black people do.
I think you're looking at disparities, and you're just coming to that conclusion.
Well, so no, we do know that what I said is the case.
We can look at different income brackets, and we see same disparity.
I'm not making the inference from the fact that there are income differentials. Right? I'm telling you that this is actually what happens, and we know that's what happens. You can just Google de facto segregation in schools.
I just don't think that's the case, and I don't see how it relates to segregation.
Reality,
I guess this maybe even say this is not even the right conversation, because I don't see how this even relates. You can talk about discrimination and the outcomes and how they perform in the schools, but how does that relate to segregation? The school that performs less and white students don't go there. Is that your point with in terms of segregation?
Exactly. The point is that white people have access to better education opportunities, and so they're going to be going to different schools.
I think I don't think that's actually true.
Well, it is true.
No.
Heritage.
Okay, so you're just denying that because you want to?
I think you're just coming to that conclusion because you need it to be true.
Okay, so now you're psychologizing me as a way to get out of what I'm saying.
I think that's the case.
Heritage.
Well, yes, I understand. So the approach now is to say, I am motivated in my conclusions, right? And so therefore you don't need to take what I'm saying seriously. Is that the approach?
I think you've definitely made something like that. I'm just giving you the same energy back.
Okay,
But I genuinely think like it's you're coming to a conclusion off of your own biases.
Okay, and how did you establish that?
Because I've explained to you, we have many examples of like socioeconomics or like wealth statuses where students actually it's not congruent. If they're being like if the funding is being put in appropriately, even if they go to like white schools or whatever the case may be.
The white schools get better quality, right? Like a fact.
We can see this. I guess then we would have to determine like go to a white school with black students in it and see if they perform at the same level as white students.
But why would that be relevant? The point isn't to evaluate.
Because that's what you're talking about. Is you're saying that the schools are the problem.
No. It's not relevant.
Or like,
I'm not. What I'm saying to you, right, is not. Here's an explanation for the poor performance of black people versus white people in society. The point that I'm making to you, right, is that there are a disproportionate amount of resources, right, in terms of quality that are spent on, the schooling that white people get versus the schooling that black people get, and that explains the de facto segregation. Not the fact that
I don't think so. Like you're just assuming the funding is being
it's not an assumption.
appropriated.
That's just like
You are. No. I've pointed out how they get more resources, and you say that you assume that it is being misappropriated. You say that it must be being used wrong.
First of all,
that's your assumption. Well, I guess it's an assumption until you prove it.
No, it is not. So, first of all, right? I didn't say it's being misappropriated, right? I said in terms of spending on quality education, the white schools are doing better.
That is synonymous with that. Like you're saying that the funding for white schools is being used appropriately. What else would you call it? In black schools, if they get the funding and you can see that they are getting the funding, and the funding is not being used correctly.
Look, when you say misappropriation, right, that tends to imply something criminal is going on, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the resources, right, in terms of, the resources that are going to schools that are predominantly white versus schools that are predominantly black, right, are providing better education, right? Even if the black schools get more funding, right, according to your claim, right? So, and that is just a fact. It's not an assumption that I'm making. Go look it up, right? So, now, what is your reply to that? Because the point that I'm making, right, is that explains why there's de facto segregation and not the fact that black people just want to live in poverty.
I guess it just is determined based on you proving that the funding is not being used correctly.
Well, no, I mean, it's just a fact that there's better.
That's kind of my point with this whole thing, saying that it's biased. You think it must be.
How is it biased?
You think it must be a fact. You think it must be reality because you're trying to justify it. You're trying to justify the disparity in any way you can besides reality.
Well, no. What I'm saying is not an explanation for a disparity in accomplishment, right? I just use that as an example. What I'm saying to you, right, is that the segregation isn't voluntary. Right? Like we know that.
Well, my whole thing is why is it getting worse? If we remove the laws of segregation, I'm sure you've heard this kind of topic before. We remove all these things. Why is it getting worse?
Can I just jump in here, please?
Why?
I want to push a line.
Okay, good.
So, Thomas Schelling has the segregation model. He's an economist who said that, even the tiniest preferences for, being someone with your co-racial person leads to, huge outcomes of segregation. So it might not be the case that, black people and white people have a huge desire to self-segregate. They just have, the tiniest desire, but on aggregate that leads to segregation. And that would be consistent with the model where segregation is, quote-unquote, getting worse. What do you think about that?
Definitely don't think it's minor. I think they see being black as central to their identity.
Well, it's true that, some people have that sort of identity thing going on. But, if you look at, I don't know, I would say, elite spaces, if you go to, the high-end Silicon Valley, it's a bunch, it tends to be a bunch of whites, East Asians, and Indians, Jews, and there's no self-segregation there. It's not like the whites hang out with the whites, the East Asians, they all intermix. So
argument falls into that like humans have this thing where they like innately want to self-segregate.
No, that's not true. They do.
Well, then what's going on with Silicon Valley, and why are all the parties incredibly intermixed? And as time goes on, it doesn't get like more segregated. Like, what's going on there in your mind?
Definitely, there's a slight difference with class, but even among class, there's segregation where they choose to live.
I'm just saying it's not. I think that like there are things that you're. It is true that there's slight preferences people have to segregate, but then it leads to it seeming bigger than it is, and that there are some spaces in which there's just no segregation, and this is like a sort of a stable equilibrium.
I don't think so. I think Silicon Valley is kind of like comparing. You walk through New York and it looks very diverse. There's very much like well-known like places for Indians, places like neighborhood suburbs even for Indians, and like the inner city, certain sections being for Black people, and like that's where they're comfortable to be. That's where they like to be.
What's the general point? Just that humans prefer to segregate, so we should allow them to do the things they want to do naturally.
Yes.
I mean,
absolutely.
I believe in freedom of association. I think freedom of association is good. I just don't think that it's like that strong. That people like, given the choice, I don't think people will have that strong a preference to segregate. And like, when you go to Burning Man, there's a lot of racial diversity there, and no one's like, oh, this would be better if it was white Burning Man. Like, that's just like not like a thought that occurs to anyone.
Might be illegal to make a white Burning Man.
Yeah, but they wouldn't want to.
Be interesting to see how popular that is. But I think like these are just kind of like events. These aren't like where people live. And I think certain events might be more segregated than others.
What about an all-white cross Burning Man?
Cross Burning Man?
Heritage. I mean, if you're just saying that, like, you know, people should be allowed to freedom of association, that's fine. If that's just what you're arguing, like, I'm happy to concede that, like, freedom of association is good.
The whole point of what I was mentioning is, like, that's why woke people, your complaint against them was they fall back on identity politics, is there's really no other way to solve those issues. Like, it's just like telling people, like, hey, your issues aren't real, so just ignore it. So I don't think that's a practical solution.
Can you disambiguate what you just said?
Like when you're talking about like identity politics of woke people being like ethno-nationalism or something like that, or adjacent to it, which I don't think it is like ethno-nationalism. But if you're saying that it's a problem for them to care about identity politics, like a Black person wanting what's best for other Black people or whatever, and like having it being drawn in racial lines, I just think you're missing the point. Like, I think eventually you'll have to
missing the point of what?
Care about
what
that.
What they're saying, or what?
Like what they've seen. They realize the reality at some level. They base it on a victim kind of thing, like these are people that need more help than others, but they still realize a real thing.
Heritage, we understand that. Wait, but are you saying that that racial groups perform better when they're segregated amongst themselves because people prefer to tribalize? Are you saying that people perform better?
Yes.
Like they okay. The point of desegregation is in fact one of the most radical. What's the word? You know how like one of the accusations by the right, like the political right against the left, is the idea that what's the word? They're lacking some kind of values, and they're not instilling into Americans that are immigrating here the like uniform set of values, right? Hold on a second. I'm politically conservative, but desegregation isn't. If you genuinely think what desegregation is about, it is actually the most potent forms of instilling a shared sense of culture. Right. Like in other words, when people say communists are just, or like the left is destroying, like I don't agree with what the left is.
Wait, David.
What the left is, right? But desegregation is about actually pushing forth a shared sense of culture, tradition, norms, and habits.
David.
So.
Look, the topic of the room is abortion is murder, actually. So please stop going off topic. Thank you.
Sasha, no, we haven't been talking about that for like hours.
Oh, is this a new person that came in? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well,
but yeah, what do you think about that? Like,
I just don't think it's. I don't think it's true. I think we have. There's many different kind of reasons for desegregation.
No. Jared White thinks that.
What do you think is
places
not
where
true?
white?
I don't understand.
Wait, hold on. Wait. My point is, right? We should care that our culture, the people who live in our culture, even though we speak different tongues, we should actually care that we actually do share a common set of cultures and values. Isn't that true?
Judeo-Christian values.
And that's most commonly shared with your own people. That's just what most people, they intrinsically know.
I like that we're getting, white nationalism versus cultural racism.
Well,
heritage.
I think
some places where people are allowed to desegregate. So like Jared Taylor thinks that there should be a white ethno state where whites can live amongst themselves, and that there should be places where if people want to mix it up, they can. Do you agree with that general principle? That like,
yeah, absolutely.
There should be some places that prefer white identity, and some places where there should be fully.
You guys are talking to a white nationalist. I'm not sure why you haven't figured that out yet.
No, I mean I went to your Twitter heritage and
like check it out.
Yeah, you had the meme of like Judeo-Christian where like the nail is Judeo.
Yeah.
What's your general? Do you generally think that like Jews are oppressing the white race?
Well, you don't know what that means. Like the meme.
Wait, guys, before
is Jesus there the white people?
Can we talk about ideas, please, instead of people?
Can we talk about ideas?
Yes, I don't understand how you are.
Dude, every David contribution to any conversation is always a blast.
I don't understand how you are for segregation when segregation itself, like if you push forth Judeo-Christian values, which I do too.
I don't. Right. That was the point he was making. That I oppose Judeo, part of the Christian value.
The political left actually wants people to have random, or they want people to. They don't really necessarily. It looks like they don't necessarily care about everyone being on the same page, right?
Look, David's point to you is that instead of being sort of white nationalist, racist, what you should instead do is you should be this cultural conservative that excludes people on the basis of culture rather than excludes people on the basis.
Yes, I understand. And I would say I'd just skip the petty nitpicks. I have nitpicks. I'm gonna skip them and just say I just don't think it accurately reflects Christianity to be I think you have to we can be equal. We can both be Christians in different places. Being Christian doesn't mean that you are to be in the same land.
Christianity is very universalist. Christianity is very universalist. It's
meant for tribes, meant for different groups.
Yep. Generally,
historically, that wasn't the case.
Generally, Christians want to say there's no Greek, there's no Jew, there's no man, there's no woman, there's just Christianity. So it's odd that you think that we should have
That's really funny to say because are you supportive of trans people then? There's no man or woman. Should we not segregate men and women in bathrooms?
Okay.
That's segregation. I mean,
Yes.
It's an equivocation. That's what it is.
So that's interesting, but like putting that weird point aside, right? It's sort of funny because like, okay, you hate the Jews, but like, you know, like when the Old Testament was written, right? It was sort of written and created, you know, in the context of a tribal theocratic society, and it's only with Christianity that you then get this great missionary religion, which is going out and preaching salvation to everyone, right? And so, actually,
you mean the Greeks?
Just like the whole world in general, right? And so, like, the thing is, like, historically, right, the like religion that you want to side with, right, is less close to your like exclusivist values than the religious group that you want to demonize, right? And so it's just, I think it's sort of emblematic of the fact that like people with your sort of persuasion, political persuasion, or whatever, don't actually know that much about history or social science or any of this stuff.
Oh, sure, yeah. You have a lot of misunderstandings. I understand.
What was the misunderstanding?
That I don't know any of the history.
Heritage.
Well, I just gave you a reason for thinking. I just gave you a reason for thinking that you don't know the history.
I corrected it. The first real missionary is like spreading it to the world. I mean, what was the Bible written in?
Heritage.
What's that have to do with my point?
Heritage. You can move.
Sam, could you stop having main character syndrome for 5 seconds? Anyway, so heritage. How are you addressing my point?
Well, we were talking about, like, you're talking about the groups that spread Christianity. First and foremost, that wasn't the Jews. The Jews didn't do that. The first people who wrote the Bible, who spread Christianity, were Greeks.
Yeah, so that's not, well, first of all, there were Jewish people in, like, Greece. But second of all, like, that doesn't address my point. My point is not that the Jews spread Christianity. My point is that Christianity was the less exclusivist out of the two. If you compare, like, the Judaism that created the Old Testament to, like, the Christianity that became the great missionary religion, right?
And
that
Christianity
one, like, the latter, no, just wait for a second. So the latter is less exclusivist, and the former is more exclusivist. Yet you think that, like, Jews are, like, barring you from having this, like, exclusivist, like,
saying they're opposed.
Ethnic order, right?
Yeah, like Jews are defined by their rejection of Jesus.
I'm not sure what that is doing to interact with my point.
Well, the Jews that believed in Jesus stopped being Jews, and they became Christians, even changing their names.
That's not my point, though.
But the Jews that did not believe in Jesus and rejected him and had him killed continue to be Jews.
You're going on to unrelated stuff, right? The only point that I'm making, right, is that the Judaism of the Old Testament was actually more exclusivist, right? And Christianity was actually less exclusivist historically, right? So now the fact that you, as somebody who wants this like ethnically exclusivist order, right, demonize Judaism and the Jews and affirm Christianity is ironic in light of that, right?
It's just like what is the difference to you? I don't see it as much different at all.
See, what is much different? I don't get it.
Like between the New and Old Testament in terms of like what?
I don't know. Do you plan on addressing
the Old
Testament?
Testament?
The only real difference is of like the covenant.
Yeah, right. And so the New Testament says that it applies to Gentiles. It's like way more inclusive.
That's what I'm saying. Is they can be Christian just in
no,
different
that's
ways.
my point to you. That's my point.
But you're replying to like we don't disagree. My point is still they can be Christian in different nations.
My point is just that your hostility to the Jews, given your values, is actually misplaced, right? Or to Judaism,
what hostility
is actually misplaced. Well, you were saying that you want to take the Judeo out of the Christian values.
It just has nothing to do with it. They're opposites.
What is opposites? I don't get it.
You literally just
Judaism.
said that you didn't see a big difference between the Old and New Testament, and now you're saying that they're completely opposite?
They are, well, maybe a better word is opposed, but yeah, they are not related.
At all. You don't see any continuation
Not
between
positively.
the Old Testament.
They're not positively related, no.
What does it mean for them to be positively related? Like, what is, as opposed to negatively related? What are you talking about?
Did they was Jesus born and like all the Jews cheered and made him
What
king?
does that have to do with moral values? You're talking about cultural moral values, were you not?
Or did all the Jews try to kill him as a baby? Which one happened?
What does that have to do with cultural moral values?
Because we're talking about how Christianity came to be and who it was for. That it stopped being for the Israelites and it became for all people on the earth.
Right, that was my point, right? My point is that if you have this problem with, like, you know, like culture, like ethnic mixing, right? And that's one of the reasons why you want to keep the Jews out of the Christianity, right? The ironic thing, right, is that in comparison, the culture that created the Old Testament was more ethnically was more exclusivist, right, than Christianity.
This is not the case.
You literally just said that. You literally just
And you, yes,
said
and you
that.
also just agreed with it, yeah.
You agreed with
It's like I was saying, you can be Christian in different lands. That's what the Catholic Church understood for well over 1,000 years.
How is that addressing what I'm saying?
Because, like, we're talking about who can become Christians, but we're trying to conflate that with opening your borders and allowing diversity in your communities.
Well, it does, in fact, like, equate to that.
Doesn't
Because
really say that.
well, no. The reason it does is because if you go out to, like, you know, the world and you say, oh, come have communion with us, come be part of our religious community, come be part of the, you know,
I believe in being kind. I believe in being gentle and welcoming people as guests. That's what the Bible describes. But it does not mean they just become your people.
Well, no. The point is if you go out and you preach salvation to everybody, you're telling everybody, here, become the same people as us. Join our religious community. Right? That's the point. So it does equate to that.
This doesn't mean, like, become part of our nation. There's differences.
So you're talking about the ancient world. There weren't any nations back then.
There were nations.
No, there were not. The nation is a modern concept. Ask any
Nation's just a group of people.
No, that's not what a nation is.
It's a group of people in a certain place, yeah.
No, that's not what a
It
nation
means
is.
the etymology of nation
The
is
etymology
born. It's just a place where people are born.
The etymology doesn't matter, right? Nationalism.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, no, it actually doesn't, right?
Because you don't think the origin of words matters?
No, I don't.
How things came to be?
I don't actually, because we're talking about.
Okay.
No. There's like 5 problems with what you're saying, right? So the first problem is that
maybe the term. Maybe you're confusing like the term that nation didn't exist, but the idea of nation, like a group of people being born in a certain place, definitely existed.
Exercise your intelligence as a white man and sort of just calm down and like, you know, be stoic for a little bit.
I think I have been doing that.
Well, no, right now you're spastically interrupting me, so maybe just.
I'm correcting you.
Well, no, it's not that you're correcting me. It's that you said something. I'm trying to respond, and now you're spastically interrupting. So just like maybe wait for fun. So this is the point, right? Yeah, thank you. So the point here.
Get it out.
Well, are you now just gonna start like doing trolling? Is that your strategy now?
Just get it out.
Okay, I will do that if you stop interrupting. Right? So just sit your lip for 5 seconds. So anyway, the first problem with what you said is that words, right? The meaning of words are not the target phenomenon, right? When we ask, okay, we have some target phenomena, you know, the nation, right? Okay, we want to investigate like the origin of that, how it existed across time and space. Okay, that means that we have to look at a social phenomenon, right? Just looking at how the word nation came into existence and like, you know, the different meanings that it took on over time isn't going to tell us necessarily about that social phenomenon, right? So that's why the etymology is relevant. The other thing is that if you ask basically any social scientist, they'll tell you that nationalism, right, people conceiving themselves as separate, you know, distinct nations, is like a modern phenomenon. It doesn't have anything to do with what was happening in the ancient world, right? Or even in feudal Europe, right? So, you know, once again, we're sort of getting into the territory of, you know, this white nationalism stuff doesn't actually gel with anything with regard to social science. Putting that aside, right? Now the point that I'm making, right, is going back to the original point, which is this like message of like going out and preaching salvation that actually does mean opening up your religious community to other people and thus opening up your culture to other people. So you're not going to be able to harmonize Christianity with your exclusivist message.
Except that's just how it was for over 1,000 years.
Do you have something to say to actually address what I said, or are you just going to do vague slogans?
That's not a slogan. I don't know what a slogan is either. But
Well, no. What you just said is just like what you just said is just like that's how it was for thousands of years. I mean, that's how
No.
how you want to say.
All right, like, well, the countries that have been Christian and believed other people should become Christian did not just open up their border. That is actually a very recent phenomenon.
I don't know why you're talking about countries and borders. If you're trying to address the point I was thinking about Christianity, the point I was basically making about
Where do Christians live in? Like, they live out in space. We live in, like, some kind of place where we're completely detached from where we're from.
Do you have like an ability to like follow the conversation and not just start spastically talking?
I don't see where your disconnection is.
Well, the disconnection is that I gave you 3 points, right? One is about why the etymology is relevant to the modernity of nationhood, right? Then was the second point was the modernity of nationhood, and then the third point was about how Christianity, in its sort of preaching the message of salvation to everyone, right, is not consistent with your exclusivism, right? Instead of addressing any of that, you start just like, freewheeling and talking about it was like that for thousands of years. Do we live in space? Like,
I'm talking about Christians, like spreading Christianity.
What about Christians?
I don't want to. I like to be like more focused on progression in a conversation. I don't want to like keep digging on your like vocabulary. But if you want to, like, if you really want to like answer for it, it's like if you really think that people didn't have terms or an understanding of a group of people from a certain place, like born there, then I don't know what to tell you. That's just retarded.
Okay, so could you tell me what point that's addressing that I said?
About nation, like nation, the etymology of it. That I was saying, like, it might not be the same term, but I mean, even nation has a, like, it's I think it's natio or whatever it is, where that's where the origin of the word comes from. They had a term to describe it before, like in Latin.
Yeah,
so that existed before nation. And so the understanding of what that meant, and like, oh, these are a shared people, like who like how would they determine, even in the Old Testament, who was the Jews and who was the Egyptians, if they didn't understand these kind of things?
Based on the covenant with God.
No, they could tell by the look. They could tell by appearance. They could tell by appearance who was Jewish and who was Egyptian.
Okay, yeah. So one way you might be able to tell by appearance in the ancient world is like things like culture and dress and that, right? But the thing is that the Jewish people didn't define themselves as a nation in like the modern term of like, or the modern concept of like, there's the Jewish nation and it could have a nation state.
Well, actually, I don't know what you think Israel is then.
Well, no. Yeah, no. But like the modern nation state Israel is not the same as Israel in the Bible.
I don't know if you know what the point of that part of the Bible was, trying to escape Egypt to go where exactly?
Yeah, so they have this connection to the land, right? But the connection to the land is part of a covenant with God, right? It's not a secular nationalist concept. So
no other group had their own place.
Now you're just sort of freewheeling and saying random things again. But anyway, so I don't know. Is your brain melting or something?
Like what were Egyptians then? Like that wasn't a group of people in a shared
what I'm telling you is that people living in a place is not what a nation is.
Look it up. It's
you can go read any of the social scientific literature.
It's a group of people based on descent.
Based on descent? How is that different from ethnicity?
What do you think an ethnicity is? How do you think you propagate an ethnicity?
Do you think ethnicity and nation are synonymous?
Similar.
Are they synonymous?
You can only have a nation with shared, at least similar ethnicities.
Can you have multiple ethnicities in the same nation?
And then it becomes racial. And so, yes, you can have a racial nation. So, yeah, I did. I said yes, so it would be a racial nation.
Okay. So now you're introducing other stuff. But so if you can have multiple different ethnicities in the same nation, ethnicity and nation aren't the same thing. Now you just define nation as
it's like saying that you don't think that ethnicity is like similar to race. Like you don't understand what race is. Race is just a group of ethnicities.
Race is a group of okay, well that's gonna be problematic. But
what do you think it means?
Putting that confusion aside, right? The point that I'm now trying to make to you that you just defined, right, nation synonymously with ethnicity, but you also just
You did. I said it's similar.
No, you
It's
literally.
definitely related.
earlier in the conversation,
You literally.
you define them as synonymous, right? So when I ask you directly if they're synonymous, you say no, so you're being consistent.
I said they're definitely they're definitely similar. There's a similarity between them.
Can you give your definition again? Can you give your definition again?
Of which one?
Of nation.
Of nation is just a group of people with a shared heritage, descent,
Yeah, that's
and
in a certain place.
That's an
You can, and the difference would be like ethnicity is they're a group of people shared by the same descent and heritage, but maybe they're not in the same place. It's just their shared descent, and they could be from anywhere.
Okay. All right. So does it disturb you that no social scientist would agree with that?
No,
Also, there are
that's
people
just
who
not
say
true.
that the
It's just like
nation-
that's how we define terms. Do you think like the
Yeah, but
dictionary
there's-
are all?
That's not
No, there's
how we define those
there's ways that people use the term nation in the way you're using it, but they'll still call a group a nation even if they're like diaspora or spread.
Right, exactly.
Maybe. I don't think it's. I don't think it would directly apply. It's not quite the same thing.
Look here, I'll just give you some advice, right? If you're gonna be a white nationalist, what you should do is you should right? You should know what a nation
I've been giving you an education this whole time. I've been teaching you.
I'm sure everybody believes that, but like, so one, you should know what a nation is, right? Then two, when you figure out what a nation is, like,
But I mean, tell the class what is a nation then. What am I getting wrong here?
well, yeah, the way I conceive of a nation, and the way that social scientists conceive of a nation, is that like it's a group of people who like imagine themselves to be part of this sort of exclusively defined political subject, right? And so it's a community of people who are defining themselves as like, you know, a sort of homogenous agent, right, in the sort of political space of the world, right, who can do political things, be citizens of a state, right, you know, erect states, etc., right? That's why I think
Homogeneous in what way?
homogenous in the sense that there's the concept of like, okay, this is the in group, this is the people who are authentically defined as a nation, and then that's the out group, these are the people who are not part of the nation.
Is a multiracial society homogenous?
So it's homogenous in a certain way, right? So let's take the United States, right? The United States, right, defines certain people as citizens of the United States, right? Now, a bunch of different
Which is
racial
a recent
groups.
concept.
I'm not.
Did you just say that's a racial concept?
Recent. It's a recent
Oh,
concept. right?
recent.
Can you just try? I'm trying to answer your question, and you're like
Okay.
sarcastically interrupting.
I'll go back to address
Once
that.
again, well, okay, great. Just exercise your white self-control for a second. So, okay. So, now, in the United States, right, you have different racial groups, right, who have members that are citizens of the United States, right? So, there's extra racial criteria that allows different members of different racial groups all to be citizens of the United States, right? Now, that's going to be contrasted with those who are not citizens of the United States, even if they're part of the same racial groups that have members that are citizens of the United States, right? This sounds like very basic. I mean, what I just explained to you is not even just social science, basic social science. It's also just like basic sort of.
Well, it sounded like that we were using
Homogenous. You mean like they just think similarly? What else?
It sounded like it just meant like you're representing yourself as a unified whole to the world.
So you're representing
the same
yourself as a
thing.
unified. You're representing yourself as a unified political subject. But so that's
Homogenous means similar kind or nature. Like that is related to ethnicity.
all right. So let's drop the word
Wait, what?
homogenous because you're having
Race.
difficult. Let's drop the word homogenous because you're having.
Well, no, look, I mean,
That's
we should
the
drop the
literal
word, but
definition. Like, are we not going to
we
be
should-
using the
hold on,
terms
hold
with
on,
the proper
hold on, Matt.
definition?
Hold on. Look, we shouldn't focus on the word homogenous because it's a word, but like you can have homogeneity across many different metrics, right, that aren't racial, right? Like you could say, we could say, everybody has brown eyes, so like that eye color, on the basis of eye color, they're homogenous because they all have brown eyes.
Yes. I think that's a great example.
You can do it with,
That's
but
a
you can
great
do it with anything though.
But here's
You
the
can do that with anything.
here's the problem. I think absolutely is a great example being eyes, and it would be if you're in a room of 100 people with brown eyes, it's a homogeneously brown-eyed room. Similar nature.
Right, but they could be totally
different. It's not to say that they're all of a similar, like, even if they are from, like, it's not to say that they're of a similar nationality. Like,
I know.
Values.
That's the point, though. But you can do this with
similar culture.
It's
not exactly the
same. Oh my god. The point is just that the term homogeneous can be applied to, like, things like, I don't know, a gas homogeneously distributed throughout a box. It's like, it's just saying, like,
it's the same.
It doesn't. Look, I know, but the point is that you can do it for any metric, though. That's the point. You can say, like,
you would not say for
you can say, like, the number of fingers
releasing different kinds of gas in the same room. You wouldn't say it's homogeneous.
The number of, oh my god, dude, listen, look. The number of, like, fingers that people have is, like, roughly speaking, homogeneous. Like, most people have 10 fingers. It's like, you know, it's actually pretty rare for people to have more or less than 10, right? So, okay, so that's like a metric on which, like, many population groups are homogeneous, even if they're, like, not technically homogeneous.
I think there's a much bigger difference there. I don't think it's just like we're sharing a lot of values and culture with, like, how many fingers we have.
This is just a point about you focusing on the word homogeneous, right? Like, homogeneous just means that there's some property that's sort of, like, evenly distributed and such that it's, like, you know, or that it's, like, predominant or whatever. You know,
criticizing how it's applied.
So
it doesn't automatically mean like they share the same values.
Yeah, but Piper's just talking about people. So you have, like, a collection of people, right? And they all have sort of, like, social agreement to represent themselves to the rest of the world, like, under the same banner, so to speak, right?
Like,
doesn't matter what it's based on. Doesn't matter what it's based on.
God, when you overtalk the other people, none of us could hear either of you, and you've been doing it the entire time.
I've been interrupted multiple times.
So, I'm frustrated because I would like to hear what the other people are saying, and you keep over-talking them. So it's frustrating.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's like, interruptions are fine. Like, you guys are having a discussion. They're not fine. I'm not encouraging them. It's fine. It's just like, just make sure you understand what you're responding to if you're gonna interrupt someone. Like, make sure that what you're interrupting, the reason for your interruption is to directly respond to the point they've made, and, like, you understand it. Then I think it's fine. I think James' point is that I don't know what the fuck you guys are really even talking about.
The point is that homogeneous doesn't connote or denote ethnicity specifically. It doesn't pick that up. The term homogeneous can be applied to various different properties, some of which, like, don't even have anything to do with human beings at all. It's just like, so anyway, the only reason I'm doing this is because you, like, jump down Piper's throat over the word, okay?
Because
maybe you want to drop that whole point about
he's struggling not to say, like, they're the shared people, like a similar kind of people, racially and ethnicity wise. And I would say, like, South America,
the whole point is it's not required.
Hey, whoa, don't interrupt. I would go back and say, like, just to clarify, American immigration policy. Whoa, relax, dude. The American immigration policy being, like, for everybody is just not true. That started in 1952.
No, it didn't. But that's non sequitur.
It's just true.
I mean, it's not even true.
For 200 years.
So
for
you don't think
white immigration, white citizens.
Okay. It's not. That's actually, like, not true.
It's true. It's the Naturalization Act of 1790, which ended in 1952. Look it up.
Heritage. You can move to Vermont and live with mostly white people. You can move to Poland and live with mostly white people. Like, it seems like you can have your preferences fulfilled. You don't have to change much politically to just live around white people if that's your preference.
I don't agree. I think being in just, like, white person in a white group means that you are tied to their success and failures. And if we're, like, talking about a nation and who's going to be part of that nation, it's similar because it's you're saying that they're a shared people. And so my success and failure is then extended to encompass everybody that's here. And if we understand, like, where we came from, like, where all of this started in, like, the 1960s, like, 1965 immigration policy, which was, like, 90% white people deciding to open their borders and invite guests, and we view it that way, that these people are guests, we look at it.
So here's just like one
described.
So here's just like one example of an error in like the history that you're talking about. So the Naturalization Act of 1906 provided the conditions under which immigrants to the U.S. could become naturalized citizens, and under this act, only white persons and persons of African descent or African nativity were eligible.
Former slaves. That happened in 80 actually.
The one that I just read was under this 1906 act. I don't know if that's being carried over from previous acts, but you said it was only white people up until 1962.
I said yes. The citizenship extended to former slaves, but immigration ended in 1952. You can see a case by the Supreme Court in 1923 of a Aryan Indian man saying that he should be considered a United States citizen because he's white, but the Supreme Court denied his citizenship status because he wasn't white.
No, but this act that I just read to you is about immigration. It's the Naturalization Act.
Citizenship. It was extended to
immigrants could become naturalized citizens.
Not really. It's talking about
that's what it's about.
Some Chinese immigrants, but it's the people that were already here. It's not about inviting other people to come here.
What was he debating with Piper?
Are you saying the Naturalization Act?
But this is not. But sorry, what?
They're just fighting about white nationalism. They're just fighting about him being a white nationalist.
But is there I don't know,
they're trying to
some ethical slant or what would you debating?
Well, so what actually happened, and if we could prevent a David contribution for the next minute or so while I explain this, is what actually happened is Sam and a few other people were talking about wokeness or whatever. Then this guy comes in and goes, well, you're impugning the woke, as Sam says. You're impugning them for engaging in identity politics. But actually, we all engage in identity politics because we all want what's best for our group. And, we can see this in the fact that segregation has been increasing since the 80s or whatever, right, on a voluntary basis in the United States. And actually, we just all want to basically naturally segregate into our own groups. And so then we figured out he was a white nationalist. And I started arguing with him about what a nation is. Well, before I was arguing with him about his, claim about voluntary segregation in the United States. And then and then Sam wanted to pursue something with him. I stopped paying attention. Then this guy was talking about Judaism, Christianity. So I started debating him about that. And then I was debating him about what a nation is, the modernity of nations. And then Sully came in and got him on some semantic point or something. And then.
What we're trying to do is draw out show to Heritage that his position.
Oh yeah, the other part was David was trying to sell Heritage on the idea that instead of being a white nationalist and excluding people on race, he should be a conservative and exclude people on the basis of.
No. Hey, Piper, you're misrepresenting me because you said. Okay, hold on. What we're trying to do is show Heritage, right? If I understand your position correctly, that segregation is valuable and important because you say that flourish more within their own kind, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So within their own kind, they have the same shared set of values and cultures, right?
Oftentimes more than foreign people.
Yes. Okay. Great. We're on the same page. Now,
this is the guy that Sasha used that time, I know.
Wait, which one, David or Harold?
No, Harold, because he was making this point about flourishing, and then Sasha was like, okay, but does the empirics bear that out? Does it show that when cultures become more diverse,
yes, they do
flourish economically? And then
yes.
Absolutely, that's obviously not true.
I think economically. You might use the argument of GDP rising doesn't mean the economy gets better.
He generally has issues with social scientifically supporting his claims. I mean, you saw it just happen where he doesn't even know what a nation is.
No, I corrected you about what a nation is actually.
This conversation is never gonna work.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that
the debate is never
gonna work. I understand.
So we should probably do one at a time debates. Probably one at a time debates, guys.
No one cares about it.
Yeah, no one cares. Anyway,
like an uninterested person.
But the other thing is, all I was saying was I'm not surprised that he couldn't support his misogyny. That's the general trend.
I know this almost seems impossible at this point, but like he performed worse against Sasha than Tom Rabbit did. I mean, that's how bad it was.
Amazing.
I don't even remember this interaction.
You remember the guy? He was like, I don't know. Yeah, if you don't recall based on his voice or something, it's like he was arguing that, like he was giving this like arbitrary definition of like diversity and kind of like progress or social progress or economic development or something, advancement, and then like he was just asking him questions about, you know.
Oh wait, is this the electricity guy, the like one who said that? It was something like electricity was invented at like the least diverse time or something like that.
That's true.
Yeah, there was someone like that.
Not just anyone.
Yeah, it was Heritage Herald.
I think I was going to address the point about the economy. It's like, I think you'd even make the same argument that GDP rise doesn't mean economy do good. Pretty, like, lame duck.
I think we should talk
understanding.
about
Whoa. Calm down.
Wait, why did you post this paper about fertility? Why was it?
Because this is talking, it's not just talking about fertility, it's talking about housing costs. That immigration...
No, it is actually talking
which
about
is
fertility.
primarily...
It's about fertility.
Yes, and I'm explaining how it relates to fertility, if you'd allow me. Can I?
Well, I mean, I think you're already sort of messing
I've read the paper. Have you? Have you read it?
Well, I think the problem is you haven't actually read it.
I have read it. It talks about how housing prices are affecting fertility.
Well, what it does say, I went to the conclusion, and the conclusion says is that basically this idea that like allowing in a bunch of immigrants will like allow you to rebuild the population demographically like isn't necessarily true, and that one can favor immigration or disfavor immigration for many reasons, but you know, favoring immigration for this reason probably shouldn't be done because it's erroneous. That's the conclusion. So how is this supporting like your overall point about we should be like mixing people ethnically?
If you combine that with the other study I posted, it's related in the article below, about how diversity is to reduce rates of trust, social cohesion. It reduces activity in communities. It even reduces voter turnouts. As we see, the more diverse a community becomes. If we see these kind of things and we relate them to, like, is housing prices, is our economy doing better? Is it our living standards, are they better now than they were before? Like, when somebody owned a home for the first time, what age were they in 1950 versus today? Stuff like that. When we compare it on those metrics, we're looking at a much weaker economy for everyday people.
A weaker economy as opposed to what?
As opposed to a
Because you
better
realize that all contemporary economies are like reliant on immigrant labor, right? Especially in the West.
I think it's not true.
What's the idea?
Well, no, it is true.
It's not true, and maybe in some ways, like where you think like of things we need. It's things that you think we need, but we don't.
I'm just talking about.
I know exactly what your argument is. I'm just addressing like it's not like we don't need low skilled labor.
What ethnic state are you comparing it to? Like as evidence of immigrants not having the opportunity to become naturalized citizen is like beneficial for the economy. What example can you point to demonstrate that?
By like the fact if diversity is affecting how people have children, it affects their housing prices, it affects their social cohesion in the way like how I just described all those things before, then we can infer that the opposite increases social cohesion, trust, makes housing prices better.
Listen. What are you comparing to? Presumably there are less diverse nations that you
different time periods, even different countries.
So what's the ideal time period?
Like if we're just for this conversation, 1950.
So in 1950, you think America had a better economy than it does today?
For everyday people, yes.
And how? You
think it would have been better if we excluded all those like Italian Italians and Irish people that were coming over.
Thank you. Thank God.
The taxes on the wealthy in the 1950s were like 90% top marginal rate and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Plus, it was World War II, and we basically rebuilt the world and built the middle class, and I don't know what the hell any of this has to do with.
Well, can I just say something? Can I just say something quickly?
Timothy.
Fuck Piper.
Alright, go Piper and then
Okay, go Piper.
Well, no, I was unironically saying you want to do something. Go ahead, pursue it.
Oh, me?
No, minutes.
No!
Well, all I want to say is that, like, in the 1800s, like, these types of arguments were made about, like, Italian and Irish immigration, right? Specifically, like, in, like, the 1850s. No, they weren't. Specifically in, like,
they
the 1850s.
Were right, but
One second.
No, but he just said
I just want to finish.
Those arguments were correct. But this was yours, like, the golden period you're citing is when that immigration was happening, right?
It's not exactly. I'm gonna say some partly correct. No, but just look up the history of the Know Nothing Party, right, in America, right?
I think
it's literally an anti-Catholic immigration party, right? And Catholic immigration, especially Irish and Italian immigration, led to a huge boom in the economies where these people were being housed.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
I think we should just be like kind of a bit more precise about what we're discussing. So when you say that, maybe you've already kind of revealed it during the discussion, and I missed that part. But like, what's the precise criteria for what you consider to be, economic development to a standard that you think is superior to?
Benefits the people.
Welcome Tim to the stage, backwards, Reverend David, welcome back. And I know Matt would like to defend the color of his skin at some point, so we'll like to move into that whenever we get a chance.
But just to be clear, just so they know what they're arguing for. What's your name? Heritage. Like what do you think constitutes this kind of ideal economic standard in the 50s?
I don't think it's actually bad to have a strong GDP. And your first question was what constitutes a good economy for a country, and I would say like an economy that benefits the people, and its national security. Even a strong military, strong government is just fine. But that's not what we see today. We don't really see a government or military or national security that really represents the values of the people, or at least not in their best interests.
Therefore, white nationalism. I understand.
Yes.
Confused. Okay, but alright, I understand that. But like, is there a way of like quantifying that? Is the question I'm asking. Like, I get it. So you're saying like, hey, if I jumped in a time machine and I went back to 1950, the government would serve me better. Okay, alright, fine. And then because of that, you're like lamenting this bygone era. But I'm asking, okay, what could you show to demonstrate that like this economy is kind of like, I hate to say it, but like objectively worse by that standard?
Absolutely, it's easy to do. Do you think the American dream is still alive today?
I mean, I literally said quantify. I didn't say like.
It's directly related to the time period.
No, Timothy, that's all.
Dream achievable? Is the American dream achievable today?
That's all he's gonna do. No matter how the more you ask him to get specific, and I know this because I went over this. The more you ask him to get specific, he's just gonna.
You just don't want to play along.
No, I'm not. I promise you. I'm not. This isn't like an attempt to like trap you.
Well, this answer.
I'm saying I want it less poetic. Like I'm just saying numbers wise. We're
Well, it's
crunching
true.
numbers now.
Okay, well, I can get to that, but do you think? I'm trying to meet you where you're at. Do you think it's achievable to have the American dream?
I know nothing about American politics or economics.
Okay, you're not from America.
No, I'm English. I'm just saying. I'm gonna say I'm English. You wouldn't say I'm English, but
I don't think anybody here would say that the American dream is still alive.
Okay, but that's not
And
what
that's
I'm
because
saying.
of brown people?
Yes. Apparently.
If we're talking about the economy today and like what's achievable compared to the 1950s, then yeah, the American dream is dead.
The only thing that's changed is that now we have brown people. That's what you.
Yes.
It is a big part of it.
Oh my god.
It's a big part of it.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were to accept the idea that like the American dream is dwindled, right? It's very difficult, right? But you're making like a univariate conclusion to it that the reason that is because there's brown people, not because of all sorts of other particular factors. I mean, it's like
Not
it's
because
like a silly
of like
conclusion,
austerity
Well,
or
the real thing, we're talking about two different countries,
not
kind of.
because of not. No,
Are we just about?
We really are. We're talking about two different places. One where it was 90% white. Now we're talking about a place that's 55% white.
Look, you're
And the
gonna have
only
to.
thing that
Look,
changed
Timothy.
was the whiteness. Did you not?
You don't think the whiteness had? You think? What do you think the whiteness like reduction like had?
Did you not hear Sully talk about the tax changes? Do you think that had not any contribution to the welfare of the people as a whole?
I think that's fine, but I don't think that we would like
You don't
lead to a better society if we implement that today.
I think we absolutely would.
No, but we
No,
just
not
need to
really.
know what. Guys, for real. It's fine if we're just going to completely abandon this. But do you know what he means when he says better other than white? Because he wants to, presumably.
No.
What he finds. Yeah. So if you like, I genuinely am amenable to this idea that like diversity correlates with like economic downturn. I don't know enough to take a position on that. Presumably you have you are of that opinion. So can you like convince the people in this room? Like, can you persuade us? Because maybe most people will agree. Actually, if you demonstrate this, the more diverse the society gets, the worse material conditions get for you. Maybe some people start taking notice. Like, okay, yeah, maybe it's the case that we should reduce.
Okay.
So
I'll do it like in a way like by England, like London, for example. Is London it certainly is wealthier now than ever before, right? You're from England.
What are you talking wealthier than when they owned half the world?
You can allow me to make my point. You can allow me to make my point. It is wealthier now, right?
Yeah, please, guys. You did probably don't ask a question when you are making your point. Just like, you probably it's more.
Well, I don't want.
Anyways.
Yeah, I understand. I just don't want anybody to go like, oh well, London is actually not doing better now.
Wait,
just forget about that.
I don't want anyone to deny my
Don't ask a question unless the answer I want.
No one unmute your mic for a moment, please. The point is, that's the question. Economically, by what standard? That's what we're asking. So it's probably best not to use any kind of analogies and just explain the
No, it's not an analogy.
No, I'm saying
it's very direct.
But I'm saying to you is get straight to the criteria, if you wouldn't mind. So what exactly means is economically worse off than the 1950s? Like precisely.
For white people. Like, let's go based off property ownership. White people own the minority of property in London. That's just a fact. And that's the case because white British people, are a minority in London.
But yet King Charles owns most of the land all over the world.
So that's
more land than anywhere in the world.
Okay.
One guy.
White people are the minority in
Good for him.
London. White people are the minority in London. They're definitely not the minority.
36%.
Of property owners.
They are. No, Indian people own more property than white people in London.
I don't know about land ownership.
It's true. Look it up.
Well, I'll look into that. But so really, what your point is, just to be clear, is
like wealth for who?
Wait, I just want to be able to understand what you mean when you talk about.
Well, like wealth for who?
You mean white American? I'm not sure if this is true, but just you mean white Americans in the 1950s were wealthier than white Americans in the 2025. That's your point. That's what you mean.
Well, 2025.
The three richest guys in America are white dudes, right? And they're worth as much as the bottom 50% of the country combined. So I don't know what seems like the wealth concentration is going to the white dudes, and also like look, he can't care about the meme, right? Because like he doesn't care if he has more money in his pocket. He just cares that white people in general have more money in their pocket. That's what he values. That the money is in the hands of the whites. That's what he cares about. Not that it's in his.
So true.
But I'm not sure that's true though. Like because
he just said it's true.
I just said it's true.
That would impact the meme too, though. Like the fact that there's like this great wealth disparity. Even if it's true amongst white people, it still means that like white people
there's a problem with the ultra rich. Like I
so what are you complaining about? You got Elon,
I agree
Zuckerberg, Musk.
White people.
You got Musk and sorry.
Yeah, I don't like
Bezos.
Like white people are collectively wealthier today than they were in the 50s.
Yeah, Like, by what metric? By
But
what?
By like dollar amount?
Like,
Timothy,
can I ask you?
The dollar value. Have you considered that?
Can I ask him any question? Yeah. So where were you trying to go with that?
That they are economically weaker off for immigration.
No, Heritage. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to fucking.
Oh, okay.
I think either we're not talking to him or we're talking to him. If we're talking to him, I just want to understand what he's saying. So.
Can you put me to cue him, Hefty, please?
Yeah, I took away if you want. I don't have
I think a decent metric to look at is purchase power and
Because I can't yell over all these men, and they're just like, I start talking and they just start. So, is there some order here? I wanted to ask.
I mean, there's not going to be like, I'm probably not going to entertain like a one-on-one. Fire away.
What? No, I wanted to ask her to. Do you think it was a mistake for America to forcefully bring Black African slaves to this country, thereby kind of fucking up their Shangri-La of a white island here?
Yes.
Do you think that was a mistake? They shouldn't have done that. They
Totally shouldn't have done it. Look at the mess we're in now.
Yeah, white people are pretty fucked.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just asking if y'all know that
that was good for nobody.
Recognizing the white folks are the
Nobody
cause
like that.
of the shit that you're complaining about. Now the natives, they were all already here and did the best the best you could to rid most of them. But Africa and places like South America, like already full of brown people, and white folks can't seem to stay out of there. As much as it's a shithole, as it's referred to, they just can't seem to stay out. And everywhere they go, they plant a flag where brown people are. And they're trying to turn it white, but it wasn't already white. And I'm just cracking up because I'm trying to for you to understand your logic.
So true.
Europe was all yours, and y'all would have been just chilled if you just minded your fucking business and like just didn't. I mean, sure, trade with people, but the way the imperialist colonization came back to bite you in the ass now, after hundreds of years, is kind of like crying over.
Well, let me get this right.
No.
Let me get this right. Diversity is our strength, and it's great, and it's benefiting us, but it's also our punishment.
Didn't address. Did you hear any part of what I said? I'm just curious.
That's what you're trying to like.
She's talking from your point of view. You view it as a punishment.
You just said it's biting us in the ass.
Guys, if you're gonna,
that's what you're sounding like. It's like you're displeased.
If you guys want to
here's
do
the thing.
Go ahead.
Let him talk. No, he doesn't. When he wants to weasel, don't let him weasel out of it, Piper. Let him answer you.
All right. So this is what I was referring to. I think maybe before you were even in here, but there are going to be different interests for different people, and they're going to be opposed to each other. So you don't like that nature of white people. They do. Like, I do have the value of like us versus others. Like, I do think it is finite resources. It's who's going to be like who's using the resources better than other people. Like, and I believe in what's best for my own group.
I'm talking about.
And so, like, if you don't like that, I think it's best to remove yourself from white people.
That has nothing to do with.
I think this. Yeah. Is he low IQ? I don't know him, so.
You wanted me to address like a history specifically?
You know what? I'm a member of the race. Well, I'm a member of the race with the lowest IQ here, Heritage. I just want to let you know that. And nobody understood.
What do you want me to address then? Like just history and say like, oh,
you didn't even understand. I was gonna tell you earlier that if you want to debate him, you're gonna have to talk to him like a toddler because he can't follow points for like shit.
Is that why I've been educating you this whole time?
Yeah, I don't want to.
Okay, you don't know these terms.
All right, buddy. Okay. I'm sure everybody agrees with this.
Okay. That's crazy.
Heritage. What is your general political vision? What do you want?
White identity.
You want some white ethno state? What are you talking about?
Nation.
Okay. Do you want there to be only ethno states, or do you want there to be some ethno states and some non-ethno states?
Have you not heard enough of what he said to like gauge what the level of criticism? Like, why are you asking?
Other places handle their business. I do care about where I live. And where I'm
My question for you, another question for you, is it kind of makes sense in your worldview that you want England to be a like white ethno state because it's like thousands of years of white heritage or whatever. But America is only 300 years old. It was started by Native Americans, and it's been diverse. It's been diverse.
Native Americans.
For the entire time it's been diverse.
Turtle Island? Do we still live in Turtle Island?
By the way, if they hadn't brought the Africans here, though, who would have done all the work, Heritage?
They did.
Like, there wasn't,
okay. let's
there wasn't enough. No, you said it was a mistake to do it. It was a mistake to do it. You wanted to. How were they going to get enough white people to come in here and do all their free labor?
Well, they did, didn't they? Which workers
for
did
free?
better? Which
Which
crops sold better? Which were considered the cash crops?
Excuse me. I said for free. Where were they going to get these white?
Why did the indentured servants work better than the free servants?
Do you know what? That's apparently your thinking was not the popular opinion at that time because
it was the true one.
Didn't work. Didn't last. So they
you
turned to something better.
You already admitted that it was a mistake to bring them over.
Right.
So I don't know why you're trying to justify it.
I'm not trying to justify it. I'm trying to oppose the idea that the country was built by, let me check my notes, Native Americans?
No, that's not what I said. It's a strong man.
What are you talking about?
This continent has had native and white.
He is a troll.
You said America was started.
Okay, that was not what I meant to say. What I meant to say is this continent has had people of different populations for a long time, as opposed to England, which has had a continuous like white people for thousands of years. I'm saying this country is not a plausible candidate for where we should have a white ethno state, given that it's had Native Americans for thousands of years.
This is definitely
white
a line
people.
of attack.
I don't agree.
I can still just gonna find out who's gonna do all that free work. Cutting down all the
I would
trees
just say
and
this, like, Heritage, like, my people lived here, and then you came and took our land.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were really nice about it, honestly.
Yeah, he's trolling.
I'm assuming that's like a troll answering.
No, this is actually genuinely truthful. I don't think it never belonged to Native Americans. Then it's like, which Native Americans? The first Native Americans who were slaughtered and enslaved by the previous ones? Or the ones that, like, recently, who slaughtered and enslaved all the ones before?
But the ones who were
Yeah,
here,
that was Native American civilization. Just
the ones who came here when there was nothing but rocks and coyotes.
They came out of the ground.
There was nobody here.
From, like, Europe, like, who aren't part of Europe because you guys fought over in Europe all the time?
Exactly. Place is full of fucking
Pretty sure I can't point to any city built by Native Americans. I don't see that.
Like,
Well, there were in fact urban settlements.
They had
a casino, maybe.
Oh, so now we're just doing
I don't
fake
think that America was built
You ever heard of Machu
Native
Picchu?
Americans.
I've been there.
Yeah. I think somebody got to start a new room, like a real one. this guy, he's either just, and I'm supposed to be of the low IQ group. It's funny to me.
And it's just like, I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, do you think that people should stay where they're at, or they should go where they came from, or?
They should go where their people are, and they should have their own interests.
Okay, well, in America, there's lots of different people, so what are those people supposed to do?
Yeah, for America, if I was to be practical, like realistic, I think it's the best thing to focus on keeping a white majority. Because we do find ourselves in a pretty complicated situation. And I think that's the most realistic outcome. But I will say, if white people do not remain as a majority, white people become a minority, we will see a fundamentally different America.
Why don't you think your women want to fuck you anymore and have your babies? What?
Weird.
Take your best guess.
Weird. He says weird. Oh my god.
I don't think you'd like.
You're like a sad human being, and like I feel really bad for you. Like.
I'm sorry. Did he give an answer?
Your sympathies are misplaced.
Did you give an answer? I have no sympathies for it. I just want to know why do you think
I'm not talking to you.
They don't want to. They don't want. Oh, okay. Well, but why don't you think they want to fuck you anymore and have your babies? Why?
They do.
Why is the population dropping like a hot rock? Then why are they not doing it?
Immigration, diversity.
Oh my god.
No. The birth rate is not being replaced. What? The birth
It does.
rate is not being replaced. What I'm saying, you're not replacing.
majority white population is being replaced with a majority
How is
brown
brown
population.
people existing in the United States keeping white women from having children?
Yeah, you might have to say that slower.
Because it hurts the economy. I've already expressed that. I shared the study it's literally in the comments here. There's a study going over this, that more immigration causes higher housing prices and it affects fertility rates.
Oh no, that's not no. All that study said was that getting like more immigrants isn't gonna do like demographic like miracles. That's all the study said. It didn't say anything about
It
diversity.
directly says increased housing prices and it does reduce native birth rates.
But just like
How does it reduce native birth
just forget about
Because housing prices
I just want to be
increase.
clear that
A worse economy means
Can
more
we
birth
get
rates.
like here's my complaint with how this is now going. Can we get like one person? Doesn't have to be me. Could be you, Albedo. Can we get one person to pursue one line with him instead of now I want to take it. Oh no, now I want to take it. Now I want to take it.
I think Sam should do it then because he's been clamoring.
Well, no, but Sam
He wants
doesn't do
to.
it very well. So we got someone.
I just have like a couple like. Look, I'll just ask this question and then I don't really want it. If we shut the borders like zero immigration, you think that the like rates of birth for white people would return to a rate where it's like maintains majority?
No, we need more than that.
Okay, so it's like not. Like maybe you think it's like exacerbating the problem, but it's not really like
Yes, it'll limit it. It's a good first step.
I would like to pursue a thing with heritage, and I would like to not be interrupted.
Yeah,
Heritage, you claimed that cities did not exist in the Americas before Europeans came out and showed up. It's just empirically false. There's Aztec cities. There were cities in Mississippi. There was lots of
Let's go with the United States.
Okay.
The thing that would make my claim true.
Because how exactly is the Aztec Empire doing today?
I mean, it was conquered
Still,
by
where
the
the Mayans
Spanish.
up to?
So you're denying that there was like permanent settlements, but there were.
The places that didn't have written languages?
What? I mean,
None of those places had written languages.
What gives Europeans the right to conquer the Americas, given that there were people that lived here that had settlements? What gave them the right to do that?
The thing is it's a false dichotomy. We're relating two different things. Like we're comparing conquering to a sort of, it's like a suicide that we're doing now in America by choosing not like all I care about for white people and white identity is white people just have their own interests, have their own values. Like think of like what's best for their own people, which they're a part of, whether they want to be or not.
You do realize you
And by them not doing so is just suicide. They're not being conquered. They're not being invaded even. It's just like they're complacent. So I don't think it's related. I don't think it's the same.
Justify that they came over here and they treated people well. Why do you think they treated them well? And then also, why the fuck should we have a white ethno state in a place that we like evilly conquered? Like, why is that the appropriate thing to do?
I don't think it was evil.
Why wasn't it evil?
Because it was for our own interests.
Okay, so people should just conquer for their own interests. Is it your view that like might makes right and that we should conquer?
That's just a war. That's just the way it is.
So is your view that we should just conquer like humans should try to conquer each other and take as much territory as they can because that's good? Is that your view?
If it benefits white people, yes.
Okay, so you just want a zero-sum struggle between white races and other races, and whoever gets on top, that's good. It would be if white people win, that's good, and that's the.
That's reality, yeah. That's how it is.
It's not reality. That's your prescription.
It's the truth. That's just how things are.
That's your preferences about how things should happen. That's not.
No, that's just how it is.
Things are. No, I'm asking you what you think should be, not about what things are. So you say it's reality. It's not what is reality. It's what you want to happen. I'm asking what you want to happen.
I want us to realize the truth, which is what you just described.
Okay, I am asking you what you want to happen, not what is the descriptive facts about what tends to.
I've already expressed like what I want to happen about white identity and choosing our own interests. Like, what else do you need from that? What's missing?
Would you be mad if a different group did have the same goal?
Okay, I can't do this. I can't have lines with people.
Sam, completely allergic for what?
Owned.
That would be why you want to. Hey, Albedo.
If I had a KD 10.
Because you said
Albedo, that would be why I
that's
didn't want Sam to do it.
Yeah, but you said that it's moral for a group to act with their own best interest in mind. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why did you have a problem with that's what Native Americans were doing. You said that that was not right, and it was in fact wrong for them to do that.
It's not wrong if you were of that tribe, if you were of that group, because it was kill or be killed.
Then why were you saying that it was morally wrong?
I'm not saying it was morally wrong. I'm saying, like, if we're basing it
you did
off
in fact
of...
say that.
No.
You did in fact say
Okay,
that.
I'm clarifying now. If we're trying to make the premise that they were here first, we have to have the conversation of under what nature, how were they here first? If we're saying that the slaughtering and conquering and enslaving of them is terrible, why are we ignoring their very same actions?
No, what you said was, we had the moral right to take their land over because they were being immoral by conquering each other and using their own self-interest as their guiding principle. You said that earlier, and now you're saying that the most moral thing a group of people can do is act with their own self-interest. So I don't know why you said they were being immoral and that's why we needed to take over their land and conquer them, if that's what you view as moral.
That's not true. It's this straw man.
That is what you said. That is what you said.
I just clarified it. You can make the obvious interpretation.
Well, in terms of the morality thing, when he said the thing about Native Americans, what he was trying to do was to say he was basically trying to like erase Native Americans like sort of claim to the land by saying that they were fighting each other. He wasn't necessarily saying, "Oh, that was immoral."
Well, I know, but that's he was using it as justification.
If America,
we had the right to take them over because they were acting immorally by
Well, it wasn't. I don't think it was so much a moral claim. I think it was like.
If you're saying.
Well, I think it was like. Oh, well, they clearly didn't care about the land because they weren't sharing it among themselves, so we could take it.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's accurate.
That's not.
If you're trying to say that we don't have a right to the land.
It's actually not a good point because that is actually not.
Well, maybe a good representation of what I'm saying.
Well, it's a good representation of what you were saying, but what you were saying is stupid because that isn't actually what happened.
It is what happened. I mean, they did not get along. They slaughtered each other, enslaved each other, cannibalized each other. Did far worse things.
That's about as accurate. That's about as.
You think white people don't cannibalize
As
each
Albedo
other?
already pointed out to you, that saying that about Native Americans is about as accurate as saying that about Europeans.
No, like it maybe a different time periods, but then you're comparing.
No, because Native Americans.
Yeah,
Native Americans.
Completely different time periods.
No. Native Americans in the United States lived here for thousands of years, and so they cooperated and they built cultures, thriving cultures that were there for thousands of years before they were destroyed by colonists. Right? So they weren't just, even if there were conflicts among them, they weren't just like pillaging and killing each other the whole time. Right? So representing that as what happened, right, is about as accurate as saying, oh, that's all the Europeans were doing. Right? So you're just like, once again, you don't actually know anything about history or social science.
Okay, you're just
that's sort of what
now you're just misinterpreting everything.
That's sort of what's required to be a white nationalist.
Is
it really?
In London, I think it's 58. It's 58. Oh, like just give or take 58%. So it could round up to 59. It's 59% of all owned homes are owned by white British people.
It's not. Post the actual truth and comments here.
What you're talking about is you're saying 66% of Indian occupants own their homes. Obviously, Indian people are like, let's say, Asian, South Asian, but South Asian people are like a minority, constitute the minority of the population. And I think white British is something like 40%, but like white, including white Irish and stuff is like over 50%. So London
white
is
Russians.
White. Yeah, London is majority white, and of all the owned homes in London, so I think it's like 50% of occupied premises are owned. 59% of those are owned by white British people. And I think the nearest competitor is like India, South Asia, which is at 6%. So it's like not even close.
It's just not the case, what you're saying. I can compare the truth
This is what
here in the comments.
This is another thing about this guy, which is like when you tell him, "Oh, okay, this claim that you made is false," it's actually like this.
Because I can read you here, more Indian Indians own property in London than the English, and here's why Indians buy property in the United Kingdom.
No, wait. Hold on. Okay.
Indians are among the highest number of property owners in London.
Stop. Because, like, look, hold on, Piper. You're misunderstanding the data. The point is, Indians constitute a minority of the population of London. Like, you understand that, right? And what they're saying is 66% of Indians who occupy property, like, who are occupants, own their property, right? But then what you could do is, if we zoom out, we say, okay, here's the amount of properties in London, and here's the percentage of those properties which are owned. And then we ask the question, relative to the population size, how many of these different ethnic groups are homeowners? And then when you do those calculations, you find that of all of the owned property in London, 59% is owned by white British people, and 6% is owned by Asian people. But it's just true that relative to their population size, relative to the amount of Asian occupants of properties, 66% of those people own their properties. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't think that part is true. If you're conflating white population in London with just being English, it's not the case.
No, I'm saying the white British population is
36%.
Yeah, right. And 59, and let's say, just assume for the sake of argument, that 36% of that population all were homeowners.
Can you post where they own more than 50% of the property?
Pardon?
Can you post that?
Post what?
What you're reading, any numbers you have.
Alright, cool.
I want to go back to that claim that immigration.
From the UK Gov thing, Bill, I suppose.
I want to go back to that claim that immigration creates inflated real estate prices, and inflated real estate prices keep fertility down. How old are you, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in my 20s.
You're in your 20s. Okay, so do you remember the financial crisis of 2008?
Wasn't my time.
Okay, all right. Because when real estate prices were in free fall, that's when the economy was at its worst, right? If you know anything about the economy of the United States, it's based on high real estate prices because most real estate is bought with mortgages, and most of the residential mortgages are guaranteed by the federal government, right? So most of the interest burden is paid on repaying those loans, and obviously interest is income for the financial system, and that's how they can create a spread to offer other type of financial products. So I would argue that low real estate prices are much worse for the economy than high real estate.
So what did you want specifically? Because there's a lot of data I have here. So what did you need specifically? What you specifically contested?
Just the number of property ownership by race. If you were talking about they own 56% of property.
Oh yeah, but you're gonna have to do. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna have to actually calculate that. That's not like I don't have an article that's citing that number. So what you have to do is you have to say, okay, they're this percent of the population. They own. So this is how much owned property exists in London. That white people constitute this percentage of the population. This percentage of white people own their own homes, and then that's what you get. And then you have to do the same thing with all these other groups, and then you can get a picture of what the actual layout looks like. So if we take I think it's 1.8 million homes that are owned in London, then you can get an idea of how many of those people, how many of those homes are owned by white people. So
you just say that the Indian groups do disproportionately own more.
Yeah. So relative to their populations, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you just say, look, white people who occupy premises in the UK, in London, own 59% of the premises they occupy, versus Asian people that occupy premises in London own 66% of them are homeowners. Yeah,
it just means a higher percentage of white people are renting compared with Indian people.
I think when he's hearing
yes, and they go over that in the fertility.
I think I think what he's hearing you say, Timothy, is that 66% of the homes are owned by Indian people. I think he's misunderstanding what the stat.
Yeah, that's what he.
Yeah.
But that's why I said that was false.
Do you understand that's right? But does he understand that now?
Yeah, I understand. If you're saying white people rent more, that's also a consideration.
Yeah, no.
The fertility, reducing birth rates of Native
the growth
people.
number is less. White people.
No, but that's not
Actually, maybe it's not. That's actually.
Switching
He's
to
still just drawing experience connections between this. Look, the point is they're not switching to renting. The point is still that of the properties that are owned, right? Most of them are owned by white people, right?
Are the prices going up or down?
Look, 60% of properties that are owned in London are owned by white British people, not white people, just white British.
What,
Even
like,
if, and by the way, like even if he gets this part out, even if hold on, just so you understand this, even if
that's not true, and it is.
okay, even if property values are going up, okay, you understand that there's two things to be said about this. One is that just because there's a correlation, if there even is one, with immigration, doesn't mean that it's causal. And then secondly, if the prices of the homes go up and they're mostly owned by white people, right? That just means that white people's wealth is increasing. Okay? So it's like it's stupid from two different.
I don't see how you're thinking this has like you think this has like more of a minimal effect on the economy affecting like white people.
No, I'm saying that if the housing prices are going up and most of them are owned by white people, then that just means that the wealth of white people is going up as a direct result.
But you just said they're renting more than the Indians comparatively. No. The Indians are owning property at a higher rate than white people are.
You guys talking past each other. Neither of you understand the issue. But Piper, yeah, he doesn't have to understand history. He's just a racist. He doesn't even know.
Seems like I know more than all of you.
No, because you don't even know how the economy works. I mean, I assume you're talking about the United States. I know you guys are talking about data from London, so forgive me if I'm ignorant of that. But initially, you were talking about the United States. And yeah, the bedrock of our economy is residential real estate, right? It's what underpins Wall Street's ability to lend money, right? So yeah, that's not gonna help. You need another way to preserve your genetics.
The economy is directly related to birth rates. Sorry to tell you.
How? Give me the link, because now that's just a claim.
I've already posted. I posted it in earlier. You can scroll up and see. It's directly related to higher housing prices.
I'm not gonna read things that ignorant people post.
Okay, then you were lying earlier. You were lying about wanting me to post anything.
I didn't say that. That was
you just said post it, share, show how that's true. I say I already did, and you say research tells me.
Timothy, we're getting Carl versus the white nationalist. How epic!
Yeah, but that was just.
We need to get back to abortion.
Yeah.
These are being killed as we speak. Please, we need to get back to one-on-one abortion.
This guy is probably in favor of it.
We need to get back to abortion.
No, I think
can we
this
not
guy,
take him seriously? No, he's just
I
a
think
racist.
this guy. Well, I will say, I think this guy's position is sort of the old style position on abortion in the United States, which is like abortions for brown people, sometimes forced, but not for white people.
Imagine that too. That's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, let him speak for himself.
He's basically a cartoon character, so it's pretty predictable.
I think there's a more amicable solution to things.
Yeah, like
just that simple.
Everybody voluntarily chooses to live in ethnic enclaves.
Well, they do. I'm saying we should allow them.
Well,
we should go with the flow, with the grain rather than against it.
I realize that that's like the narrative that you like to believe, but the fact that like they're not doing that currently seems like an obstacle.
You are allowed to just go and start your little like white Amish village if you want to, dude.
Well, I don't want that. I want New York.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
I want Chicago.
It's funny.
I want the cities that we built. Sorry, I don't want to live in a rural town.
Okay, well that's great.
Well,
not going to accept that.
There is this.
Okay, we'll just fight about that. How's that?
There is this funny thing, this like juxtaposition where it's like, on the one hand, we don't want to dredge up the memory of the Holocaust and this kind of thing, right? So we don't. Oh no, we just want everybody to voluntarily separate, right? But then when the possibility of them going out in the wilderness and doing that split up, then it becomes, oh no, actually we're imperialists. We want to take everything for ourselves. It's like, okay, so that's when the mask actually starts.
And also, like, you're not gonna get all white people on your side. Like I'm
No,
not.
I totally agree with that.
So good luck. Like I said, like
You just need most, or a good chunk.
you're not gonna get.
You know the real problem of being in the Amish town is if we do go to the Amish town, we're gonna make it. Well, hear me out. Hear me out. Is like if we really do go to the Amish town, we're gonna make it the best place on earth, and all of you guys will want to go. Like you'll want to go in there.
Alright, go do it.
All you people who are so fascinated, who are just like, oh, the most fascinating and interesting thing. Like the thing about me that makes that I care about the most is my race.
It's true. It is very important to everybody's day-to-day life. It's important to everybody.
Yes, and this is why I said I feel bad for you, right? Because that's all you fucking have. That's what you have to make you feel good about yourself.
You don't know anything about me.
Well, at least I'm a white guy. At least I'm white.
That's
really like
cool.
your penultimate value.
Cool
You're like, oh my god, I'm so thankful I was born as a white guy. It's just sad. It's sad that that's how you decide to feel special about yourself.
I definitely wouldn't have it. I'm happy I'm not Indian.
Hold on, we need to discuss God's existence.
Well, yeah, that's true. Also.
I do.
But putting aside this guy's like pathetic bullshit that has managed to win over exactly nobody who's been watching this entire night. Putting all of that aside, Andrew, can you tell us about these like Midas arguments that you would think were epic? Why don't you tell us?
Oh yeah, that's also like it's important as well.
I do think that Midas should be able to give them. He's really very articulate. Last night, you guys missed maybe the best that I've ever heard of Midas.
Well, that's the hypothesis I'm trying to test right now, but it seems like you're trying to fudge the thing.
I need Timothy to back me up here.
Timothy, would you like to confirm the hypothesis?
But I say something about just real quick.
No,
shut
the fuck up, man.
It's actually very.
Matthew will refuse your right to speak.
Can I just speak one
cannot.
time about what you say about the...
You cannot.
Do they
It'll
want
only
their right?
take 30 seconds. It's literally
You
30
cannot.
seconds.
Okay,
No, it will
Matt,
take
do
no time because you will not
Matt,
speak.
Matt, do they want the right to abort you? Is that what they're trying to do?
I don't know.
We would like to abort Matthew.
Did you ever see the episode of Seinfeld?
Blah, 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 blah.
The baby was ugly, Andrew. And everybody knew the baby was ugly.
No.
They described it as breathtaking. And Elaine had a crush on this doctor that called Elaine breathtaking, but then he also described the baby as breathtaking. But everybody knew.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Elaine was confused. Andrew is like that. Andrew will say something about some person like, oh, really intellectual. But he'll say that about Jack H. Strike. And then he'll say it about...
This is what you get for allowing Matt to talk. You get some fucking...
Yeah, it was actually kind of... What do you say? No, it's kind of funny. It's funny what he said.
Is breathtaking.
If you've seen the Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Like, the Seinfeld episode that, like, the doctor said that she's...
Sully, I get that you're that.
Let Sully explain it.
No, it's funny.
The rest of us.
No, it's funny what he said. He's saying...
When Andrew's talking about intellectual people, that's it.
He's saying, like, there's... Well, yes, Midas, 1 second, though. One second, real quick. In the episode, the doctor says she's breathtaking, and she's like, oh, I've never received that compliment before, but basically realizes that he just uses it as, like, a throwaway, like, comment when he doesn't actually mean anything by it, because he says it about this ugly baby, too. So, Matt saying Andrew calling somebody an intellectual is, like, not a...
You're done filibustering.
Yeah.
Well, you made that point a lot more effectively than he did.
So the thing is, you don't want to be called an
No,
intellectual.
enough Matthew. Enough Matt.
Here's the thing, Midas. I do think you are breathtaking, and I think you should be able to demonstrate that. So
But
go ahead.
Andrew, before that, do you remember our, meeting plans?
Yes, I remember that we should have meeting plans. I did come in and gave a full-fledged presence support to a room that you had open recently, although I wasn't able to participate much.
Oh yeah, I think I saw you there, yeah. But I couldn't even read the chat, so.
Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's do need to do that. But I guess in the meantime, Sasha, you want to get as much of this as you can. You're rarely going to have Well, here's the thing. You're rarely going to have a white nationalist, such as Heritage, mixed with Carl, a black nationalist, and
Carl's not a
Midas.
black nationalist.
I know. But Carl on here, and Midas as well.
Midas looks like he's a black nationalist, right? Kind of.
Well,
I'm not
he
sure.
had a Malcolm X profile picture, but I don't know that he actually is.
Isn't he black Hebrew Israelite?
No, he's a Christian.
I don't know if he'd be able to be like that. Midas,
He's a Christian. He's not a BHI.
Midas, would you self-identify as a racist as well, or where are you at?
No such thing as racism.
Praise God.
That's good. That's just like, there was some issue story about it.
Yeah,